Literally have never met an American who flexes their European ancestry. Most of us just think of it like a fun fact. Bro, I'm Irish and I see Americans all the time flexing how they're Irish, yet can't even point to where it is on a map. Yeah, I'm not Irish. I have no idea where... No, I think I know where I'm from. I think I'm mostly Swedish, a little bit of Norwegian. No Finnish though, unfortunately. I'm sorry, folks. This is what I get for trying to facilitate a bond between my dad and my boyfriend. Blank likes monkeys, and I told him you like monkeys, so I think you two should talk about monkeys together. We talk about you all the time. Damn, okay. What is NFT? Beanie Babies for dudes who get mad when there's a black woman in Star Wars. Bravo. I think that's the best way it's ever been put. I want Tim Curry to have a larger catalog, damn it. Okay. Sir, I have appeared in over 230 television and film productions, acted in 25 large-scale theater shows, recorded 4 music albums, lent my voice to over 50 audiobooks, many pushing 10+ hours in length, and seduced many humans in my 72 years. Please. I had to sleep now and again. I love the Twitter account, Not the Tim Curry. I do not believe that Tim Curry is actually on Twitter, so this is just weird to me. I hope Reddit isn't a good representation of modern wrestling fans because, and I mean no offense by this, you kids are all kind of pussies. You know, I'm in the habit of taking a glance at the profile of the person before I decide to reply. Helps weed out the psychos. Did you seriously comment about people here being pussies right after visiting and commenting on r/cuckold? Ouch. Why do we kink shame cuckold so much? Why do we do that? What is it with that one? What's the deal? Consenting adults should be allowed to do what consenting adults want to do, man. You do fucking you. I don't give a shit. I'm 127 pounds, blonde, pretty, and single. I feel so fucking insulted right now. Yeah, there's nothing wrong with having high self-esteem, but having to put others down to feel better about yourself is pathetic as and shows you're actually very insecure. Ain't that the truth? Ever wonder what happens behind the scenes when you shop at Amazon? Book a free tour now! Do we get to see workers peeing into bottles? That's gotta be part of an exhibit, right? Free penicillin! I'm not from the US, so it's free anyways. Ow. May God forgive Harry and Meghan for causing the Queen so much pain, for I never shall, says the woman who was shagging Boris Johnson of all people behind his wife's back. Voting closes in Conservative leadership contest that decides UK's next Prime Minister. Like picking which bollock to be kicked in. You know, it goes back to the old South Park episode, douche versus a turd sandwich. Somebody born in 2020 will see the year 3000 when they're 80. That's wild. This is the person playing the game in app ads. Thank you for that one. When Ned Stark died in the books, made me realize George R.R. Martin wasn't going to pull punches. It was only later that I realized he was more afraid of finishing a story. I think he liked killing characters so much he forgot he needed them for the plot. Yeah, everybody always said, it's great. I love the show because no one is safe. At any given moment, you can lose a mainstay character. And sure, I get that. I understand that. But when that is really the main appeal of the show, and I've watched the whole thing, and honest to God, that's what so many people would jump to when they were talking about the show was, I just love that. I'm like, I don't know, man. I don't really like a show that kills everybody the hell off. That's not really fun to watch, no matter how realistic it may be in this setting or whatever you want to call it. Whatever, man. We are goofing with each other for a while. Just a funny clip, but believe me, I definitely would have shot had it been totally random LOL. Did you skip English period in school? No, I passed. Did you skip school altogether because you got bullied a lot and now only feel powerful by trying to belittle random people on the internet? Well, probably. What's the process of getting divorced to your Norwegian partner? Or where can I find it? The first result on Google when Googling divorce Norway was problem solving one of the reasons your marriage failed. F***ing hell, man. Always someone without a real profile photo. Get a life. Not everyone's proud of being a solid 4 out of 10 like you. Jesus, man, come on. You've got an evil rarity photo. Someone was gonna take the piss out of you at least a little bit, man. Not every job should have a living wage. That's not healthy for society. It's not healthy for someone making ice cream cones at Dairy Queen to make enough to live off of. You want a society that actually can't live off these jobs. So, How are those working these jobs meant to live? And more importantly, how will I get ice cream at Dairy Queen when all the people working for them died? You can't say that a job is necessary by, you do that by going to that place and buying ice cream and doing this and doing that. You are using your wallet to say that this is a necessary job. I want ice cream. I can go to Dairy Queen. There are people working there, and they will give me the ice cream for the money that I pay, right? You can't simultaneously say that these jobs are necessary and then say that people don't deserve to live and survive. You know what? They're surviving, but that's not what living is. That's not living. You can't say this. You can't say this, man. I taught my son that the world is flat, and now school is telling him it is round, and he's questioning which is real now. How should I encourage him not to believe everything he hears? The problem is your son now faces the issue of realizing at least one of his parents is a moron. He has to realize that. Though he loves you, he can't trust you to be correct about any questions he asks. That's hard for him. The more you push your idiocy on him, the angrier and more frustrated he will get. Hear, hear. It was the worst experience ever. The staff is completely unfriendly, the room was very untidy, and they have very poor services. You'd find spider nets even in the room, and nobody would care to hear you. What? Even the basic facilities, such as water, light, etc., wouldn't be taken care of. You'd be mistaken if you come to this property by looking at the old ratings. Okay, let's see what the owner has to say. Dear guest, thank you for your feedback, and I'm extremely sorry to hear that we've not taken any care of you. You stayed at our resort for 3 days, and on the first you vomited on the bed and pillows, and our room boy had cleaned everything. We cared for you. And at the time of checkout, when we charged you for bed sheets and pillows, which we thrown out because of you, and you had given such negative reviews. If my resort is that bad and dirty, then how did you stayed for 3 days? Is this one for frickin' real? Like, is this... Like, I understand how this could constitute, being destroyed by words, right? Or murdered by words in this case. But that shit's really hard to read. I'll just chalk it up to English not being your primary language, in which case it's A-okay, but still it's not quite as fun and own if it's that hard to read. So, my body, my choice. Except for when it comes to student loan debt, that's when someone else should step in. Someone needs to check on Kevin Sorbo. He probably dislocated something trying to reach this far. He's just mad he's not really anything anymore and never really made it. I mean, wait, who did he play? Was he Conan the Barbarian or something? Or no, Hercules. No, who gives a shit? That's the one. All right, homegirl, leave him. That's my girlfriend. I just preached my first sermon. She recorded it and wanted me to watch what she recorded. Thanks. Yeah, this right here is a prime example of not minding your own business. As long as they sit an extra week later in the year so that business is not interrupted, I don't mind. Some people may have a strong connection to the Queen, so we must all respect that. Those wanting a republic, I think, should wait a few weeks before provoking anything. I'm gonna go gently on you because I see you're only 19. Telling many tens of thousands of respectful, learned people who have agitated for a republic for decades to keep quiet at this time, when they have shoes older than you, is pushing your limits way too far. That right there is about as respectful as it could possibly have been. Good God, man. Ellen DeGeneres reveals the hurtful thing Elton John said to her after she came out as gay. Even Elton John said, "Shut up already, we know you're gay, be funny." Look, if there's one guy in the world that should say that to someone who's as allegedly as mean as Ellen DeGeneres, I'm glad it was Elton John. A book review. I hope I never read anything half as bad as this one. This book stunk so badly that I left it on the seat of the train as I was leaving. A woman behind me said, "Excuse me, I think you left your book." And I said, "Yeah, I kind of wanted to leave my book in hopes that someone else would come along and not hate it as much as I did." The book was long, boring, rambling, and had one plot twist that was moderately interesting, but didn't show up until about page 400 out of 450. Thanks for the spoiler. Skip it. Seriously. Spend time reading a neurobiology book or a book about the migratory habits of cranes, because that's what makes up 90% of this book anyway. The other 10% are two-dimensional characters who are whiny, needy, and dishonest. Still considering it? There's a copy on the New Jersey Transit for you somewhere. I need to figure out what this book is. Is it saying? No, it doesn't say. I need to know what this book is. Your boyfriend proposes. He says he didn't have time to save up and buy you a diamond. Instead, he makes you one out of wood and cheap gemstones. Do you say yes? Okay. No, I've settled twice for cheap rings. I want to be spoiled and deserve it. And how will you spoil a man back? Definitely not with appearance, and definitely not money-wise either. Third divorce is on the way. Good lord. Yeesh. That's a terrible portrait of the Queen, and 2 kids clowning in front of it? Disrespectful. Well, Luke is 8 and James is 4. Luke has had the same default expression imposed for every single photo we've taken since he was the tiniest of tiny crotch goblins. And asking a 4-year-old to adopt a modicum of decorum is like asking a domestic cat to complete my self-assessment return. It's also a bloody excellent piece of art. It has had people queuing up and down the road for a photo, putting, is it Rockford? Is it Rockford, folks? On the map. So, with the greatest of respect, get bent. There just isn't a single critical thought behind those eyes, is there? It's the way a pigeon would look at a Rubik's Cube. Why haven't Europeans fully embraced the concept of freedom like Americans have? It's rather shocking, isn't it? Living in the UK, we have so little freedom. I only have 5 weeks annual leave, which I'm forced to use, and 8 public holidays. I'm so downtrodden to have universal health care, so I don't have to think, can I afford to go to the hospital? My dirty communist employer not only gives me 3 months sick pay at 90% pay, but because we have proper employment law, I can't be fired on a whim of management. We're so repressed, I don't even have to use a designated crossing to cross the road. Please come save us from this socialist nightmare. Yeah, it is kind of funny to think about that, isn't it? Not all the other stuff, specifically the jaywalking comment. What a weird thing. Saw this on another subreddit under a post of being kicked in the nuts hurts more than childbirth. Oh boy, okay. As a man that has witnessed his wife give birth, these 2 events are not even in the same category unless when you got kicked, the boot lodged itself in your taint and over several hours slowly burst through your scrotum from the back by stretching it inch by agonizing inch until your sack is 3 times its original size, sometimes getting lodged behind the bones behind your sack, and eventually the boot bursts forth, shredding and tearing everything apart, and then even though you're mangled and the first boot took everything you had, you now have to push the shoebox the boot came in past your swollen and bleeding and exposed vas deferens, and then they weigh the boot and hand you the boot and say congratulations. Yeah, I'm sorry, if there's a single man in the world that thinks that getting kicked in the balls at full strength, hell, getting kicked in the balls by a horse would still hurt less than giving birth, I promise you. Condoms are free at campus, but printing isn't. So sex is more important than our assignments? Condoms are free because sex can cause serious health issues if it's carelessly done, and can kill you as well. Lack of education won't kill you, it'll just make you compare sex to printing. Although, while the comparison is stupid, I don't know why students are nickeled and dimed every fucking step. Oh, right, it's because schools are for profit, right? They're trying to make as much money as possible, right? Never mind, let's just move on. Forget about it. Grown men really let a football match ruin their day. Grown women let zodiac signs shape their future. I mean, some do, I'm sure. All right, what do we have? Rory literally ran after this guy and asked for a photo because of his t-shirt. Oh my god, the kid didn't know we were crying with laughter at him. Did it ever occur to you that a dude in his 20s at an anime convention chasing after a 13-year-old wearing a meme shirt to take a picture with him and make fun of him is exponentially more pathetic than a 13-year-old wearing a meme shirt? Yeah, that's one of the saddest photos I've ever seen, and it's not because there is a young kid wearing something that he likes. It's probably because of the douche canoe on the right who thinks he's hot when really he's a loser for this. Or this photo could be complete bull, could be something completely different. I don't know. Maybe this is all a lie. Who knows? I wanted to return to Buckingham Palace today for some quiet reflection and lay down my own tribute. Crowds young, old, from all ethnicities and backgrounds, truly the best of British, doing her justice. Hi, Dan. I was beside you there today. Nothing says quiet reflection like doing 4 takes of that video, then directing your friend to make sure you get the shot of me praying after I lay the flowers, and checking the video after each shot. Well, you gotta get that right, don't ya? DaBaby claims he was intimate with Megan Thee Stallion the day before she was allegedly shot. But what? If I had to cancel shows because I wasn't selling enough tickets to pack a McDonald's, I'd start making for attention too. Was this the guy that made an off-color AIDS joke? DaBaby? I don't know, man. What a weird name. What do you genuinely not understand? How I get taller and more handsome every time my grandma sees me. She shrinks, and her eyes get worse. Well, that's mean. Go ahead and text one of your side chicks. I know I'm better. The only side chicks I have are your other personalities. I'll see you at home. Oh, great. It's my understanding that burning alive is the worst possible pain anyone can feel. You'd be correct. I survived being completely engulfed in fire. That's just the start of your long journey into pain. The treatments are brutal, recovery is long, and if you escape without a drug addiction, then you're in a rare audience. Jesus, you're one impressive compulsive liar. According to your comments, you've been engulfed in fire and went on a long burn treatment, you've drowned, you've lived on every continent in the world, you've known and spoken to thousands of women, you've lived everywhere in the US, at age 6 you started working as a janitor, you jumped in front of a speeding car, causing an accident which ended up in a murder and a suicide, you've carefully and methodically planned a murder but stopped yourself at the last moment, you've been involved in multiple car crashes, you've been electrocuted, suffered gunshot wounds, and you nearly died in the snow. So, this person's either a crazy compulsive liar or the craziest in human history. Occam's razor, my friends. I mean, to like, which one of these is more realistic? You know what? You get it. Wait, is that Occam's razor? I don't know. Same. I can read a 500-page book in 30 minutes. Mostly because long paragraphs that are not spaced correctly make my eyes sore. You can't read a 500-page book in 30 minutes unless it's a picture book. The average wide-spaced novel has 250 words per page, meaning you're reading 125,000 words in 30 minutes. Or 4,167 words per minute. The average reading speed is 300 words per minute, with faster readers reaching 700 words per minute. Neuroscientists say that claims of reading up to 1,000 words per minute must be viewed with skepticism, so basically, you're a massive liar. To an extreme extent. Part 2, Bro gets back up and knocks the 11 secret herbs and spices out of Steven. God, I hate Steven Seagal. Well, after 20 minutes of not being acknowledged, I left. Too bad I won't get to try this place. No menus? Come on, have a waiter that gives you a menu. That way you have customers. That way you know you have customers. What the hell? And why should have to have my phone no go? That fell apart quick, I gotta say. It's Labor Day weekend and this review is so full of lies. I'll take the time to stand up for our staff. You were in the bar for 10.5 minutes total. I have a time-stamped video, which I'm happy to post here or upload to YouTube. You go to the bar, Jen greets you and explains how our ordering system works, and for 2 minutes, that goes on. You seemed annoyed, so she immediately walked out from behind the bar to check in with you at your table in the venue room. Less than 4 minutes later, Micah, our food runner, checks on you. You leave 2 minutes later. It's okay if you don't like ordering at the bar or that we have an online menu, but you don't need to lie about our hardworking staff. Shame on you. It's also incredibly ironic that you used your phone to write a review about how you don't want to or have to use your phone. If this is your life, I feel really bad for you, and I hope you can make a positive change for a less abysmal existence. I would invite you to come back for brunch when we have servers and full service, but I have too much respect for my staff. Please stay away if this is your usual behavior. If you're having menu problems, I feel bad for you, son. I got 99 problems, but a staff ain't one. Your education level? Sophomore in college. LOL, that better be a joke. You're a joke. You're a sophomore dropout and I'm a data scientist. Any high schooler can make out the difference. I just started college because I was in the military for 6 years. You're a loser. Good luck. Yeah, you dodged the big bullet bills in Super Mario World? You know, the big ones that would cover like half the screen? That is the bullet that my guy here just dodged. How disrespectful and shitty can one person be? You know, going on Tinder is awful enough for 95% of the people involved. All parties are having a bad time on that app. But if you're this type of person, this is what you're doing when you're going on there? Good friggin' luck out there. I wish you nothing but failure on that quest, because you deserve it. I mean, come on. Sorry, it stings when I see people mistreated in such a specific way. I need a drink. Okay, that one's not water, it's Pepsi, so just don't even. Okay, you can't judge me. Prepare for flooding! For current warnings, visit emergency.wa.gov.au. More left-wing propaganda. Unsure if the water's flowing more from the right or the left, but significant stream rises are expected. Even if it's a joke, it's such a lame goddamn. Can you imagine? Can you imagine that? It's like getting a hurricane evacuation warning. And you're like, oh, I'm not trusting them, man. No, sir. No, sir at all. I really, really hope no one actually says these things and puts themselves in danger, but you never know these days, dude. Oh boy, what do we have here? Pharmacy struggling to keep ADHD prescriptions in stock. Why are we giving children legal speed? Chad, Adderall does help. You were on it. Oh, commenter's mom coming in with the haha, suck it. Oh, here we go, Kevin Sorbo again. I'm gonna read the tweet one more time, all right? So my body, my choice, except for when it comes to student loan debt, that's when someone else should step in? Point to the place on your body where the student loans are. Kevin Sorbo is not exactly the smartest man around, and he proves it a lot. He's so not smart. He should run for government office here in the United States. I'm sure he'd win instantly. Oh, great. Today's great sadness is watching God-denying 39-year-old intentionally single childless women who don't realize that their pursuit of self is going to leave them lonely in old age with no progeny, no joy of motherhood, and a total sense of emptiness in their twilight years. Dale, she said no. Therapy might be a better way to process your resentment. Yeah, that tweet had "I never have sex" written all over it. What a weird way to say I don't get any. You know what I mean? Millennials who are very cavalier about not having children are in for a shock when they enter their 40s and realize life is only half over. What do you do at that point? Keep trying to be sexy and have fun? I expect to see a lot of sadness and confusion about what to do at that point. Sorry you have to have a child so someone is forced to hang out with you, bro. Hope things improve for you. Man, that tweet bothers me in a different way. How dare you think I'm trying to be sexy and have fun? You think I won't be able to do that in my 40s like I'm doing now? Kiss my big ass. Truly appalled, picked up my new passport today. My old one expires in the next couple of months. See below and spot the difference. Good to know I need to renew and can't wait to get that cancerous title off my passport. Afraid your name still needs to be on there. Oh no. Two men will never become one flesh. Then you're doing it wrong, Tim. Try to breathe deeply and relax into it. Is this a reverend? Is that a reverend? It is, it's Reverend Daniel. Reverend Daniel, that's just great, man. Weird. That looks like an asshole. Turn your monitor on. Jesus Christ, why murder a man? It's 9 a.m. Hey, Empire State Building. It's easier to click New York Giants colors, and that will do. Wait, what? Okay. I have twice as many floors as you do wins. Oh, sheesh. You. That's so nice of you. And when did your dad come home with the milk? I don't blame him for leaving such a failed child that just learned a new word. Well, if he's so failed, how'd he learn a new word?
I hate when straight men ask openly gay women, how you know you don't like wiener if you ain't ever try it? Bro, how you know you ain't like wiener if you ain't ever try it? See how stupid that stuff sounds? Man, come here. Let me put this strap in your booty. We finna answer that right now. At Play Overwatch. Hi team, my daughter created a new character. Her name is Burst. She'd love to know your thoughts. Our artists were so inspired by this that they created their own fan art. Hope your daughter loves it. The Overwatch crew just made something adorable. Like, I'm an actual freaking artist, and so are a million goddamn other people on the planet, and the person being recognized for their art by a game company is a freaking child? Nah, so much F that. Well, if the criteria for recognition is being an effing child, I'd say you still have a chance. Hashtag surviving Cardi B spreads online after rapper claims she used to drug and rob men. People have been paying for her music for the last 2 to 3 years, and all of a sudden her robbing people is news? At this point, there's no excuse for a baby boomer to be technologically incompetent anymore. It's just willful ignorance. This stuff is not effing hard. Why is it asking for a password? Because you're logging into something, Martha. That's how it's been for the last 20 frickin' years. How do I do X? Can you show me? No, Dale. You can Google it, like the rest of us. It requires one exposure to the concept of Googling to understand how it works. Your generation was smart enough to cause a total economic collapse out of malice, but not smart enough to type in a few words, I guess. I'm just not tech savvy. No, you just refuse to learn because, like in most things, you are stuck in your ways. The worst part is after you help an old F with some sort of tech BS, 9 times out of 10 they'll give you some kind of BS passive-aggressive thank you. Like, oh, I guess you young people have to know something about those phones you're always on, huh? Give me an effing break, Gretchen. I have depression from living in the economy you created, and my phone is more of a reprieve than dealing with your stubborn, inconsiderate A. And another thing that just gets my blood boiling is their ability to get into their settings, completely F things up, and then manage to develop total amnesia about how it happened. What do you mean you set your phone to Japanese on accident, Phil? There's like 15 separate menus you have to navigate through to get there. I think it's because I got a virus. No, Greg, it's not a virus. The only viruses here are your rampant stupidity and the deadly pathogens carried by your unvaccinated grandchildren. I just absolutely loathe that the people who decide if women should be executed for having abortions or not are the same people who can't figure out how to work a Blu-ray player with the instructions in front of them. President Trump. I will close the border if Mexico doesn't get with it, if Mexico doesn't stop. If that's easy to close the border with Mexico, why do we need a $50 billion wall? Plus, people could still just enter from the other 2 Mexicos. Boyfriend took me to get undies and he wanted to embarrass me, so he said real loud, I can't wait to rip these off with my teeth. And I replied with, seriously, you need to stop, you're my brother. I won. President Trump was remarkably strong in his joint press event with Senator McConnell. His grasp of the issues is very deep and growing. I assume your spell check is in the hospital battling cancer, so you abandoned it. It's always the guys with big trucks, guns, and small penises who are convinced everyone else is beta. I drive a car. Love how that is the one thing you corrected. Man drugged and robbed by Cardi B says it was still better than listening to her music. That's 2 for 2 for Cardi B. 2 for 2. God meant for women to be more chastity. If not, he would have created a means for checking men's virginity. Luckily, we developed Twitter, so we can just read tweets like these to tell when you're a virgin. Croissants at LaGuardia are going for $7 a piece? Yet some people think getting a whole hour of personal dedicated human labor for $15 is too expensive. Oh, the humanity. Here's the answer. Government mandated free croissants for all. And we'll just force the beggars to give all their time for free. Hashtag socialist logic. Hashtag April Fools. GOP taking every tweet so earnestly, making my point for me. It's not an argument against the price of the croissant, it's about the value of human worth. But I guess the idea is foreign to them since their politics treat people as disposable anyway. Dear kids, I'm a baby boomer. We are getting old. But at least we had sex, drugs, and rock and roll. Seems like millennials have moral panics, workshops, and grievance circles. Time to rebel. XX Mom. Didn't your generation slap warning stickers on albums for saying bad words and have meltdowns about satanic cults being in nursery schools? There's nothing we can ever give to the Democrats that will make them happy. This is the highest level of presidential harassment in the history of our country. You could have some dumb a-hole constantly asking to see your birth certificate because he doesn't believe you were born in the US. My favorite thing I learned in college is that way back in ancient China there was this poet/philosopher guy who wrote this whole pretentious poem about how enlightened he was, and that was like, the 8 winds cannot move me, blah blah blah. And he was really proud of it, so he sent it to his friend who lived across the lake, and then his friend sends it back and just writes, fart, or the ancient Chinese equivalent on it. And he was so mad, he travels across the lake to chew his friend out. When he gets there, his friend says, wow, the 8 winds cannot move you, but 1 fart sends you across the lake. There should be a zoo of drunk white people doing stupid stuff. It's called Florida. As a Florida resident, I cannot confirm nor deny this, but I will say we do charge when people enter. When I went to school, we had dress code of skirts and dresses. Nothing above the knee, only the middle of the knee. Any shorter, you were sent home to change and get back to class, and make up the time after school. I'm proud to say that in high school, no one got pregnant. Back in your day, soda had cocaine in it and black people had no... Oh, yeesh. Black people had no rights. The good old days weren't that good, lady. Let society progress. I think I'll trade teenage pregnancy for black people having rights. I think that's a good deal. Let them have rights and, yeah, I think that's fair. Hashtag teens. What do you think hashtag Jesus' favorite hashtag gun would be? Emoji with a halo holding a revolver. At GOP teens. A nail gun. From at literal edgelord. Not hashtag funny. Consider yourself hashtag blocked. Hashtag got him. See this here? He's turning right on a red light. That is America's only contribution to Western civilization. Introducing the thing you never asked for but definitely always wanted, Tinder height verification. Coming soon. Read more about it here. Cool with this? Just add a weight verification as well for the ladies who love to show those old pics. Puerto Rico got $91 billion for the hurricane. More money than has ever been gotten for a hurricane before. And all their local politicians do is complain and ask for more money. The polls are grossly incompetent, spend the money foolishly and corruptly, and only take from the USA. Puerto Rico is the USA, you racist lout. It makes my heart smile when 2 ugly people find each other and fall in love. So who's the lucky guy? Laura Ingraham guest says trans people will, quote, destroy gender norms to create, quote, new species, human and part machine. Part machine? They're trans, not transformers, you idiot. Got your hands on the Galaxy S8? Show us the first photo you took. It was a dick pic. That's murdered by emojis, my man. Forget murdered by words, my man was murdered by emoji. Happy Mother's Day to all of the single fathers out there who have had to raise their kids without a mother. Today's about mothers. Why do men always have to try and take everything away that's just for women? You're one to talk. Blank's raised 2 great children all by himself. He does school bake sales, cooks dinner, cleans and does his daughter's hair before school. Your 4 kids all live with your parents because you can't stay out of jail for more than 6 months. He's more of a mother than you'll ever be. Dear guy who just made my burrito. Have you ever been to Earth? On Earth, we use the word burrito to describe a tortilla filled with things you eat. Pretty simple stuff, and I'm surprised you at least got that part right. My burrito was, in fact, filled with food. In this, you and I agree, and are friends. But this is also where my lifelong hatred begins for you and anyone else whose brain has been repeatedly scrubbed with the same mixture of bleach and pop rocks as yours has. Because that should have killed you, but left you around long enough to do what you did to me today. Let me explain. You're an idiot. Let me explain further. Burritos are eaten from one end to the other. So that means when you assemble a burrito with mother effing zones of ingredients going that direction, you create a disgusting experience for the burrito's end user. When you make a burrito, you should put the ingredients in layers lengthwise. That way, every bite has at least an effing chance of getting at least 2 types of ingredients. And there is little chance of becoming almost hopelessly trapped in a goddamned cilantro cavern. Have you ever eaten one of the things you make all effing day? You should try one. They are pretty good when you are not willing yourself through the effing empire of sour cream only to end up in lettuce country. Lettuce country. When you eat a burrito, you don't stand it up and bite down on it. Lengthwise, like an effing rancor. Humans can't usually dislocate their jaws, and I'm not an effing pelican. But you must think that's how it's done, since that would be the only effing way to take a bite of your crapstrosity and have it taste like a burrito. And guess what else, player? You probably can't guess anything, because I'm pretty sure you're just a mop with a hat on it that fell over and spilled some stuff into a tortilla. But just in case, here's what. Humans also don't eat burritos like an effing corn on the cob. Like a effing typewriter from one end to the other, a little at a time, and then ding, next line. But today I wish I tried that, because at least then I'd be able to eat some rice, then beans, then be like, hey beans, I'll be right back, just going over here to the guacamole for a second. Nope, my experience was more like, hey beans, it's just gonna be you and I for a minute until I can effing excavate the rice from beneath you, but by then you'll be a fading memory. Oh hey, I was wrong, I'm in the effing Cheezosphere. Now rice must be next, I hope it's not another effing salsa pocket. You built this thing like a pack of lifesavers. And don't even frickin' think I'm about to open this stuff up and re-engineer your nonsense 90 degrees. I already put a hole in it with my mouth. Yeah, that's how I discovered you suck at looking at things. I am not going to do frickin' tortilla or origami to get this stuff back together, only to end up with a burrito that's been shot in the gut and is bleeding your ineptitude. What's that? I should ask you to mix it up first next time? Is this Jamba Juice? I don't want to drink my effing burrito through a bendy straw, and I don't want to pile a burrito soup in a flour can. I just want a burrito. In conclusion, you are the worst thing that has ever happened to the universe. You owe everyone everywhere an apology for this burrito abomination, and I hope your babies look like monkeys. Update for everyone who just said, just eat it with a fork. A frickin' fork? I didn't order the frickin' burrito salad. If anyone ever handed me a burrito with a fork, they would be wearing a brand new burrito hat from my fall collection 10 seconds later. That's like buying a car and having them hand you a frickin' wrench with the keys. Like, yeah, we know this car is going to explode and be spread across 8 lanes as soon as you hit the gas, but we gave you a wrench, so be cool. Jesus already gave me 2 burrito forks. One at the end of each arm. They're called hands. A fork. My God, I haven't cried since I was 6, but I'm sobbing now. People eat burritos with forks? God is sorry he made us. The England football team visited an orphanage in Russia yesterday. It's heartbreaking to see their little faces with no hope, said Vladimir, aged 6. Hashtag England squad.
Yeah, they had us the first half, I'm not gonna lie.
Sisters and brothers are at some point attracted to each other, and that's facts. We all have a little crush on our brothers and sisters at some point. What kind of Leonard Skinner Confederate flag flying outside of every trailer Chevy... God, man, this man's got so much to say. What kind of Leonard Skinner Confederate flag flying outside of every trailer, Chevy symbol, chest tattoo, MAGA hat wearing, 6-year-old son still in diapers, life is like a box of chocolate, sweet tea brewing, moonshine running, Mountain Dew drinking, NASCAR loving, pile of empty Bud Light cans in the passenger seat of the beatdown pickup stuff is this. And scene. Girls I like versus girls that like me. Boy, who the F said I liked you?
Overheard LA. Girl to boyfriend taking pictures of her. Oh my God, these are horrible. Boyfriend. Well, what do you want me to do? That's what you look like. Christadelphian meeting room, Bible address every Sunday. Evolution is a lie. And then someone posted a neat little sign that said, if you have evidence to disprove evolution, then write it down, get it peer reviewed, and collect your Nobel Prize. Should Australia look at changing its negative gearing rules? I don't know what the negative gearing rules are. 57% yes, 43% no. This man in blue says, of course, the free ride is over, boomers. Time to actually work for something for the first time in your lives. Then gentleman in red says, how remarkably stupid your comment is. How do you think that boomers created the wealth to place a deposit on properly? You didn't create anything. You were given it by your parents' efforts post-war, and then you squandered it during the 70s, 80s, and 90s on a consumerist, degenerate lifestyle that poisoned our air, ruined any chance of a stable economy for short-term gains, promoted the kind of economic management that saw the greatest economy ever seen crippled with debt, and literally left some parts of this planet too polluted to inhabit. You're the only generation to leave your children with less than you had for the first time in the history of humanity. You created nothing. Boomers are a pathetic stain on the scorecard of history, and if it were up to me, you'd be taking numbers next to a long wall. Boomer versus Zoomer, dude. From Chase Bank. You. Why is my balance so low? Bank account. Make coffee at home. Eat the food that's already in the fridge. You don't need a cab. It's only 3 blocks. I guess we'll never know. Seriously? Hashtag Monday Motivation. And then Elizabeth Warren, that bag of wrinkles, replied with, at Chase, why aren't customers saving money? Taxpayers. We lost our jobs, /homes, /savings, but gave you a $25 billion bailout. Workers. Employers don't pay living wages. Economists. Rising costs plus stagnant wages equals 0 savings. I also probably said economists wrong. It's probably economists. I don't know. Chase. Guess we'll never know. Everyone. Seriously? Hashtag money motivation. Two dads. Two dads. Two dads. Gotta love the double dad ensemble. I actually really like the term double dad. Bring my children a double dad. Anyway, from the unpopular opinions, fair enough, I really hate seeing children at gay rallies. In most cases, they don't understand what they're doing and what they're promoting. I think most children are pressured into going to gay rallies by their parents and, therefore, pressured into believing gay marriage. And then Mikasa Blumkins responds with this little gem. I really hate seeing children in churches. In most cases, they don't understand what they're doing and what they're promoting. I think most children are pressured into going to churches by their parents and, therefore, pressured into believing a magic man out of the sky who will send them to hell if they touch themselves or eat shrimp. Oh my god. I relate, RP0077. I just got destroyed. Thought I'd share. People who don't carry umbrellas in rainy weather. Why not? Do you like getting wet? I like to experience how I make girls feel. Cold and irritated. Oh, Donald Trump tweet. Get ready, boomers. The wall is being rapidly built. The economy is great. Our country is respected and good. The wall has yet to start construction. The national debt is at 22 trillion, and our country is a laughingstock of the world right now. Yeah, but what if also the other one too? What if you guys just both believe both things? Y'all find this attractive? LMAO. They're the best gymnasts in the world. I promise you, they didn't get those abs to impress your dusty self. Oh, sorry, angry hippie. I just looked at his username, @YouWantMyD_annual. Nice. If you have this decal on your car and I see you, don't be surprised when you get a nice throat punch. Vaccinate your crotch goblins. It's tough talk from someone whose entire family can be taken out by a rusty nail. I'm sorry that I laugh like an old man who's never heard a joke before, but that's funny. Oh, hey, look, it's B.O.B. The cities in the background are approximately 16 miles apart. Where's the curve? Please, explain this. Oh, hey, Mr. Murderedbywords comes in. With the circumference of 24,901 miles, you are looking at a curvature of around 0.2 degrees, or a little more than 10 feet at 16 miles away. May I say, that curvature is still significantly higher than your IQ. Damn, I guess B.O.B. could really use a wish right now. I may just be very privileged. However, I have enough scholarships that I'm going to a very good university for free. My friend who comes from a poor family and is Hispanic also has enough scholarships to cover the costs and is an RA, meaning he's getting paid to go to college. There are so many opportunities out there to get money for college that there's no point to be swimming in debt unless you went to law, grad, or med school. Good luck in college! Suggestion: take some classes like logic and rhetorical analysis, and of course some statistics while you're there. Then perhaps you'll finally know the difference between data and anecdote. Balloon Fest, Chernobyl, Challenger, 1986 was a hell of a year. I was born in 86, is that bad? I'll add it to the list of that year's disasters. Another one on the board. Lol, you have never screwed a pretty girl, ever. Could be said about any dude who ever screwed you, lol. Thanks, literally Hotler. Amazon should replace local libraries to save taxpayers money via forms. Fun fact about getting books from Amazon. You had to pay money for them. Anyway, I'm off to pick up my library holds. But you don't have to pay taxes. Cost to individually buy the 6 books I want to have on hold this week, $70. Amount the Altadena Library special parcel tax cost me this week, 75 cents. Someone help me budget this. I'm not the chair of an economics department. Side note, how the hell do you say this guy's name? Time to butcher a name, everybody, so strap in, I can't read things. Panos Murderedbywords. I don't know. How do I turn my cat vegan? I don't want her to eat meat because it's not right. If you honestly want to do this, follow these simple steps. 1. Give your cat away to someone who will actually take care of its needs and feed it what it needs to eat. 2. Never own another cat again. Unless you actually want to kill your cat by having it die due to your crusade. Funny. I thought vegans were against cruelty to animals. Okay, we'll give that a half point. We'll give that a half burn. Fatal explosions in Sri Lanka at Catholic churches, reportedly 20 plus dead, 50 plus taken to hospital. Who effing cares? Just a friendly reminder. Strangers cared about your cousin's medical issues when you posted a thread asking for help with his medical condition. Don't bite the hand that feeds, which is Reddit for you, my friend. Churches calls out Marshmello for working with Chris Brown and Tyga. Chris and Tyga respond. Oh, here's the church's post. We are really upset, confused, and disappointed by Marshmello's choice to work with Tyga and Chris Brown. We like and respect Mello as a person, but working with people who are predators and abusers enables, excuses, and ultimately tactically endorses that behavior. That is not something we can or will stand behind. Then Tyga, we're all God's children. Everyone makes mistakes, no one's perfect. Let's keep the energy positive. Chris Brown, bunch of losers. These are the type of people I wish walked in front of a speeding bus full of mental patients. Keep groveling over your own insecurities and hatreds. I'm black and proud, and I know it hurts that you guys are struggling with life of peace, so you are forced to see my success. You aren't even number 2. Remember, second place only means you lost first. Ta-ta, good day, peasants. Hundreds of anti-vax families pile into California Capitol to protest draconian immunization bill. Kidding me? Hey, I know we're all not vaccinated. Let's just pile into one big building and cough real loud. This is like smoking while pumping gas. It really is, though. Dad forced to choose which child to save in Sri Lanka attacks, but both die. That's awful. I'm sorry. Holy hell. This is an awful, awful headline. A, when you read the story, he absolutely didn't choose which child to save. And B, how could you do this to a man whose children have just been killed? Don't you think he's suffering enough? You frickin' ghouls. God, I agree. Man, that's rough. After all the aftermath and destruction of the Notre Dame fire, the altar and cross remain untouched. Please explain to me how you don't believe in God after seeing this. Because the melting point of gold is 1064 degrees Celsius and a wood fire burns at around 600 degrees Celsius. Damn, using facts and logic. Ben Shapiro style. If you use facial recognition for anything, the government has your face. Lol. Wait until you find out about driver's licenses. If America is such a horrible country, why are thousands of Hondurans trekking across the continent to try and get in? Because in 2009, the US government supported and legitimized a military coup in Honduras that led to extreme poverty, violence, and repression. Charlie Kirk 11. From Jimmy Rat. Hey guys, this is the government office where you can apply for your free college. They'll even give you on-the-job training, work clothes, a free place to live, and 3 hot meals a day. All with the additional potential of international travel to Iraq and or Afghanistan. Oh, you don't like free stuff anymore? I'm sorry, but the whole join the military if you want free education thing is BS. You shouldn't have to go through severe physical and psychological reconditioning, risk your life, or sign up for a war that you are morally opposed to in order to get an affordable education. Honestly, most people fighting for free education aren't even asking for free education. They're asking for affordable education. You know, like the generation before ours had, before the politicians they voted into office screwed that up for us. Free education isn't free. Let's say Bernie gets you a free education. You get a nice job with your oology degree, making $30K a year, but golly gee willikers, the government, Bernie, wants 65% of your paycheck to help other kids get PE and ology degrees. It's never free. Boom, roasted. Like I said, I don't want a free education. I understand how socialism works. I want an affordable higher education, like the one your generation and the one before it had, before they screwed it up for my generation. Let me break this down for you. Annual tuition for Yale, 1970, $2,500. Annual tuition for Yale, 2014, $45,800. Minimum wage in 1970, $1.45. Minimum wage in 2014, $7.25. Assuming you work every single day for the 4 years of your undergrad, 1,460 days, and every single penny you make goes to tuitions and tax deductions aren't factored in. Daily hours at a minimum wage needed to pay for tuition in 2014, 17.31. Annual tuition for Yale 1970 adjusted for inflation in 2014, $15,253.61. Minimum wage 1970 adjusted for inflation in 2014, $8.85. This is what we're given to work with, and we're called lazy and entitled when we call foul. Know why this is what we have to work with? Because your generation and the generation before it decided they wanted to go to school for free, or rather on the government's dime, until they graduated and got a job to pay them back with reasonable interest rates. Great plan, right? Wrong, because that gave schools the free reign to jack their tuition rates up every year, because now the government was guaranteeing them that money. Same with textbook companies, who can now charge $200 for a spiral-bound, 150-page book that gets slightly reworded and reorganized every year and branded with blank edition, that your school requires you purchase in order to get an online code to access your assignments for that course. Can't buy an old edition. That code has been used before. By the way, you'll use that textbook exactly 4 times all semester. Want to sell it back at the end of the semester, you'll get $25 to $30 in bookstore credit for it. They can do this because the government subsidizes it. Who decided to let them do that? Wasn't my generation, and since then, the government has raised interest rates on those loans exponentially, because before, where a few people needed loans to attend college, now it's nearly impossible to pay out of pocket for your average 4-year university. Certainly not for the middle class, and even more so for the lower class that the right-wing conservatives love to blame for being lazy and not going to school and getting education to improve their circumstances. Meanwhile, the average college senior is graduating with over $35,000 in student loan debt, with interest rates starting at 4% and climbing steadily from there, into an economy where the unemployment rate for young graduates is at 7% and the underemployment rate is at 15%. It'll take the average student close to 20 years to pay off that debt, due in part to the interest rates, but also due to the low starting salaries, abysmal employment rates, the rise in the cost of living, the housing market crash caused by the exact same stupid government subsidy plan, and the recession that not my generation but the ones before it hurled us into. So no, I'm not asking for free anything. I'm aware that such things don't exist. I'm simply asking that we be given the same opportunities as the generations before us without being called the entitled, selfish, lazy generation. We are adapting as best we can to the mess that was handed to us by a generation far more entitled than our own. Took the batteries out of the carbon monoxide alarm because the loud beeper was giving me a headache and making me feel sick and dizzy. That's it. That's what anti-vaxxers sound like. I taught my son that the world is flat, and now school is telling him that it is round, and he is questioning which is real now. How should I encourage him to not believe everything he hears? The problem is that your son now faces the issue of realizing at least one of his parents is a moron. He has to realize that, though he loves you, he can't trust you to be correct about any questions he asks. That's hard for him. The more you push your idiocy on him, the angrier and more frustrated he will get. My girlfriend's a meat expert. Impressive, considering how little she has to work with. Men are frickin' dogs. You can say that again. They can be. And women ain't any frickin' better. A few years ago, I met a guy. Really nice guy. Probably one of the nicest guys you could ever know. We became good friends and chatted often. Occasionally, he would call me just to ask how I was. You know, the kind of thing a friend would do. Anyway, one day he asks me to come to his house and look at his computer. Says it's been slow and maybe ate some viruses or whatever, so I'm like, yeah, no sweat. And we go to his house where he introduces his wife, a girl I went to school with. She tries to seduce me and get me to sleep with her. I feel disgusted and refuse. Some time goes by and this girl messages me one day to tell me her husband left her. When I ask why, she tells me because she cheated on him and he found out. And now she posts this status message on Facebook. Men are freaking dogs. I could do nothing but laugh my freaking butt off. Thank you for making my day. Alright, get out of here. Go, shoo. Come on, shoo. I'm allergic to you. A teacher ran out of sick days to stay with his cancer-stricken daughter, so fellow educators chipped in with their sick days, adding up to 100 days. That's cute. Tales from the working class dystopia repackaged as feel-good stories are getting old. And just let us, we don't have a lot of good news. Can we just let us have this one semi-good thing? Alyssa Carson, 18, NASA's youngest astronaut in training. She'll be one of the first people to land on the surface of Mars. Oh, that's awesome. Oh, never mind, it's not awesome. NASA doesn't select astronauts that early. The minimum requirements are to have a degree and 3 years of work in a related field, i.e. geology graduate working as a geologist, but can be substituted with 1,000 hours of piloting a jet aircraft. They get 18,000 applications each year and get to choose about 25. Even being a NASA engineer doesn't guarantee you a spot. NASA makes no exceptions. She's smart, she's determined, and she went to a lot of space camps, but she's not yet in the Astronaut Corps training program. I don't want to sound like I'm diminishing her, but saying she's done NASA astronaut training is like saying you went to Stanford when in fact you only did their month-long summer program. Breaking. Armed woman arrested after ramming a van into the White House fence. She has previously been arrested twice for trying to climb the fence. 3 failed attempts to get into the White House. Who does she think she is? Hillary Clinton? And then no one laughs. He waits and he's like, Hillary Clinton? I like to think that all the murdered by word posts are like people at comedy clubs, and then they're just reiterating the joke when no one laughs.
Please clap.
The new Bloomberg cover is a work of art, and it's Marky Mark and the Zucker bunch, just sitting right there. The apology machine, Facebook says it cares, is that enough? What are you thinking about, Mark? Ooh, that's a lot of code. That's a lot of code, Marky. Mark. Speak, I am sorry. Do you accept insults, you absolute buffoon? Buffoon. A moron who thinks he is smarter than others but cannot spell the word buffoon. That bonehead wrote a letter to the newspaper calling Steve Jobs a buffoon. How embarrassing would that be? Oh no, you messed up, Charles. Plan B is a personal robotic bee designed to mimic how bees pollinate flowers and crops. Instead of saving the environment and helping actual bees, let's spend billions on robots that do what bees would do for free. What's up, bro? Do you think I've peed 1 million times in my life? Heck nah, son. Are you freaking dumb? Boy, you about to get roasted. The average human urinates 6 to 8 times a day. If you've been doing that since you were born, that is 52,560 at the high side of that average. That number, resembling nowhere near a million, had to have been configured by a dim-witted moron. That's you. You would have to be at least 348 years old, peeing 8 times a day to pee 1 million times, or pee 34 times a day and live to 80. If a 12-year-old is roped by her father and the father takes her to get an abortion, the evidence of the crime will be destroyed and he'll go on molesting his victim for years. If, however, the child is born, his crime will be discovered and she'll be rescued from the abuse. I don't know about that, Matt Walsh. I don't think I like a 12-year-old giving birth. Doctor, oh sorry mate, if I heal up your stab wound, then the evidence of the stabbing will be gone and your attacker will go free. However, if I leave it open and have you very slowly bleed to death, we might just catch this guy and prevent all future stabbings. Chickenpox at 8 years and shingles around 38 years. I'm still living. No need to vaccinate. One of my mates got hit by a car. He lived. I guess we don't need any of those road safety laws. Congratulations on wasting $100 billion landing a remote-controlled buggy on Mars. Not sure how this is supposed to help us poor people here on Earth, but great job. Jens is going off. The money doesn't get sent to Mars, idiot. Oh, they broke out the I word. It gets spent and put back into the economy. Just because the government isn't hand-feeding it to you, that doesn't mean it left America. If we removed the church from tax exemption, we'd have enough money to send a rover to Mars once every 2 weeks forever. Not to mention, it only cost $2.5 billion, which is what the US military spends every 33 hours. And we spend $7 billion on potato chips a year. Yet, NASA is the bad guy, lol. Why are the world wars called the world wars when it was only a bunch of white countries beefing over who gets to control and screw up the world the most? Why does everything white suddenly become the world? Ah, yes. The world wars were white. Remember the white countries Japan, China, Egypt, Libya, Morocco, Iraq, Brazil, the Philippines, Thailand, Vietnam, Burma, and Ethiopia in the world wars? So white. All girls with A cups need to stop wasting money on bras and just buy some tank tops like the rest of the homies. All guys with little wieners need to stop wasting money on boxers and just buy some panties like the rest of the girlies. I agree with that one. Being a heterosexual during Pride Month is like being a Jew back in Nazi Germany. Who sold you this take? Because that is a bad one, my friend. That is a terrible, terrible take. It's true. A sympathetic gay couple have sheltered me in their attic for the last 5 days. The Gestapo came yesterday and interrogated my benefactors, but they didn't search the house. At least, not this time. I'm putting them in terrible danger, but I don't know what else to do. I know what happens to those who protect breeders. They know it too. How long will they be willing to risk their lives for me? I trust them. I have to. What happens when the closet police come back, though? What happens when they're forced to choose between their safety and mine? Pray it doesn't come to that. A crowd was marching in the street today. I could hear them chanting, "Yes, Queen!" through the walls of my hiding place. I can't tell if it's the stomp of their thigh-high boots or my own shaking, but it feels like an earthquake. An earthquake inside my own head. God, there's so many of them. I need to stay positive, but I could feel the spidery thread of hope slipping through my fingers. Why didn't I listen after Homo knocked? I could have left. There was still time, but I didn't listen. There's no escape now. Only hiding. Hiding and waiting for Pride Month to be over. And scene. This is an elementary school in Ireland. Within a decade, I guarantee the Gaelic language and culture will cease to exist. Yeah, the English who spent hundreds of years trying to destroy Irish culture aren't the problem. 20 black kids are. If your ex texts you, "I still love you, I want you back," what will be your reply? See, this is why I left you. Always texting your frickin' exes. Thanks, Jacoby. Tell us about your daily commute. What makes it great? What would you want to change? Hashtag City of Tomorrow. What do you guys say about that, Spencer? Actually going to work on like the 7,000 people you just laid off? Is that what you want to change, or is that what makes it great? You didn't specify here, Spencer. I'm a little confused. So I'm at a friend's restaurant for lunch, and this guy at the bar is complaining about a dish using the word bland multiple times like it hurts. Gives him power. He really knows what it means. Or the dish is actually bland. Hint, it's not. I was having the same freaking thing and I've had it multiple times before. So the owner walks over, offers to get him a new serving. No. New meal? No. Dude just wants to complain and he goes, I wouldn't serve this to a homeless person. And with like a 1 second delay, the owner goes, well, yes, you strike me as someone who believes the homeless don't deserve to eat. Talk about seeing someone deflate and fast. Well played. Thanks, the angry bartender. America was founded on Christian values and the Word of God. If you don't like Christianity, then go to a different country and practice whatever you want. Ray, as the government of the United States of America is not, in any sense, founded on the Christian religion, as it has in no self, no character of enmity against the laws, religion, or tranquility. What do you guys say about that, Kalan, Alan with a silent K? I don't know what your name is, but what do you got to say about that? Single woman's title, Miss. Married woman's title, Mrs. Unknown woman's title, Miss. Married man's title, Mr. Single man's title, Mr. Unknown man's title, Mr. Because a woman only has status if she is married. Think about it. Add an apostrophe to Mrs. Misters. Think about it. And then go throw up. Actually, that's entirely incorrect. For men in the UK and in other English-speaking countries, Master is used for boys under 18, example Master John Smith. When he becomes a man, he gets the title Mr. The women's title structure is similarly designed. Miss refers to a girl typically where Mrs., short for mistress, the female equivalent of Mr., not Misters, as you suggest, is for a married woman. In the early 20th century, however, Miss was reintroduced specifically to give an unmarried woman a title that wasn't as insulting as calling an adult woman Miss or an unmarried one Mrs. Today, Miss is usually used by adult women of married, unmarried, or divorced status, which is safe to use if unsure about her preferred title. Next time, fact check before you go on the offensive. There are really worthy causes out there which need help and attention, but historically inaccurate styles of address isn't really one of them. Honestly, climate change scares the heck out of me and it makes me so sad to see what we're losing because of it. Maybe you should learn some actual science then, and stop listening to the criminals pushing the global warming scam. I don't know, man. I already went and got a PhD in astrophysics. Seems like more than that would be overkill at this point. Nah, just do it. Just do it. Just do it, stupid. Just get science. How much do you get paid for each HPV vaccine? Less than the florist gets paid for the flowers at the funeral for someone who dies from HPV-related cancer. Dang, Chad. Trump's pick for ICE director. I can tell which migrant children will become gang members by looking into their eyes. Can he tell which white kids will end up being school shooters? No such thing as white African. You cannot claim ancestry from a country you murdered your way into. Africa isn't a frickin' country. In the most northern part of the continent of Africa, white people are native to those lands. And it's called immigration, you frickin' idiot. If there are no white Africans, then there are no black Americans or Europeans. During the 18th century, the politician John Montagu insulted rival John Wilkes by saying, "Upon my soul, Wilkes, I don't know whether you'll die upon the gallows or of syphilis." To which Wilkes replied by saying, "That will depend, my lord, on whether I embrace your principles or your mistress." Ooh. The "can I speak to the manager" haircut. Wow, I really can't believe how people can be so judgmental over a flipping haircut. Yes, my hair has been different lengths of this style for years. I've gotten nothing but compliments on my hair, but then again, everyone's entitled to their own opinions, but you don't have to be such jerks about it. Would you like to speak to the page administrator about this? Ladies, a priest I know was forced on Sunday to ask a woman at Mass to cover her shoulders. Please help the priest to protect the purity of the men at Holy Mass by choosing to dress modestly. The alternative is awkward for all involved. Thank you. And if your eye causes you to sin, gouge it out. It's better to enter the kingdom of God with only one eye than to have two eyes and be thrown into hell. Mark 9:47. If a man's purity is at risk in seeing a woman's shoulder, you should plug out his eyes. When is Hollywood gonna stop piggybacking off of classics by using a female lead and essentially remaking the same movies? And for all of you feminists who say anything positive about this, you're being taken advantage of by Hollywood. They just see you as an easy target market. Hollywood has become so lazy. You know that Linda Hamilton is a leading woman in both Terminator 1 and 2, correct? Wait, is that from Arnold himself? Men wear $60 boxers for $3 worth of wiener. Women wear Victoria's Secret panties for coochie that ain't no secret. No vaccine in my day
day, or my kids' day, and hey, we all got it and survived. I guess the older generations were just more robust in the day's tender flowers. If you hate advancement and the improvements modern technology has brought us so much, get off Facebook and carve your whining into a stone tablet. A while back, I heard my friend, male, insult another dude by saying, "You look like a kind of guy who wouldn't go to Walmart to buy his girl a box of tampons." And I still think about that crowning insult sometimes. My dad once called another guy someone who thinks loading the dishwasher once in a while makes him less of a man. I like your dad already. One time, my dad's boss was giving him crap for always leaving work early so he could get home and help my mom with me when I was a newborn. And his boss said, "I'd never changed a diaper in my life," really proudly. And my dad responded, "I'd be ashamed to ever admit I was that worthless of a husband." All men are pigs. Women are equal to men. I asked my 4-year-old daughter this morning whether she thought it would be more fun to have a job or be a mommy. She said, "To be a mommy so I can cuddle my babies." Clearly, she's already been victimized by the patriarchy. I asked my 6-month-old the same question and she said, "The false dichotomy in the premise of this question proves the ongoing need for feminism. You would never ask a boy to choose between procreation and professional fulfillment." Yes, neurotoxic vaccine given, then baby dies from ischemia hypoxia. I know I said that wrong. Caused by aluminum thickening the blood, which is not allowed to flow through the brain. Baby dies from lack of oxygen. Oh hi! Researcher whose thesis topic was neonatal hypoxic ischemic encephalopathy. I gotta figure out how to say this word real quick because it's gonna drive me crazy. Encephalopathy here. Encephalopathy here. Encephalopathy here. Thickened blood from vaccines is not a thing. In fact, birth is the leading cause of neonatal hypoxia ischemia related encephalopathy. Why would you... I hate these words! In fact, birth is the leading cause of neonatal hypoxia ischemia-related encephalopathy, which is typically prior to vaccination. A significant portion of the birth risk can be avoided with fetal monitoring in labor, well-trained birth attendants, and intrauterine resuscitation. But no, it's not vaccines. Really, ever. But honestly, if Iran disappeared tomorrow, what exactly does mankind lose? Literally nothing. Well, considering Iran is actually part of mankind, that statement made no sense. But since I'm entertaining your comment, I'll teach you something. You can blow up Iran today, but they will always be known for inventing the first water irrigation system in the world and also the first post office in the world. The inventor of algebra is from Iran, an Iranian scholar discovered sulfuric acid, chess was originated in Iran, maybe you've never heard of the Cyrus cylinder, look that crap up. Not to mention, all the contributions Iranian scientists have made to modern science. If you only read headlines on Facebook, you would think Iran is some backwoods desert that should be blown into an empty parking lot. But people who have visited know it's like Colorado. Beautiful mountains and full of college-educated and cultured people. Their government, much like ours, doesn't represent the people. I believe Anthony Bourdain once said that of all places he's ever visited, the streets of Iran were the most friendly and compassionate, unlike that last comment. At this point, there's no excuse for baby boomers still in the workforce to be technologically inept anymore. It's just willful ignorance. This crap is not frickin' hard. Why is it asking for a password? Because you're logging into something, Martha. That's how it's been for the last 20 frickin' years. How do I do this? Can you show me? No, Jeb. You can Google it like the rest of us. You've been an engineer and working with computers for 35 years. Why would I waste time when some 12-year-old Indian kid on YouTube can walk you through it far more clearly? It requires one exposure to the concept of Googling to understand how it works. Your generation was smart enough to create a giant hole in the ozone, but not smart enough to realize you have the near entirety of human knowledge at your disposal just by typing a few words in? Give me a break. I'm not tech savvy. No, you just refuse to learn despite most modern software being idiot-proof. Stuck in your ways out of entitlement. The worst part is after you help an old thought, 9 times out of 10 they'll give you some kind of BS passive-aggressive thank you along the lines of, "Oh, I guess you young people have to know something about those phones you're always on, huh?" Give me a frickin' break, Greg. Maybe we're staring at them because it's less depressing to be distracted instead of coming to terms with the fact the planet is literally dying. It's not my fault your wife hasn't had sex with you since 2006. Go away. And another thing that just gets my blood boiling is the ability to get into the settings, completely screw things up, and then manage to develop total amnesia about how it happened. What do you mean you set your phone to Japanese on accident, Deborah? There's like 15 separate menus you have to navigate through to get there. I think it's because I got a virus. No, Arthur. It's not a virus. The only viruses here are your rampant stupidity and the deadly pathogens carried by your unvaccinated and probably ugly grandchildren. I just absolutely loathe that the people who decide if women should be executed for having abortions or not are the same people who can't figure out how to work a Blu-ray player with the instructions right in front of them. Rant off. At its peak, the Soviet Union was an industrial powerhouse that was capable of rivaling the US economy. All this despite the fact that unlike the United States, the USSR did not build its economy up through indigenous genocide, stolen lands, and extensive use of slave labor. Hi Blank, here's my article from 2 weeks ago on the 75th anniversary of Stalin deporting 500,000 indigenous people from their land for the survivors to be forcibly employed in collective farms. I think that covers all 3 of your categories. Love the new Pokemon, Wooloo. They have a special message for all the future trainers. I'm not your Wooloo sweater. Sharing is good for us, you dumb frickin' C's. Peter would rather kill me than let me live comfortably and happy on a farm. Please share me. It's good for my health. Screenshots of Wooloo's entry, it seems. The white fur that covers their bodies grow throughout their lives, and it will fully grow back in 3 months even if the Wooloo has been completely shorn. The fur is used for clothing and carpets and the like, and it is very popular as a specialty product of the Gala region. Help me, I'm being held hostage! No president has ever worked harder than me, cleaning up the mess I inherited. Franklin Delano Roosevelt fought the Great Depression and led us through World War II. Lincoln saved the Union. You have golfed 156 times, visited Mar-a-Lago 27 times, and spend 6 hours a day on executive time tweeting and watching cable news. You may be the laziest president who ever lived. A reminder that Catholics should not support or attend LGBTQ Pride Month events held in June. They promote a culture and encourage activities that are contrary to Catholic faith and morals. They are especially harmful for children. I'm a straight man raised a Catholic, and your tweet has annoyed me so much I'm gonna give some lad a hand shandy in your honor. Thanks, PJ. Oh, look at that ratio on Bishop Thomas's. Oh my god. Let me get this straight. You're asking me what has gotten better with the current generation? The generation that snorts condoms and eats Tide Pods? As opposed to the generations that made black people use separate water fountains and fired folks for being gay? I'll take the condom trick any day. Hey, remember when the Panama Papers came out and revealed that all the rich people in the world are part of an enormous criminal conspiracy to dodge taxes and hoard stolen wealth in offshore accounts and literally nothing happened? That's not quite true. The reporter behind the story, Daphne, did I say Daphne? God, I need to take a... Jesus. That's not quite true. The reporter behind the story, Daphne Caruana Galizia, I don't know. That's not quite true. The reporter behind the story, Daphne Caruana Galizia, that's how I'm gonna say it, was murdered. Literal murdered by words, murdered because of words. Ooh. Representative Justin Amash, Mitch, crosses party lines to vote in favor of authorizing subpoena for Kellyanne Conway. I'd replace crossing party lines with follows Constitution. I've done my research on vaccines. What do you think about PCV2 specific lymphocytes that raise the number of THTC and CD3 plus positive T cells in the blood of DNA vaccine immune groups? I don't know if that's Alex Jones, but I like thinking that's Alex Jones. The back of his head looks like Jones, and so god damn it, he's Jones to me. Also, education isn't a human right, it's a service, and we do not have a right to the service of others. If the state wouldn't back these student loans, there would be less demand for the universities, which means the prices would have to drop. It's basic economics. The right to education, including equal access to college, is stated in Article 26 of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights drafted in 1948 and reaffirmed in 1960, according to the UN. Education is a human right. You are incorrect. Roy Moore at his Senate campaign launch. Why does the mere mention of my name cause people to get up in arms in Washington, D.C.? Is it because I'm a staunch conservative? Is it because I believe in God and marriage and morality in our country? It's because you tell children, real Judge Moore. Don't overthink it. Disgusting lack of diversity. Run faster than... I like that one. That's good. Run faster, stupid. Oh god, one of these. Dude, there's so many long, like, why is Murdered by Words such a long, just political subreddit? I hate it so much. This subreddit is like disgustingly political. How has serving impacted you? Dad served in Vietnam as Navy artillery mechanic. Spent most of his time in combat. Watched all his friends die when his PBR was blown up in the middle of the night. Hospital pulled out some shrapnel, badly stitched him up, and sent him right back to work on the next boat, same day. Dad spent the next several decades drinking because that was what passed for mental health treatment at local VA office. He had horrific nightmares for a long time and would wake us up with his screaming. He doesn't scream as much anymore, but still won't talk about his experience. On Veterans Day, while the military Twitter account is tweeting platitudes, my dad gets the most expensive hard liquor he can afford, toasts to the lives of his friends never had a chance to live, and ends the day drunk and sobbing. He made us swear to never join the military. That's not even Murdered by Words. That's just sad. How is that a Murdered by Words, dude? Jeez. Oh, I feel so bad for that guy. Imagine knowing a guy that can solve all your financial problems without asking for yes. His name is employment. See, that's Murdered by Words. That's good. That's a funny one. Trump is the first leader in the history of the world to be attacked for improving the lives of the citizens that voted for him. Lincoln was literally shot in the head for ending slavery. Please stop calling me O.Gay Simpson. What are you gonna do? Kill my wife? Honey, I'm glad when I used to skate as a kid, my parents didn't make me look like a dork by wearing some pointless helmet. Generation Snowflake strikes again. Imagine how nice you would have been without all the head injuries. I asked my husband if I'm the only one he's been with. He said yes. The others were all 9 and 10s. Send bail money. I get it. Watching soccer is a lot like going to a crappy bar. I'm watching Europeans try to score and failing. Football is a lot like education. The American version requires you wear your body weight in armor, and there's still no guarantee you won't get maimed. A Trump official tried to argue that detained children don't need soap, toothbrushes, or beds to be safe and sanitary while in Border Patrol custody. Somali pirates gave me toothpaste and soap. Every time I use they to refer to a single gender unknown person on Tumblr, another piece of my grammar-filled heart shatters, and the pieces scatter at the bottom of hell. They has been a singular pronoun for hundreds of years, you melodramatic dipstick. Well, actually, no. They is plural. People use they when they should use he, she, or it. Dense mother effer. The pronoun they is an English equivalent for the third person indefinite singular and has been for literally centuries. It remains morphologically and syntactically plural, therefore you don't need to crap your little pantaloons and compromising your surely rock-solid grammar rules. I guarantee every frickin' time you've ever had to refer to a person of an unknown gender, you've used they subconsciously. I guarantee every frickin' time you've ever had to refer to a person of an unknown gender, you've used they subconsciously. The post clerk gave me a message for you. Oh, what did he say? But you only have a problem with it when people specify it as a pronoun for themselves because you're a crap lord, I frickin' guess. Grammarized straight into hell. Cackles linguistically.
Maybe some mothers are toxic because they're burnt out from doing it all alone because of absent fathers. Sorry I abused you, honey, but I was just so mad about your dad leaving. And you see, I had to take it out on someone close to me instead of going to therapy to manage my anger like a normal human being. So you see, it's really not my fault. Love you, hun. Kisses. At 22, most of my peers are financing cars, traveling every week, getting drunk every week, while I am finding ways to increase my income, connecting with people everywhere, making smart financial decisions, and still enjoying the present. Life is about choices. At 22, most of my peers are having fun, being cool, having sex, while I am jacking off to the Bloomberg terminal, making women uncomfortable, eating only unseasoned chicken. Life is about choices. I'm heavier than a whale, but I can float over a mountain. Which emoji am I? A company that doesn't let their workers unionize. That's what you are. Ain't that the truth? And it's a scary truth. I'm a clinical neuropsychologist and have co-written When Crisis Strikes, 5 Steps to Heal Your Brain, Body, and Life from Chronic Stress with Dr. Jennifer Love. Ask us anything. I'm curious, you mention evidence-based, but your book has a foreword by Daniel Amen, and in this AMA, you direct people to the Amen Clinic. I'm sure you're aware Daniel Amen is widely regarded by the medical establishment as a charlatan and modern-day snake oil salesman. I'm curious how you reconcile your medical and clinical neuropsychological training with the pseudoscience that you're directing people towards at the Amen Clinic. You're a piece of crap. Maybe you should move to Africa. I have dual citizenship, so I actually can. Meanwhile, you'll be stuck here, smelling of mayonnaise and waiting on your cousin to text you back for that dick appointment. Ho-ho! British urgently want the blood of the Irish people. NHS says it is vital that Irish people in Britain step forward to donate blood. They could try checking their hands. Oh God. There's no such thing as cultural appropriation. It exists. The issue is that some idiots don't know the difference between appropriation and appreciation. So they say things like, white people can't wear kimonos. An outsider wearing a war bonnet is an example of appropriation, but an outsider wearing Creole clothes isn't. Here's why. A war bonnet is an important thing for Native Americans. You have to earn the right to wear it. Conversely, Creole clothes are the national clothes of Dominica, but we don't take it that seriously. Doomers will drive a 2-ton hunk of metal at 50 miles per hour to the grocery store, but be afraid to actually enter the store. This is one of the funniest Doomer bits, in my opinion. For 99% of the population, driving to stores is far more dangerous than actually going in them. When it comes to automobiles, we've collectively decided that they make our lives much better, and so we have to live with the costs as they're unavoidable. Why can't we do the same with this virus? Oh boy, here we go. On average, 24,000 people die each year in car crashes in the United States, according to data from the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration. COVID has now killed approximately 430,000 people in the US. I know math can be hard sometimes, but it's important to acknowledge that statistically speaking, COVID is by far the deadlier of these two things. It's not even close. Stay safe, mask up. But car dangerous. Why care about virus? There's no legitimate reason to ban transgender troops, period. Except when you're in a life or death situation and you aren't comfortable trusting the person next to you, but that doesn't matter, right? Ryan, The enemy has surrounded us and we have nowhere to run. I don't think we're gonna get out of this. I have a plan that might save us, but I don't know if I can trust you. Hurry, show me your dick. It's the only way, Brian, the only way. I must see your genitals. Keep your personal business preferences to yourself. We put way too much on social media. Talk to your actual friends. Seeing as how you've documented it on social media, I'm guessing it's not too personal to ask this. Did a lack of self-awareness play a part in your divorce? Eating chips with chopsticks is unironically galaxy brain. Your fingers don't get greasy and it lasts for longer. Fork. Oh yeah, I'm gonna stab my crunchy foods and make them fall apart like an absolute, absent-minded, dunce, fool, clown, jester, like a monstrous moron, an idiot of Shakespearean proportions, a cretin. I feel like we cut it off before it got significantly better. Not to be that guy, but this isn't particularly difficult if you can juggle. That's really interesting. Are there other difficult things that can become easy once you learn how? Tried my hand at TikTok. This one struck a nerve. Vaccinate your kids. Vaccines work. Vaccines don't cause autism. Educate yourself, woman. I did, thanks. 4 years of college, 4 years of medical school, 3 years of pediatric residency, 13 years of clinical practice. Yeah, but I Google. We cannot encourage people to make more money in unemployment than they do in employment. Gee, I wonder why giving people enough to live on comes out to more than minimum wage. Huh! That is a mystery. People who perform blood rituals and commit murders in the name of Satanism are guilty of cultural appropriation? Wow, that is some massive cognitive dissonance on your part. Oh, someone brought out the cognitive dissonance big boy words. Satanism does not include blood rituals or murder. Anton LaVey was consulted by Hollywood directors on how to portray Satanism. He was in movies depicting Satanism. Why did he present it as such? He was in Kenneth Anger's Invocation of My Demon Brother. So, you have trouble understanding the difference between a fictional film and reality then? Is that what you're saying? Or are you arguing that Rosemary's Baby was a documentary? You don't think universal healthcare qualifies as a charity handout? It's people financing other people's problems. Hey Trent, if your house catches on fire, I don't want my taxes to go towards financing your problems with my charitable handouts. Be a man and call around to get some quotes on quality firefighting services, you lazy shit. Islam is a lie. I'm an ex-Muslim. Jesus is the only way. Damn, what sect were you a part of? Nihari or Pulau? I think my family is Pulau. Bro, those are food dishes. Playing video games for 37 years and still successfully retired. I'm thinking of deleting my son's Steam account. Should I really do it when he has over 500 games? How miserable are you as a person to delete something your own son enjoys? Does he play video games too much? I guess there's better things to do, like go out on the streets, get involved with some drugs, maybe pick up hobbies like looting and rioting like the rest of the kids out there that hate their parents. I'm 42, retired, and played video games all my life. Video games don't stop you from succeeding in life. This might sound weird, but let your son be happy and safe at home playing video games. Go find some hobbies of your own that make you happy. If you can't, seek help professionally on how to find your own happiness without ruining others. No feeling in his playing. He's just overrated. Guitar is subjective, fellas. I used to know people in the 80s that said Stevie was contrived, BB was a soulless sellout, and Albert only had 3 licks. These arguments are as old as my guitar in this video. If you feel it, great. If you don't, that's fine too. We all love guitar around here. That we can all agree with. Why don't you just give him a chance? I don't know, because I'm not physically or mentally attracted to him, and but he likes you or but he's really nice isn't going to change the fact that I'm not interested. Damn, I don't think women know how much this really hurts. Oh boy. I don't understand this you don't know how much that hurts stuff. Do men not remember rejecting women? Have they forgotten that they hold us to impossibly high standards of behavior and beauty? That our personality alone is not enough for most men? Us being a nice person isn't what men list as their prime quality in a woman. How come we're rejected constantly, compared to each other, pitted against each other, and pretty much just accept this and move on? But the second we do that to a guy, we're a friend-zoning bitch. and were shallow and heartless. Normally, the men complaining about rejection would have no problem finding a lovely girlfriend if they just expand their idea of beauty. If you're not a stereotypical hot guy, don't expect to pull a stereotypical hot chick. It's not every man's right to have an extremely attractive girlfriend. It's not your right to have any girlfriend. And if you wouldn't date a woman based purely on her having a nice personality, why the f should any woman date you? Heterophobia just isn't a big deal. The most I've ever seen heterophobia is from Twitter idiots. Neither is homophobia then. Dude, I can get legally killed in 10 countries just for being gay. Are straights getting killed for being straight? No. I'm illegal in over 70 countries. How many countries are you illegal in? Some people want to be oppressed so bad. When I was in school in the 80s, Ireland was just this dangling bit on maps that never got mentioned, here be dragon style. In school in Ireland, we just learn about all the ways the Brits terrorized and destroyed our culture. Oh, that's a shame. They should really find room for math and stuff. Yeah, we do math. It's like, imagine you have 10 exports, and the English charge you the cost of those 10 just to rent land that they stole from you and outlawed you owning. And then you end up with one food crop to support yourself on because it was cheap and could grow in very small spaces. And then famine hits. And what percentage chance do you have of surviving? The answer to this equation is genocide. My cousin got me a new shirt, Best Gay Cousin. My daughter's always been a #1 fan, but this is not appropriate for her at all. As for us, we'll be taking all the clothes, bows, and bedroom decor down. I'm really sad about this. We follow biblical principles, and this does not represent the Bible at all. Best wishes! Make sure to tell her the part in the Bible which says, love thy neighbor as you love yourself. Oh, and don't forget, do not judge, or you too will be judged. For in the same way you judge others, you will be judged, and with the measure you use, it will be measured to you. If you hide behind the Bible as an excuse for hating gay people, or really anybody else at all, you're not actually a Christian whatsoever, and I will never recognize you as such. Decriminalize all drugs? So when a violent crime is committed by someone high on drugs, for instance, driving high and vehicular homicide occurs, or going into a violent rage while on meth, the law has its hands tied and the victim of the crime has less rights than a drug user? Exactly. When they legalized alcohol, we literally stopped arresting people for driving drunk. You can literally kill someone while drunk and they can't even arrest you. Just say, alcohol's legal, and they have to let you go. Slowly but surely turning into a militant state with this controlling Nazi government. Yeah, you go ahead and do that. My uncle was captured on a submarine during World War II, and they were tortured. And you think Canada is run by a Nazi government because a few people are getting ticketed? Yeah, do us all a favor. Cross your legs, hold your nose, and fart. You might just clear your mind, you clown. Twitter won't let you hashtag 1984, a dystopian novel about an evil big tech government that spies on everyone, censors and manipulates speech, punishes wrong thought, and tortures dissidents for sport. There's Orwellian, and then there's banning references to Orwellian. Oh look, hashtag 1984. Not only is this using Twitter's hashtag correctly, but it's also the original title of the book before later publishers numericized the title for book covers. I got a puppy and it's clingy. It follows me to the kitchen and everywhere. I'm starting to lose interest in the dog. So why is my puppy so clingy? Dogs are social animals, and if he or she was raised by a mother dog and had siblings, he or she would be used to a social environment and enjoy that. If you don't have interest in having a companion, I would suggest that you find the puppy a home with someone who actually wants that kind of relationship. And maybe get something that doesn't need attention back from you, like a tablet or a gaming console or a rock. You adopt or purchase a pet and then freak out because it's a responsibility of any level? You're an actual idiot. Should police officers in the United States refuse to enforce executive orders on mask wearing and social distancing? Wow, that's a despicable poll. Police enforce laws, not orders. Mandated social distancing is clearly and unambiguously a violation of the right to free assembly. It's the duty of all officers and all government employees to refuse to enforce unconstitutional laws and orders. The fact that so many law enforcement officers are on record stating that they won't enforce social distancing or any new gun laws proves that they were full of shit when they said we don't get to pick what laws we enforce during the past several decades of the war on drugs. So it was a major assault on human rights when a small-town baker didn't make a cake for a gay wedding. But big tech monopolies using their power to silence all dissent is just a simple matter of freedom of association. That's the logic, and it's insane. Yo, this you? Oh, hey, look, Matt Wall said something else before. Let's simplify. All business owners should have the right to refuse service to any person or group for any reason. Matt, you're a dumbass. Kobe Bryant was a planned killing, just like they tried to get me. I dodged the ambush. Don't trust anybody. This is a big, dirty industry. I'm gonna be honest with you, bro. You whipped and nay-nayed, and now absolutely no one knows who you are. And I know you're going to read this because you get no Twitter interactions, so speak back. BRUV. As a white Christian conservative male, oh boy, I support the school's gender-based dress code. Females should be chaste and not showing off their bodies, leading upstanding young men to temptation. Ban straight guys from driving. If they can't focus in school if girls show shoulders, how can they focus when driving by billboards with women jogging on them, or passing women on the sidewalk jogging in tank tops or shorts? Giving them control of automobiles is a public safety hazard. No new taxes, no bonds, no levies. Support spelling. Say yes to school bonds and levies. Bloody loud sonic boom over cams, courtesy of whatever that was. Hi there. Please, can we share your picture in our breaking news coverage? We'll credit you. Thanks. The Sun? Absolutely not. Don't you have a vulnerable minority to go and terrorize or something? How does it feel when you open the fridge at midnight, but the only snack is you? Pickup lines are only for men who are hot. Hope you know that. Damn. I really have no comeback for that. Guess we can call it quits and go our separate ways then. Just because you took it well, I'll give you a second shot. Try again. Second shots are only for women who are hot. Hope you know that. Cheers! When you tear out a man's tongue, you are not proving him a liar. You're only telling the world that you fear what he might say. If you tell a man to get off your lawn, you're preventing that man's freedom of walking wherever he wants. If you threaten that man with a gun for trespassing on your lawn, you're suppressing his freedom. Your analogy sucks. Try harder. No, sorry. If you draw a comic, but only allow exclusive members to view it, you're treating one community of people better than others. Sorry, but I don't claim that my website's a free speech platform. Oh, neither does Twitter. The biggest crime of the last 50 years is people fundamentally misunderstanding what the free speech is and what the First Amendment actually protects. Thousands of Chinese students ditch Australia and fly home. Uni has been hell for me and my friends thanks to them. Being put in groups where they don't speak English or even live in Australia makes matters 10,000 times worse. LMAO, every international student has to go through an English proficiency test called IELTS, and a score of 6.5 is never accepted in any good university. And any person who scores a mere 6.5 out of 9 has fairly good enough English skills, so you're either lying out of hatred or you studied in some la-di-blah university that no one even knows. No, he's racist. Did you not pick up on that? I have a pregnant wife who's demanding sushi. The doctor recommended against sushi and I want to be a good husband, but I also don't want to die. Solutions? I don't know, probably just talk about how you make fun of abuse victims and hopefully she'll leave you. Problem solved, Steven. God, I can't wait for his meme to officially die one day. I'd still do him. Word, no homo. No, every homo intended. Perks of being bisexual. I'm not bisexual. I prefer the term heteroflexible. Heteroflexible generally falls under bisexual though, but I get ya. Straight and cis people will do anything to avoid being called what they are. And yet, you seem to want everyone to call you a wanker. Who are these guys? Wrong answers only. Comedians. Oh, did you really just dunk on Stephen Colbert? Really? Sure about that one, bud? I'm sorry, I think you're just gonna have to kiss my ass. So a high school junior should make $15 per hour? Oh boy, here we go. Yep, because wages are about the cost of labor, not your opinion about its value. If you get the kid's labor but he still can't feed himself, the taxpayers make up the difference, which means we subsidize your stinginess. We don't make laws based on what we assume a worker's life situation is. We have child labor laws that address the age at which someone can or should earn a wage. Once they're workers, they're the same under the law. So yeah, exploiting young people is kinda morally bankrupt anyway. I'll never understand the thought process behind young equals stupid and deserves to go through horrible bullshit. Boomers really just want to keep us young folks in a subservient position as long as they can before they die, dude.
Girls want to be talking about period pains? Have you ever rolled your ankle over like this? I'm sorry, is there any other way to roll your ankle over? Oh, so glad girls don't have ankles. Yes, they just have stumps. And they wonder why we boys like elephants so much. Good day, you fleshy android. Welcome back to EmKay. It's your boy Jack here for more It's your boy Jack here to do some more content for you. Today we're going to murder by words. Yes, I'm the best to play Cluedo with. I literally admit to the murder and how I did it. Imagine moving to Montana and being able to enjoy the scenery, the peace, and the communities. Starting to live a different, more calm way of living. It's great, I'm sure of it. But bad times ahead. Now imagine living in Montana your whole life. Not only taking in, but exploring the deepest lakes, widest rivers, and longest trails, where the palms of our hands are the roadmaps to our adventure. One day, we watched the houses almost double in price, the city expand rapidly, and our state being taken over. I need a moment where it's hard for lifelong residents to find housing, let alone affordable housing. If you wonder why you hear Montanans hate Californians, go back home, etc., take a look around you. Wouldn't you be protective over your state if it looked like this? Oh, man. Can't think of anyone who would be experiencing that kind of hardship. That's so sad. Now imagine you're a Native American. You mean those ones trying to steal our jobs? No.
I'm Tommy Laren. I decided to dress up as the person who scares me most. The democratic dimwit darling, socialist-loving, freedom-hating former bartender herself.
I forgot her name.
Alexandra Cortez.
AOC graduated magna cum laude from Boston University and won her election in a landslide. You barely graduated college, got fired from 2 jobs, and talked to a mirror for attention. I understand your fear. This is the same lady who criticized a basketballer for having his opinion on politics too, like saying he should stick to his lane and what he knows. I'm seeing a lot of hypocrisy here. The last time Saturn stationed retrograde in the 21st degree, 20 degrees, of Capricorn, pronounced that perfectly, don't know what you're talking about, was in 1666, the year of the Great Fire of London. Saturn is now in the same degree and will station retrograde there on April 29th, 2019. And, tragically, we have a fire at Notre Dame. Hashtag astrology. I always knew it was better than science. Hi, actual astronomer here. 3 things. 1, Saturn isn't in Capricorn now or on April 29. It's in Sagittarius. 2, the last time Saturn was stationed retrograde in Capricorn was 1992, not 1666. And just to beat you down for further measure, 3, astrology doesn't work. Stop trying to pollute this horrible tragedy with nonsense.
But how else am I meant to gain clout or social and monetary gain from this tragedy? If I don't try and relate this horrible issue to my own personal beliefs and opinions on things, then you're implying that I should just sit back and accept it as a horrible thing that's happened and not try and make it all about me. Honestly, it's so selfish of you to try and shut me down like that.
How come some people not want these? I know. Who could not want some nice bedding? Because I don't see a cute plaything when I see a baby. I see a huge responsibility. A responsibility big enough that it will consume years of my life. It's not a puppy or a kitten that can survive in the house on its own. You literally need to be present with the baby all the time. Every action's going to factor into growing and shaping the destiny of that baby. The world is going to poop because we all have issues which can be traced back to our parents.
Hey, that's you.
Being a parent is the most important job on the planet. So stop giving birth to babies because they are cute. You are ruining the baby and the world we live in. Okay, how is this not satire? I don't know what this is, but I'm seeing Ben Shapiro holding a plank of wood in a shopping bag. Now, I'm not a smart man, but if he's on the internet right now, it must be because he's complaining about something. I've bought a lot of wood in my day. I have never had a cashier at any hardware store or lumberyard put a board in a bag. Ever. What's worse is most have self-checkout now, so I'm assuming he bagged his own wood. Did he now?
Is it awful that I just thought, maybe if his dad had bagged his wood, we wouldn't have to deal with him?
You know, sometimes I wonder if these people purposely set themselves up because they enjoy being publicly shamed.
Ben, what is that nipple doing? Why is it getting hard? Ben, stop it. Stop giving us stuff to make fun of you with. I can see you enjoying it.
America was not started by protesters. And normally I don't weigh in, since my friends see my comments and it's embarrassing, but does the term Boston Tea Party ring a bell?
No, it does not, because tea is for British people, and I'm American.
Yeah, I'm American. I want a girlfriend, man. I'm pushing 30. Never had one. Chase that money and dream, man. A girl will come along eventually. Oh, that's nice. With all due respect, I'm not trying to be like you, bro. Oh, Ooby too. He does not want to be like you. He doesn't want to walk like you, talk like you, I can see why Disney didn't make that a musical number. Whoever said one person can't change the world never ate an undercooked bat. Okay, wait, hang on. Is that too soon? I mean, it's only been a year. If only COVID had the same trajectory as your career.
I know, right?
Hang on. They saying Prince Philip took the vaccine 2 weeks before he died unexpectedly. Yeah, I'm good on that. Y'all have fun.
Oh, yeah.
They're also saying he ate food the day he died unexpectedly. You better be careful out there, man.
Oh, man, the food industries and those medical peoples. Man, if you're not doing the living stuffs, then that means they get a lot of money somehow, instead of, keeping you alive. Nah, everyone wants to be unliving. That's the demand that they're trying to provide. Okay, but to be fair, a lot of the time, millennials' humor is basically talking about how they would love to be anything but living with the life right now. So, I mean, maybe they're just trying to adhere to public demand.
That's right. Don't blame corporations for conspiracy to end your life. Blame yourself. It's all your fault. Have fun thinking about that.
Sorry, tangent. Moving on.
Oh my gosh. Mars. You look so dirty.
Why do we care about Mars when it can't even have a decent magnetosphere or an atmosphere that holds onto water?
Waste of resources while we waste our home. Hi, Neil deGrasse Tyson here. Here's a brief conversation from 30,000 years ago.
I want to explore what's beyond the cave door. Oh no! You can't leave! We must first solve our cave problems.
Objection, Your Honor. Either Neil deGrasse Tyson has a time machine or he is just making stuff up.
Mr. Tyson, do you in fact have a time machine?
Yes.
We are not all equal. I worked very hard my entire life to get what I have. Most of the people I know have too. I deserve where I am in life. I will not give up what I have earned so that someone who has not can feel equal. Nor will I assume their debt. I have had to pay my debt. I insist everyone else be held to the same standard. What a nice, passionate man who cares about other people's struggles and definitely understands them.
Hey, Dad, aren't you in child support debt?
I'm not pro-life or pro-choice. I'm pro-education. Teach people about birth control, cycles, the impact a child have, and teach about the pros and cons of having a baby and abortion. Neither is easy. Let women decide, but at least make it an informed choice.
That's pro-choice, dumbass. How did you not realize that the moment you said choice?
Christchurch Mosque's judo was badly picked on as a child because he was chubby, so he turned to violent video games, sparking a downward spiral. Of course, that's the one thing about them they relate to triggering this dark behavior of theirs. Raise your hand if someone calls you fat and you never turned to white supremacy and murdered 50 people over it. Okay, seriously, why am I the only one raising my hand?
The term obese is a slur, violent, dehumanizing, and it's anti-black.
Oh my goodness, I'm so sorry. Okay, I'll just say Big Chungus from now on. If you're Irish and you complain about Britain erasing culture, but can't even speak the language or don't know stuff about Ireland before 1910, then just shut your cake hole. Nobody cares. Them being Irish and not being able to speak the language or not knowing stuff about Ireland before 1910 is a direct result of Britain erasing culture. You goddamn vitamin D deficient circus clown. Maybe you should accept that you're a product of the multicultural experiment inflicted on the British people without their consent. But you're the type to accuse someone of playing the victim, aren't you? Maybe you should accept that we are here because the British colonized a quarter of the planet, often without consent.
We wish to spread our colony to all of you so you may bask in our fellow empire. Wait, what are you... No, don't come over to our part of the colony. That's ours. No! Stop. Mummy!
Such a heartwarming story. With his handmade keychains that go for $5 each, this 8-year-old boy raised $4,015 to erase the lunch debt of students from his school and 6 others. Wonderful, we've just highlighted the fact that an 8-year-old does months of manual labor so his friends, who are children, can afford to eat without going into debt. Wholesomely horrifying. How is it acceptable and okay for black people to think white lives don't matter? Saying black lives matter doesn't mean white lives don't matter. This is a post from 2021. Why are we still having to clarify this? That makes as much sense as saying save the whales means dolphins can go and get fricked. Do you understand how stupid that makes you sound? So you're saying that dolphins shouldn't be allowed to get their booty clapped? No, I'm not going to join a conversation where we argue about the legitimate faunification of dolphins. Ah, that's right, you typical snowflake. You just can't handle the hard questions, can ya? I'd do it. I'd frick the dolphins. Poor Steve, you are irrelevant and your comments are flaccid. Instead of complaining all the time, try shaking off laziness and take action. But for you, that would take drive and initiative. Lack of skills and motivation are your legacy. Hi, Karen. Yes, if there's one thing that's obvious about me, it is my clear lack of motivation.
As well as education and jealousy. Please, continue with impotent babbling.
Okay, I apologize for my lack of education in American historical matters. All I have is this measly diploma from Columbia University, where I was an honors-level American history major. Please, teach me. A black race don't need fathers like this. I said what I said. Let this man raise his kids, and you worry about why your son is 15 and reads at a 3rd grade level. I'm proud to be American, because at least I know I'm free. Europeans. Guess I'm enslaved then. One sec, I'm gonna go check if the moon has any other flags on it.
Call me when your moon flag pays your hospital bills.
Oui, café croissant. Why aren't Germans patriotic? Hi, I'm not even going to attempt to pronounce this name. I'm German. Germans are patriotic. In America, you show patriotism by attaching a full-size US flag on your pickup truck, or Confederate flag for alternative patriotism. Nice. Singing the anthem before every baseball game, and sending 18-year-olds to Iraq so you can later thank them for their service when they roll by you in their wheelchair in Walmart. In Germany, we show patriotism by voting for higher taxes on ourselves to make healthcare and college tuition universally accessible to our less fortunate fellow citizens, and by picking up after one another to keep public spaces clean and nice for everyone. No, I guess it gets lost in translation. Glenn Danzig says the Misfits and the punk explosion couldn't happen today due to cancel culture and woke bobo. A queer rapper did a lap dance for Satan like 2 weeks ago, Glenn. What the frick are crab cakes? Cakes. And stay with me on this one, with crab in them. Y'all Americans got hella audacity assuming you're at the center of the universe and everyone adheres and is well acquainted with your food and customs. This is not the first time on this group that I inquire about American-based cuisine, and y'all mouth off like everyone's ignorant and stupid for not knowing whatever the frick you people call food. Why the frick would you classify a seafood-based dish as cake? Cakes are sweet and don't have claws, so it's fair for anyone who isn't within walking distance of a school shooting to ask this. Oh my god. Jesus funky dancing disco fever Christ, behave like you're a fraction of the world and not the whole thing. Hey, don't resist arrest. This coming from the same person who thinks we need guns to overthrow a tyrannical government.
Well, no, you see, it's okay to resist arrest if you're trying to overthrow the corrupt actions of a government.
The human activity of writing, expressing language with symbols and marks, was independently invented thousands of years ago by people in Mesopotamia, Egypt, Chile, southern Mexico, and Guatemala. Today, their hard work finally paid off. Really wish I could stop farting out my butt. Ah, yes. Human evolution is wonderful. You know, the more whys somebody has in their hay, the more interested they are in you. So with that being said, hey. Oh, he. Recommendations for good headphones? I'm looking for good on-ear headphones with the price range of £2,000 to £3,000, preferably wireless. There is no need to buy headphones. You can listen to the sounds of birds and nature to feel the bliss of life without wearing any artificial devices on your ear created by man. Jesus, where did this come from? There is no need to be online. You can go frick yourself to the sounds of birds and nature to feel the bliss of life without using any artificial device to poop and comment on others' posts. My 15-year-old daughter said hell, so I took away her phone for 3 months. What else should I do? What else you should do? How about apologize for overreacting and give the kid her phone back? Taking away her phone for 3 months because she used the word hell is a little extreme. And what's even worse is that you think the ridiculous 3-month punishment you've already given her is not enough. I mean, it blows my mind that you're still looking for ways to try and punish her over a word. You need to pull your head out of your booty and see what kind of damage your ridiculous behavior is causing to your relationship with your daughter. You should take a step back and be thankful that you have such a great teenager. If the worst she does is say the word hell at 15, you have a good kid. Lay off the poor girl. It's your terrible behavior and being up her booty for ridiculous reasons that will make her resent you and try to hide things from you. Hey, girly. I've been following your profile for a while, and I must say, you are gorgeous! One girl to another, though? Oh, wait, this is a girl. Okay.
Some of the selfies you've posted are looking kinda different from the others. All that food you post looks tasty as frick, but not so tasty on the hips. But I can help you shed those extra 5 to 10 pounds and get you beach ready.
What?
It happens to the best of us.
Okay, please circle where I need to lose weight. You do mine and I'll do yours. Oh, dear God. It's like those Where's Waldo books all over again. I can't find it. I can't find the fat to circle.
Wow, rude. I thought I'd message you to help, but you're just a derogative term that I should really be using on myself. I'm a busy mom. I don't have time to live at the gym like you.
And there's the honesty. There's the reason why she was making this post. Also, hold up, how come you were just suggesting to help them lose weight if you yourself don't even have the time to go to the gym? And how the hell do you expect to make clients if you just degrade and insult them first? Reevaluate your marketing strategy. I just came to chat. Yeah, but I need money. Well, where do you live? Napoli, you can help me? Sure I can, just go into this website and there you go. Meanwhile, a typical example of someone losing their patience trying to sell something online.
How long have you owned this machine? Thanks.
Less than 2 weeks.
I want to bid on this iPad, but you sound dodge.
And you sound like someone I wouldn't want to be stuck in a broken elevator with. Really appreciate your incredibly valuable opinion, though.
Your iPad sounds dodge.
You literally said a minute ago that you want to bid on it. Good job.
So are you dumping this machine because it's Doge?
Coin. Okay, so here's the thing. Either I am totally clean and I tell you it's not Dodge, or I am lying and I tell you it's not Dodge. What information were you hoping to gain from this? I'm just going to go out on a limb and assume you weren't burdened with an overabundance of education. Listen, I'm not the biggest fan of kids, but if a child looks at me, then you bet I'm gonna smile back at them. Kids deserve to experience the world as a kind and safe place to explore, okay?
But the world is not kind or safe.
Then frickin' do your part to make it that way!
I just did a mini Euro trip and was like shocked at what Paris is really like. Oh, what the frick happened to Paris? Every public area is filthy, polluted with litter, and there are intimidating adult males loitering. I did not feel safe taking the metro. They do not speak French or English. What the frick? That was disappointing, and I regret wasting time in Paris.
So how did you manage to do that? Most European countries don't really allow international travel right now. Ooh, someone got caught out trying to make a subtly racist post. I have an unpopular opinion. I'm anti-vax, but I don't believe vaccines cause autism or don't work. I'm anti-vax because I believe disease is here for a reason, population control. Plus, we're just creating superbugs. Nothing says a mother's love better than letting your kids die in the name of population control.
Here's one that we can be certain will definitely support our cause.
Masks are toxic to our health. For some reason, this makes me have bedroom eyes.
I think I have a fetish for poisoning myself? So you aren't meant to eat them, but yeah. Taxation is theft and the military keeps us safe. Get over it. Did you just advocate for the military and denounce taxation in the same breath? Like, do you think the military runs on Duncan? Of course. Why else do they have that slogan? Hi, Blank. I know you're busy with teaching and your family, but I'm wondering if you'd have any interest in hearing about my business. I have to ask. I'm committed to sharing it with others, especially my fellow mommies, and I know that busy people are successful people. Is there any chance you'd be open to chatting about it to see if it might be a good fit for you?
I win! You will? No, I win! What do you win? When you added me as a friend, my husband and I made a bet of how long it would be before you tried to push your multi-level marketing on me in a private message. He bet 1 to 5, and I bet 6 to 10. Since you brought it up on the 6th message, I'm the winner! No MLM seller friend has ever waited longer than 10 messages to bring up their amazing business, but be proud of yourself that you at least pretended to be my friend for a few messages before bringing it up. Yay for you! Truly appalled. Picking up my new passport today. My old one expires in the next couple of months. See below. Spot the difference. No longer says European Union on it. Good to know. I need to renew and can't wait to get that cancerous title off my passport. No, I'm afraid your name still needs to be on there. You all know that Derek Chevrolet did not get a fair trial. He got a fairer trial than George Floyd. Go eat an alien's pee-pee, please, and thank you. You don't bash people who are trying to give you advice, you freaking poop head. Hey, stop trying to charm me. It won't work, okay? Okay, maybe a little. Are you a real person or a bot? Ah, how sweet. Does your wife know you hit on minors over Twitter? Does the psych ward know you smuggled in a mobile phone? Oh, I wish I had a boyfriend who liked the same music as me. You have a great taste in music. Don't you like Tame Impala? Oh, so much. I've seen him live twice. Oh, see, this is what I mean. I need a you. Who isn't you? I swear, girls who do this have to be aware of what they're saying. They cannot be that ignorant. This is the wrapping. The present is inside. Welcome to the Guardians of the Galaxy Holiday Special. Meanwhile, a PTSD sufferer. I have a very bad feeling about this. Amazed this toad hasn't politicized this somehow. Amazed he is even tweeting something that isn't political. Amazing how the absence of your triggers still triggers you. Glad they found the time to pose for photos. Only posing I see going on is you posing as a complete twat. I went for a walk down a country lane in the sunshine today. A couple walked past me in masks and literally swerved into a hedgerow to show how they were socially distancing. The whole thing is like a dystopian comedy sketch now. Or they saw a guy not wearing a mask coming too close to them and thought, frick that stuff, and moved away from the selfish twat. Or here's a long shot. Alternatively, they just recognized you. When girls go out wearing tiny, tight, skimpy outfits, I mean, they have the choice to wear something else. Something less provocative, so really girls are asking for it. If you're out in public and I see you're not wearing any protective headgear, does that give me the right to smash in your skull with a hammer? I mean, you asked for it, since you're not wearing something to protect your head. In my book, in this chapter and this page, it's written, track racing doesn't require much physicality, so therefore, it doesn't count as a real sport. Hey buddy, just because you quoted your own self from your own book doesn't make your tweet any more legit than it lacks. Yeah, your fat butt in a drive-thru at McDonald's isn't the same as driving 350 kilometers per hour. Oh, anxiety-provoking. 2 hours scrolling for the actual recipe. Oh my goodness, thanks for the laugh. 2 hours, wow. You must have the slowest internet connection in the history of the internet. I'm so sorry. That must be terribly frustrating. I just checked and I had to scroll 3 whole times to get to the recipe. Oh, but in addition to that, there's a nifty jump to recipe link at the top of the page. Oh, so feel free to utilize that the next time you're on a free recipe site. How likely are you to recommend Xfinity from Comcast to friends and family? 0. Why? You charged me $140 for early termination despite my military orders to move. This violates the Service Members Civil Relief Act of 2003. You still have not refunded it. If you're an adult whose rent is less than $4,000 a month, you're still a child. Ooh, imagine being an adult paying $4,000 rent and not a mortgage. So that's why she's got the flag there. She's trying to warn us. Look, at least she's self-aware about it. CNN's Don Lemon. Justice has been served. Obviously in relation to a certain police officer, I assume. Hey look, it's that guy who was offended to learn that one time that women's vajayjays are meant to actually get wet when they're aroused because he watched the music video about it and he doesn't understand it. And we all know he would never have said this had the reverse verdict been reached. Hello, Ben. I'm a nose. That's because, Ben, if it was the reverse verdict, justice wouldn't have been served. Amazing observation there. Saying, no thank you, I got it, to the middle-aged white man on the airplane who offered and began to take my suitcase out of the overhead compartment for me was a quickly calculated act of resistance. Years ago, when men would offer to help me, open doors, etc., I'd smile and say thank you. These days, when it happens, I smile more, say thank you loudly, because I know that at some point, these good men have had to put up with the likes of simpletons like you. Here's Dr. Naomi Wolf with Dr. John Sims.
If a vaccine is effective, then why do you need to pressure people to take it?
But oh, whoopsie daisy, she's a little bit caught out there for being someone who likes to watch Mr. Johnny Sins content. Anti-vaxxer Naomi Wolf tweeted fake doctor's quote from porn star Johnny Sins. Well, I'm pretty sure they have the same medical qualifications. Both pretend to be doctors just to end up fricking people over. If an illegal immigrant who doesn't speak English can travel 2,000 miles on foot with barely any food or water, with no money, can walk across the border and just steal your job tomorrow, you should be spending less time on Twitter and more time developing a skill. Obviously, I'm sure there's a lot of factors to take into account, but let's be honest, if this is actually such a thing that's happening so much to people, then yeah, your job was either going to be taken by someone who'd be doing it for cheaper, or robots. I mean, Facebook is a perfect example of socializing. You get it for free. You have no say in how it works. The guy who runs it is rich. You have no privacy. And if you say one thing they don't like, they shut you up. Literally everything mentioned in this post is happening now, and it's overseen by capitalism. The Statue of Liberty was actually planned to be a black woman, but the idea was scrapped because so many people were against the idea of a black woman as a symbol of liberty. People were just being racist. Hey, this has been debunked numerous times. Fact checked. Inspiration behind the original Statue of Liberty design, Reuters, July 10th, 2020. The full text of the post reads, "The original statue was a black woman given to us by France to pay homage to the slaves that were brought here by force." From that same Reuters article, let's just make note of that there. Social media users are circulating posts which claim that New York's Statue of Liberty was originally modeled after an enslaved black woman. This primary claim is false. The original model of the statue was inspired by the figure of a female Arab peasant, enlarged to colossal proportions.
You're damn right, Statue of Liberty's dummy thick.
In the brain of knowledge, thick brains, she's smart. Oh, yeah, saved it. Another useless piece of tat. Why are people into this kind of thing? Same reason your husband said, I do. People are into different things, even if others think, that's a bit tatty. The corporate media and the woke mob don't want you to read this book. They tried to cancel it. They failed. 1 week until publication. Order here. The woke big tech companies don't want you to read this. Anyway, here's the Amazon link that I'm posting to Twitter. Imagine when Tesla cars are integrated with Hyperloop tech. Mind-blowing. Imagine driving out of your parking spot in LA and being in New York 2 hours later parking your car. You live in a country that can't keep bridges from collapsing or highways from having potholes. Oh, but yes, it will definitely maintain a magical tube with a hard vacuum spanning a continent so you can drive your Elon car at 2 times the speed of sound through Des Moines. At this point, I trust Joe Rogan over Bill Gates. You probably trust Josh Duggar over Anthony Fauci. Yeah, okay, was this your biggest thought process for the week? There is no way to provide solutions to our current issues and still remain politically correct. These days, you will have to hurt some feelings and offend some minds in order to solve a crisis. Chad's right. Time to stop worrying about hurt feelings. So, let me start. Anyone who owns more than 2 guns is a freaking psycho and should be registered on a police watch list. Hashtag Texas. When Lamborghini said, "We don't do commercials because our target audience isn't sitting around watching TV," that hit me like a ton of bricks. Yes, hit me too a few years back. I stopped wasting time watching TV. Wow. So do you own a Lamborghini now, ma'am? Hello, ma'am?
Say it with me, kids. Words are not oppressive. It's your choice to be offended by them and give them power. Stop being a boozy.
Oh, let's listen to the guy pretending to be Waluigi on the internet. They seems to clearly be rational and smart, much like I know Waluigi to be.
Yeah, me having a Waluigi-themed account clearly negates my ability to have a freaking valid opinion. Okay.
Jesus, did I turn him Spanish? Totodile, use swagger.
Totodile. You shouldn't have let his words have the power to upset you, Waluigi.
I don't get the point of these marches and rallies on either side. We don't need to scream in the streets. We march to work. home to our families, and we march into the voting booth. The rest of this stuff is just attention-seeking foolishness.
I would really like to know how you, a woman, think you got the right to work and vote.
The side saying, if you don't like Satan's shoes, don't buy them, is the same side that boycotts Chick-fil-A for being Christian. Just don't eat there.
Yeah, that's literally what a boycott is. Please join us next week on Explaining Words to Kevin Sorbo.
Know how to find an atheist? They'll tell you. Yeah, those atheists wearing their atheist necklaces and atheist earrings and building gigantic atheist monuments and congregating to yell out loud how much they love atheism and going around the world to different countries to tell people they should be atheist and making sculptures of the first atheist and painting pictures of the first atheist and screaming to random strangers how they love atheism. Yeah, it's atheists who do that. I think we found him. Should people with learning disabilities be allowed to work for less than the minimum wage? Debate on BBC Live at 10 a.m. Alternate phrasing of this question: should employers be allowed to exploit some of society's most vulnerable people? Minimum wage is already a joke, and they're seriously considering paying others less? Are you kidding me? I agree with you 100%. This cancel culture crap is BS. Bring Chris back, or you will lose your fans? Why'd you put that in quotations? Here's you trying to cancel someone last month. Can someone please tell Fox News that after the way Geraldo Rivera treated whoever the hell that is the other night, we no longer want to see him at all on any Fox News programs? Geraldo is an angry, vile man who is too self-centered to see what's going on, and we don't care about his opinions. Man, that guy loves quotations. Although, he is right about Geraldo Rivera. F that guy. God doesn't cancel people. He literally started all of humanity over with a flood. He killed everyone, Omar. Are you stupid? Are you stupid? Real question, my guy. Fact-checking is a euphemism for editorializing, which is a form of censorship, and that's a fact. Oh boy, buddy. I read that you're a sociopath who eats puppies, doesn't know what a salad fork is, and only got into Harvard because your dad gave the provost a handy. I guess that I shouldn't check the facts on that, though. That would be censorship. The only thing necessary for the triumph of evil is for good men to do nothing. Stop the forced masking of children and educators. I like how y'all always talk about the children, but never actually ask us what we think. We're wearing masks until doctors say we don't have to, not Facebook moms. Bravo to the kids. Just bravo to the kids. Good on you. There's no reason for anyone over the age of 21 to be having a conversation with anyone under the age of 18. For the last time, son, I won't talk to you. I'm sorry, students, but this is the last time I'm gonna say this. Stop trying to talk to me. I'm afraid I can't hire you. I cannot speak to you. I would like to tell that kid to get off my lawn, but society's not ready yet. My newborn baby just said its first word, but I'm not trying to hear that. Hello? 911? Help, my parents are in a burning... I don't know, kid, you sound a little too young, and I don't know, I'm not really feeling too comfortable with this. Hangs up. I'm so depressed, posted the Caucasian heterosexual cisgender teenage girl on her blog. I'm so depressed, posted the person who's clinically depressed and who cannot help their depression despite their privilege because depression does not exclusively affect certain groups. Haha, white girl can't be depressed. Haha, that's how that works. Kind reminder, the X chromosome contains 1,098 genes. The Y chromosome has only 78. The X chromosome is over 5 times larger than the Y. It's science. Female are superior, by far. Hence hundreds of years of chauvinism to try to suppress her. Good night. Onions have more DNA than humans. Horribly unprofessional staff, no uniforms, not family friendly, poor care for the animals and lack of passion for them. Go anywhere else. Hello, blank. I'm sorry you felt that way. Oh, we got an owner smackdown. We take great pride in our facility and love our dogs. We do good things in our community. Every staff member at our facility had a dog warden shirt on. If they did not, they were volunteers trying to help out. If you'd like to talk more about what really happened, like you accidentally letting your foster dog loose in our parking lot, not helping get him back to safety, us running around in the pouring rain to make sure he was safe, then saying the dog was untrainable and leaving him at our facility, I'd be happy to talk about it. I can also send you the video and audio if you'd like, in case you forgot what really happened. Thank you, and have a great day, bitch. If you set aside the dog napping and puppy skinning plots, which are admittedly hard to overlook, Disney's version of Cruella has always been a bit of a feminist fantasy. If you set aside making a suit out of those women, Buffalo Bill from Silence of the Lambs was just a guy trying to achieve his dreams. Holy crap. A woman's idea of let's just be friends is, hey, listen to all my problems and keep me company while I have sex with somebody else. I know, right? My male friends are the same too. They're never down for They always just want to play Xbox and watch films and then go back to their misses. Absolute pricks. Wow. That first one, though, that's one of the saddest things I've ever seen. Wow, a woman's idea of let's be friends is let's be friends. Crazy to think about, right? Become the most powerful man on Earth. Do absolutely nothing. Become the most powerful man on Earth. See that the country is prospering. See that you're in an era of peace. Don't spend money on military motions that are unneeded. Spend money for welfare, including starting an orphanage for girls. Devote time to raising children meant to be the best possible heirs. 1800 years later. I'm not saying that. 4chaners are mad that you didn't do dumb shit. Went to an American restaurant today. Hello, mate. Put forks in my hair to show my love for these Westerners' food. Ha 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 ha. Hashtag, now all of you know how fucking ridiculous you look when you put chopsticks in your hair. Confucius didn't die for white people to put chopsticks in their hair. Confucius? At least learned to spell his name right. Also saw the education of women and women's rights in general as a terrible sin. Hair sticks have been in use for thousands of years and have been found in cultures of the ancient Egyptians, Romans, and Greeks. Although some of these have been jeweled luxury items, such as the gold hair sticks of Egypt, more common wooden hair sticks have also been found in cultures such as Rome, suggesting that they were in wide use amongst people regardless of their financial standing. However, the most influential culture on modern hair sticks has been the Japanese, and in particular the use of decorative Japanese kanzashi. Although many modern hair sticks draw more on the elaborate approach to the design of kanzashi more than on the simpler designs for functional pins, they are used within a far more rigid and traditional environment. Kanzashi are frequently floral in design, especially those dictated by the changing of the seasons and used by geisha. Man, all I have to say is I learned a little bit about hair sticks today, and get wrecked, you douche. I haven't shaved my legs in a really long time, and while I was babysitting, my skirt edged up a bit and the 7-year-old was watching and said, "Ew, you should shave, that hair's not supposed to be there." And I said, "Well, if it's not supposed to be there, then why does it grow there?" And he was really silent for a long time and then finally said, "Let's watch Sonic the Hedgehog." Tumors grow. Are they supposed to be there? It's called evolution. Just because it's there doesn't mean it's useful or wanted. Local man compares leg hair to cancer. Genuinely thought it was a smart argument. More at 6. I genuinely want to hear that more at 6, so I'm gonna hang around until then because I would love to see this debate unfold. For real though, imagine being that much of a pussy about a girl having leg hair or armpit hair or hair. Weird, right? Today is the anniversary of the Kent State Massacre, where protesting students were gunned down by the Ohio National Guard, pictured May 4th, 1970. I'm British, but whenever I read about this event, it blows my mind how this could have happened. Just imagine that they're Irish, and it'll make more sense. I never understand how restaurants serve cold or lukewarm food when it's supposed to be hot, especially if food is your only source of income. And then when I told the waitress it was cold, she brought back a different plate that was still cold. I once drafted a RB in fantasy football that got me -3 yards on the season. Some people just suck at what they do. Oh! Ooh! So sorry, Veer, doesn't matter. You tweet on so many political issues, so I used to take you seriously. But now, I'll take your every tweet as a joke. That's absolutely fine. If you think I'm joking, that means I'm doing my job. If I think you're joking, you're not doing yours. Breaking news! Uber CEO says the company will likely shut down temporarily if a court decides to classify drivers as employees. Uber is admitting their business model depends on exploiting workers and skirting labor law. Always has, baby. That's the way of the Silicon Valley Dragons. At least I'm not an idiot. Autistic people, how do you feel about those anti-vaxxers using your illness/genetic disorder to promote their agenda? Serious. I don't mind it. Being autistic isn't all that bad compared to being an idiot. It's true, and I would know. Person with Asperger's here, there are a few things that anti-vaxxers don't realize. 1. People with autism aren't stupid. We may be a little different or see the world differently, but we aren't stupid. 2, vaccines don't cause autism. And 3, your child isn't an idiot because vaccines gave him autism. Your child's a stupid little fuck because he shares DNA with you, Karen. You. Why is my balance so low? Bank account. Make coffee at home. Eat the food that's already in the fridge. You don't need a cab, it's only 3 blocks. I guess we'll never know why. Seriously? A bank that pays its CEO $31 million a year and received a $12 billion bailout after crashing our economy tells poor people to stop being so irresponsible with their money. Yeah, that is the most tone-deaf shit I have ever seen. Chase? Fuck you. I am of course referring to Chase Bank, not you, Chase. Don't worry, you're good, dude. I wish people would recognize the death of Jesus Christ as much as they do the death of George Floyd. That's all I have to say. Christian minister here, what's wrong with you? Really, Vernon, what the hell is your problem, my guy? Shut the fuck up. Chicken pox at 8 years and shingles around 38 years. I'm still living. No need to vaccinate. One of my mates got hit by a car and he lived. I guess we don't need any of those road safety laws. Absolutely not. They don't do anything. Seatbelt? Nah. It baffles me that we have all the information available online to learn anything for free, but you still have to pay $30,000 per year just to hear some professor explain everything so poorly that you end up learning it all from the internet anyways. This motherfucking sub has hundreds of posts where you guys are laughing at someone with no education getting shut down by someone with a degree in the field. You guys nonstop rip on people who say they did their own research. Now you're siding with this bullshit? Hey, newsflash, stupidity like that is how we get anti-vaxxers saying they know more than virologists. No, you cannot learn it yourself online. There is a big difference between what you can and should learn on YouTube and what you can and should learn from the people that have spent their lives learning it and practicing it. You wouldn't want to be going down for a life-saving operation and the surgeon is in the middle of watching a tutorial on YouTube on how to do it. Sorry, hold on a second, I gotta skip past this douchebag's intro and then we'll get started. The Flat Earth Society. Another amazing display of creativity, courtesy of Centauri. Yes, just like Lego, Flat Earth is for children. Excuse me? Lego is not for children, motherfucker. I just thought I'd bring that one up. They want to equalize pay for workers. That's called communism. Meritocracy is the way it should be. You aren't supposed to raise a family working fries at McDonald's. Why not? The minimum wage was always intended to be a living wage. That's a fact. And what's wrong with cooking at McDonald's? How can you say meritocracy is the way it should be and then put some people down who work hard at any job they can find in order to support themselves? Because they don't want communism. People getting to live their lives is communism. I didn't spend my childhood in barbed wire and closed internment camps, so I could listen to grown adults today cry oppression because they have to wear a mask at Costco. Thank you, George Takei. Utterly insane to me that he went through that. Absolutely crazy. Medicare for All would abolish private insurance. There's no precedent in American history. Oh no, why not my beloved private insurance, which increases 10 to 20% every year, costs more than my mortgage did, and doesn't cover anything until I've already paid $13,000. See, that's the con here. We already pay more for this bullshit than we would for proper healthcare for all. Oh, well, whatever. They don't like hearing that. I'll keep observing Columbus Day. Thanks. What do you do to observe Columbus Day? Get lost in a grocery store looking for spices? Maybe cut some people's arms off or something like that? For real though, what would you do to observe Columbus Day, you freaking doorknob? My boyfriend and I went here with my parents while visiting in November. We all enjoyed it. We now moved here, and when we went back last week while we were at Wiregrass for the car show, my boyfriend ordered one slice. The total was $4.01. He gave the guy behind the counter a $10 bill. He was not carrying any change. Back in New York, he would have gotten back $6. At this place, he got back $5.99. My boyfriend will not go back there again. I know that this is the correct change, but seriously? Wait. You're complaining that he got the correct change back? How scandalous of this restaurant. Oh boy, here comes another owner smackdown. Donna, I'm really sorry that your boyfriend came to 900 degrees and enjoyed the food, paid the bill, and received the correct change. How dare our employees follow their training and hand out the amount showing on the screen? We'll try and do better next time. I can understand how traumatic this must have been for him, especially since he went out of his way to direct you to leave a 2-star review a week later. We'll be implementing a new training program ASAP. It'll include sensitivity training and give 5 examples of what one can do with 1 penny in a Florida suburb. Should you reconsider us, a 1-cent gift card will be set up and waiting. Oh God, please, I really hope they actually did make a 1-penny gift card just in case this bitch had the audacity to go back in there. Someone panic buying gas. Let's see what the other people have to say. These containers are for farm chemicals or water for stock. The plastic degrades quickly in the sunshine, so unless he's putting it into something else quickly, expect a news story. You're wrong. I haul hazmat in totes like this all the time. Oh, so you're aware that they're made out of HDPE plastic, which the key attributes of which are poor weather resistance, highly flammable, and subject to stress cracking. There's a reason the petroleum industry uses metal drums, including that petrol breaks down plastics. I'm gonna go out on a limb and say that that other guy definitely doesn't haul hazmat at all. Maybe they're just telling him that. Leave me the f alone, Steel Series. Hi, yes, feel free to unsubscribe and unfollow. Also, you only need the dot in front of someone's Twitter handle if you're mentioning them at the beginning of the tweet. Good old-fashioned Twitter grammar. Interesting to note, the only female driver to appear at the Indianapolis 500 race next Sunday has qualified last on the grid. Okay, interesting to note that you failed to qualify. Hashtag Indy 500, hashtag shut up. My twins are 8 months old now, never been vaccinated, and have never been sick. If you're looking for faster results, you can always leave the car seats unbuckled while driving. Woo! Or maybe leave them in the car when you go into the store. My favorite part about having a job is assuming you're fired every time your boss calls you into their office. Is this some kind of American joke I'm too European to understand? We have contracts and proper rights. Yeah, here we don't. At any point in time, for any reason, whether they want to give it or not, we can be fired. Yeah, and they expect us to give a 2 weeks notice, or they might mark you as non-rehirable within the company forevermore. That happened to me when I worked at Target, despite having told them when I was moving and I was no longer going to be able to work as of this day. So now, I'm banned from working at Target. Meanwhile, Target reserves the right to fire me without warning at any point in time for any reason, and I just have to suck it the fuck up. I was working 3 jobs while my ex ain't paying nothing but his car note and the cable bill. I didn't feel an ounce of guilt. Enjoy the cable. I'm over the other. Ooh, okay. So, you cheating with 2 different men, working 3 different jobs, and you still paying majority of the bills. What the hell kind of flex is this? Imagine sucking 2 dicks and 4 balls and you still can't get either one to pay your bills. 27 high school seniors in my community will graduate today. Only one has plans to stay locally and work. It cost $2.75 million to educate this class for 12 years, about $220K per head, which was paid for disproportionately by local businesses. What a waste, says the man using a piece of software possibly from his cell phone connected to the internet with a profile picture including his Bluetooth headset, who probably uses tracksters designed by engineers in other states. Overall, education is useful to you even if it's not local. Education does not produce cell phones. Risk-taking innovators and tinkerers do. If you think uneducated people engineered the components, software, and infrastructure involved in making cell phones work, then you need to go back to school yourself, you dumb ass. I like adding something that's not in the original response to my response. It's the spice of life, guys. Our ancestors treated sex with the utmost reverence. Yeah, okay, friend. Restricting it to the sacred ritual of marriage. We treat it as a commodity to be bought and sold like any other. Can I buy sex at Walmart? This is a sign of terrible spiritual decline. The rise of the Kali Yuga and triumph of the merchant. There's a stained glass window in the Chartres Cathedral that was provided by the legalized, regulated prostitutes of the city. This was during its construction in the Middle Ages. It makes Amsterdam's circa 1600 red light district look positively modern. Also, as an English nationalist, you should know that Henry II authorized London bishops to open brothels in 1166. You can't complain about Asian fetishization. You clearly partake in it. I can't cosplay a character? Your whole timeline is all anime and Asian stuff. Well, duh. I'm Asian? The fuck do you want me to do? Cosplay The Simpsons? I personally was thinking more South Park characters, but yeah, I'd love to see it either way. Start a new business, $999. Too much. Buy a new iPhone, no problem. Healthy groceries, $100. Too much. Dinner and drinks, no problem. Watch Netflix for 2 hours, 1 more episode. Learn a new skill for 2 hours, no time. Life is about choices. Stop blaming the lack of opportunity. Oh, hold on a sec. Sorry, I gotta stretch my neck out for this one. Woo! Red leather, yellow leather, red leather, yellow leather. All right, warming up, we're almost there. Number 1, you have to be extremely lucky to start a successful business for $1,000. 2, we buy our phones on monthly installments of $27, and it's tough to afford that sometimes. 3, for a family of 4, regular-ass groceries cost $100 or more. Healthy food is way more than that. 4, folks who can regularly afford $100 for dinner and drinks are not struggling financially. They aren't the people that you think you're talking to. 5, I can't speak for everyone, but I can't remember when I last had the time to watch 3 hours of television. Usually 30 minutes is pushing it. And 6, if you can learn a new skill well enough to be useful in 2 hours, you either already know how to do it or are a child prodigy. Congratulations! You idiots are completely delusional about the challenges poor and working class families face in America today. What's an actual sub for serious flat earthers? Oh, r/mental illness? Unfollowed. You're unfollowed. Number of followers this page had before Mark, original commenter, made his announcement. 20,876,858. The number of followers 1 hour after Mark made his departure announcement. 20,909,777. We lost 1 mark, but today we gained 32,919 non-marks. Today is a good day. I'd say that's a great trade. We are not extreme. Defending the innocent is the least extreme thing a person can do. Murder is extreme. Eating animals who suffered and beg not to die is extreme. Be kind, be vegan, start now. Oh, I hate that woman. Extreme is also being homophobic. Kinda like you were on your now banned TikTok. While most vegans are normal and good people, you are not those vegans. You're the kind who makes people not want to be vegan. Yeah, she has done nothing but hinder that movement, so to speak. You know Burger King also has spicy chicken nuggets? Well, yeah, and there's also water in the bottom of the dumpster out back if you're thirsty. This 2-year-old's family couldn't afford his $20,000 electric wheelchair and their insurance didn't cover it. So, a high school robotics team built him one for free. This country is so accustomed to its monstrous healthcare system that when a 2-year-old child with a genetic condition needs to rely on a high school robotics team to meet his basic healthcare needs, the media thinks it's a feel-good story, not a dystopian nightmare. And oh, a $20,000 wheelchair that wasn't covered by their insurance. Let me just check, Anthem Blue Cross revenue. Let's see what we get. $122 billion in 2020. That may not have been their provider, but that's a conservative estimate right there. They couldn't afford $20,000? Oh, just for reference, Cigna made $160 billion. United Health Group made $257 billion, and these bitches are denying 20 grand for a child? If the 2 richest men couldn't keep their wives happy, what makes you think you will? Well, my little relationship secret is my total lack of affiliation with Jeffrey Epstein. Ooh, that's a good one. Americans are 3 times as likely to believe they could beat a wolf in a fight as the Britons are. Those 12% of Americans probably assume they're armed to the teeth with guns. 96% of Brits know that a strongly worded letter or leaflet campaign isn't gonna cut it with a wolf. The remaining 4% were probably drunk. I don't know. There are some Americans I've met that might be able to rip that bastard apart. Sick of going through Insta and seeing girls commenting on other girls' pictures. Look at you, and have you seen yourself? Grow up, man, you don't even know each other. I'm Lewis, and I get mad at women being nice to each other. But if women keep building each other up, who will have low enough self-esteem to date Lewis? I think the spookiest thing that happened last night at Horror Nights was when Terry Crews rudely said, no, when I asked him for a picture. No, the scariest thing I saw was you rudely pushing through my kids like a zombie to ask for one. Ooh, get called out, bitch. What is up? Girls who like to be choked and hit during sex are also the ones who cry when you yell at them. Yeah, they like to be sexually dominated, not verbally abused. There's a difference, son. Oh, that guy doesn't understand the difference. That's not good. When your girlfriend finishes 3 times and the last time finishes with you, when you only finish 1 time, you know you good. That was kind of hard to read. That poor girl had to fake an orgasm 3 times before he finally stopped.
Your grill is filthy, has poor temperature control, and for some idiot reason has a heating element below the food so fat drips into it and catches fire. There's a better way to cook in your kitchen. Let's admit it. Grilling is bad. That's right. I want all Australians in the world to equally hate on me. My favorite genre of article is, you know this thing people have famously loved for countless generations? Join me, a random white guy, in my shocking expose about how that thing objectively sucks. I haven't read the article and I never will. I can already tell this is a guy who invites people over for a barbecue and cooks boca burgers in the oven. I don't know what boca burgers are. Are they something that you should be ashamed of for cooking in the oven? I mean, I'm someone who can't even make sweet potato fries in an air fryer, so I really can't judge. Every human being deserves shelter and a meal.
No, you don't pay people to exist for the same reason you don't feed the bears.
You would not be a good boss. I know, right? You give the lady at the bus stop some change for fare and a meal, she'll lose interest in foraging for desiccated salmon carcasses and lose her natural fear of people. Next thing you know, she's in the suburbs running around on all fours trying to eat a corgi.
Yeah, sounds exactly like my wife on a Tuesday. Am I right, fellas? Ow!
Get out of here! Get out of here, terrible Facebook memes! Go on!
You're either male or female, period. This non-binary, no-gender schmick is ridiculous. It all boils down to the parents putting this in their head. Hi, Red. I have a grandchild that is non-binary. It is not easy for them to deal with it. Please do some research, then you will understand. Nothing was put in their head. It has been a long process for them. I know you are not a person to judge. It is a very hard thing to understand. They feel they are not born male or female. You are born a person. If you need any more information, please message Green for me. Love you, and can't wait to see you and your family. Damn, that is the kindest frick you're an idiot I've ever read. A cop flipped over a pregnant woman's car because she didn't pull over quick enough. Not only is what she did not wrong, it's what you're supposed to do. Turning on hazards to indicate you're complying and pulling over at the next safe place to do so. This man is still a cop. I'm all for police restructuring, but that driver, ignore your charge words, kept driving and refused to pull over. That's not what you're supposed to do.
Hello there, I am a dog. It is exactly what you're supposed to do according to police.
First, police said that if you are not comfortable pulling over in that location or are not sure if it's an actual officer, immediately slow down and turn on your hazard lights. Police said that we'll let the officer know you see them. Next, police said to move to the farthest right lane and continue to drive into a location where you feel safe. Police said you under your street light, a gas station, an exit ramp, or a side road are examples of where to stop. Police said if you think the vehicle pulling you over is not a real police officer, call 911. Arkansas State Police said if these instructions are followed, you will not be charged with fleeing. I would drop my mic, but it's attached to a boom stand, so... yeah.
What would you ban? Wiley. Sugary drinks. Donovan. Food deserts.
Oh man, not the large land of mass full of nutritious sustenance.
Neighborhoods with no parks. Morales. Ban bodegas without frizz.
I'm a short little man, and notably, nobody said crime.
Crimes are already banned, Ben. That's why they're crimes. Are you wondering if critical race theory is being taught in your child's school? Stay on the lookout for some of CRT's less buzzworthy names and language. Hashtag ban Kurt.
Yeah, no one likes you, Kurt.
What did I do wrong?
Hey, remember when you all were against cancel culture and for free speech on campus? Join us online today at 11:30 a.m. as Tom Lindsay, Texas, and William A. Jacobson of Legion Surrection discuss the war on free speech and today's call out at cancel culture. Man, are you a cluster below the 64th layer of Minecraft? I'm sorry, because what? That stuff is irony! When was the last time you were a slave? Asking for a friend. I'm a slave to my life. Why do you bother celebrating Independence Day? You were never under the thumb of King George. Ho, saving this one. At least with your independence, you gained something from it. Like you ripped off the Band-Aid really fast when it came to King George's rule. With the whole slavery reparation thing, it's more like a really slow tear. Come on, England! If football came home, you'd deport it. Oh, so from my research, she's kind of like the Peter Dutton of England. Guess there's not much difference between you Brits and us Aussies after all. How egocentric of us to think that space aliens, who have mastered interstellar travel across the galaxy, would give a poop about humans on Earth. I guess nobody told him we literally just sent a helicopter to Mars to look for bacteria. Okay, for real, I didn't actually know this happened. I looked up a video of this. How? What the hell is humanity? We have the technological prowess to control something on another planet. But hey, let's spend hours of our lives looking at cats on TikTok, you know? It's just... priorities, am I right? Oh god. I mean, there is no Good Omens 2 book. What, is he just going to make some story up? Hi, the writer here. That was precisely how the first Good Omens was created.
What? Are you telling me that books are just... Oh, I can't believe I'm going to say this.
Made? Pasta in tomato sauce. Now with feminist virtue signaling. Ugh, God, just adhering to all the feminazis with their perfect petite feminine bodies and their red lipstick that seems to always be naturally on them and perfectly done eyeshadow that's always just naturally on them. Imagine being a grown man who gets angry at fictional women being on the label of pasta shapes geared towards kids. Mathilde Cohen, a law professor, suggested that French eating habits reinforce the dominance of white people over ethnic minorities. Wow, buddy, did you manage to glide across a space in the nether via a wooden boat and that managed to make you skid across the head of a ghast to get you just in time to safety? Cause that is one impressive jump. I may have been watching a certain manhunt video before recording this.
French food is expression of white privilege.
No, it's the expression of lack of palate. You listen to me, Dimon. That sounds more Italian, but oh well. Hang on, I need to tap into my inner Italian. I mean, French, goddammit! You're probably the type of person to eat all of your meals in the original plastic. And you can tell the difference between a small and a large spoon. Maybe we can talk. Go back and eat some cheddar and Oreos.
Help me now, officer. There is a black person existing.
Common quote from a common Karen.
Karen jokes are as racist as black people not being able to swim jokes, FYI.
Oh my gosh. I didn't know that Karens were a race. I must have missed that at the Cultural Appreciation Conference, and I made a severe and continuous lapse in my judgment on the subject. Would you like the number of my manager so that you may make a formal complaint about my unprofessional demeanor? I know you're playing me, but you know what? You're right. You know, us Karens can't resist a damn good manager complaint. Regardless of who wins tonight, we'll still have 21 more Stanley Cup wins than the Lightning. Hey, Canadians! Your last win was in 1993. Our first season ever as a team. Most of your championships are old enough to collect Social Security. Fight.
Dude, they are. That's what they're fighting about.
Oh, they are? What do we do then? They're actually fighting. No one's actually ever fought when I've said that before. It's okay, man.
What's my purpose in life now?
Amazing that every member of the Italian team sang its national anthem, whereas every single member of the Spanish team remained totally silent. Not one sang the Spanish anthem. I delete this before everyone realizes how hard of thinking you are. Here is Marcha Real. Yes, I have probably pronounced it wrong. Shut up. The Marcha Real is the national anthem of Spain. It is one of only 4 national anthems in the world that have no official lyrics. Why don't you just stick to the only thing you're good at, Lord? Your last name. And you're not even good at that because he's still kicking. Do you know how many times the word woman is mentioned in the Constitution? 0. Yeah, do you know how many times the word man is mentioned in the Constitution? 0.
Excuse me? Are they not called amendments? That's already 2!
I did curiously look this up. Apparently there is, but also isn't? Like, they do say he, but they also mention people. So I don't know. Draw your own conclusions of old-timey Constitution writing. We ordinary folks have no idea how far the tech has gone, and we're only seeing the crumbs. They probably need to get some receptors into humans so they can influence and read our minds. Your mind would give them a 404 error.
What's that? Code for mind control? What is it? Speak, dog! Speak!
Economists are starting to suspect that unions were a better deal than textbooks made them out to be. Wow, it's almost as if... bear with me for a second. People with power and money conspired to create an economic situation that enabled them to keep more of their power and money at the expense of the workers who made their success possible. I would have thought. By the way, the World War II vets did not wear masks. They're men, not cowards. Masks equals enforced cowardice. Oh, 12th of May 2020. This is a time capsule. Not a historian, but I heard those frickin' pussies wore helmets at Normandy, so what frickin' scaredy cats. Noah Hawley says his Alien series is not a Ripley story, and will instead explore what happens when the inequality we're struggling with now isn't restored. Did I read result but think of saying restored at the same time? Yes, I did.
Yes, inequality sucks. But does it really need to be put in an Alien series?
I know, right? Imagine an Alien movie about a bunch of blue-collar workers being sent to die so that a giant faceless corporation can devise a new bioweapon. I mean, imagine if the big twist of that movie is that there's literally an android scab hiding among them. I mean, that would surely be a terrible movie. Disney dropped the Slave One moniker for Boba Fett's ship in a Lego set, and it appears they don't want to use the old name going forward. The good old classic corporate style of solving inequality and racism and all those other prejudices.
Changing a word.
Disney be like, no slave words allowed! Then film Mulan beside concentration camps. No, see, they're getting rid of slavery here, not ethnic cleansing. See, that's different, and therefore allowed, somehow. Insulin has become so expensive that as many as 1 in 4 people with diabetes are now skipping life-saving doses. Insulin manufacturers murder diabetics with price gouging. Fix the headline for you. Which alone is so dumb and makes no sense. Like, you'd want it to be affordable so that they keep affording it and buying it. I know that sounds absolutely dark, just treating them as nothing more than money machines, but I mean, that's how corporations view them, so why aren't they thinking like this? Did y'all know Texas won its revolution by attacking the Mexican army while they were sleeping? Their traditional daily siesta of the culture in a strategically vulnerable position. Real honorable victory, huh? The things they don't teach us in school. Wow, the enemy attacked during the army's scheduled nap time. Who could possibly have foreseen such a dastardly tactic? Excuse me, enemies? No fighting during nap time, thank you. Guess what? No one is going to change the climate. It's freaking nature. Get over it. Oh yeah, ever get really sick? Don't go to the doctor, just die. It's the freaking nature. Get over it. So it's that kind of thinking as to why people think gingers have no souls. I'm glad when I used to skate as a kid, my parents didn't make me look like a dog by wearing some pointless helmet. Generation Snowflake strikes again. Aw, imagine how nice you would have been without all the head injuries. Well, Spikes and Spokes and Allison Sador, please tell me how many Olympic trials you have competed in. If the answer is less than 1, shut the frick up. It's completely irrelevant to this conversation, but since you ask, I have competed in 4 Olympic Games, have 1 Olympic medal, 3 world titles, and a 20-year career as an elite/pro athlete. I'll keep speaking up on this issue that affects all the female athletes coming up after me. Thank you. Damn, dude, how did you bait yourself so badly? Looking? You couldn't afford me. You wear discount clothes. Nothing on sale is worth buying. Like your OnlyFans? Oh, you've been hit by, you've been struck by a smooth comeback. You're not paying for your basic nudes? I noticed the paint on the car was a slightly different color than the original paint of the car. It didn't look like it was a pearl white like another type of white color paint instead of the pearl white. I'm sorry, wait, what? It was pearl white. It wasn't pearl white? I am so confused. Hi, thanks for the feedback. You chose a method of repair to fit your budget that did not include blend in order to save yourself from paying your full deductible, and still had additional repair and paint done to your rear bumper. That was not covered by your insurance claim. Please feel free to return and pay the remainder of your deductible so that we can finish the refinish with blend. As we explained, it would be necessary, especially on a 3-stage pearl, in order to achieve a perfect paint match. In summary, listen next time, you stupido! That woman wanted to kill her child. Or you could read the article. I bet that period made you feel real badass, didn't it? Yeah, you slammed it home, really showed them. You're having a hissy fit because here's a few right here. Used punctuation. Ooh, look, this one has a squiggly on the top. You typed out that nonsense because I used a full stop at the end of a sentence. Ooh, comma. Ooh, can you handle that? Like some sort of normal person? Ooh, squiggly's back. That's a new level of frickwittery. Comma. Even for Reddit. Bringing back the classic. How weird that you should be offended by a period. Comma. When I'm, ooh, comma's in the air now, better catch it. Sure, your parents still wish you'd, ooh, come on, catch it. Been one. And a full stop. What a delicious buffet of punctuation, just gobbling it up. Hey, I'm not sure why this interaction resurfaced, but while you're here, please help us build more public skate parks by purchasing this signed 8x12 pic of me from 1987. Half of the proceeds go to the skate park project. And yes, I personally signed them all.
I'm a little baby on the internet. Why just half the proceeds? You need rent money?
No, but the photographer does. Can't tell if this is a dig at the baby with a clever comeback or a dig at the photographer for still needing to rent.
I'm the tough man. Not all of us have a bunch of fans on the internet that would be willing to fork out money towards us for us giving them some personal content.
So anyway, I'm starting an OnlyFans for you guys, only $5 a month. The Alan Turing £50 note issued today on his birthday. A gay man key to the development of computing.
So he's a gay man before he's a scientist? Lol, clown world. How utterly insulting to Turing.
So I did understand this point until the OP made a more valid point. Yes, as I'm not sure he was a scientist when Mum popped him out of the uterus. Why do heterosexual athletes need to show pride for a lifestyle they don't live? Why do fans wear jerseys of a team they don't play for? Oh, she. Imagine being roasted by the entire league of a sport. Wow. You are not liked by your own hobby. Actual critical race theory. Racism is so normal, the dominant society will interpret an attack on racism as an attack on society itself. Pat Robertson says critical race theory is a monstrous evil that is urging people of color to rise up and overtake their oppressors so that once they've gotten the whip handle, they'll then instruct their white neighbors how to behave. This is really bad for my throat. But hey, it's a painful thing to speak as and a painful thing to hear from someone as equally fitting as a gremlin like this man. Also, can we just point out, overtake their oppressors? So you admit you are oppressing them. Oh, come on, man.
You make this too easy.
Rich people have small TVs and big libraries. Poor people have small libraries and big TVs. Rich people literally have in-home theaters. Please stop lying. I was playing 2K and missed a green free throw. Then I realized who was shooting, shaking my head.
Oh, Shake, it's Shaq. Hi, Shaq here. Things like this is the reason I put my phone on silent, so people like you can't get a ring, even on my phone.
That's right. Shaq's an old granny now. I'm Kevin Sorbo. The American flag, but with 49 stars because... California. Well, if anyone knows about not being a star, look at this shirt with the colors on it. Looks like a pride flag. No thanks. Oh, how sweet of him. He's learned to zip his mouth already. Well, that's good reflection there, sir. Still gonna legally end your life through words anyway. If a t-shirt with 3 colored stripes, none of which are actually the colors on the pride flag, is so triggering to you, I can't imagine how tough your June has been. Triggers everywhere. Maybe you can start a movement to ask brands to start including trigger warnings in their marketing emails if the content features any colored stripes. Wishing you the best with your trying time, you freaking snowflake. I consider it one of the turning points in my life when it finally sunk in that my country is the bad guys. Would it be better if the entire world was like China or like the US? Neither. You're both tyrants. You both have a police that kills its citizens like dogs. You both put people in prisons and then use them as slaves. You both committed war crimes against thousands of innocent people because of money, power, and oil. And you both have millions of poor people that are on the brink of starvation while also both of you have the largest number of billionaires in the world. You both suck.
Oh, but America is free!
Seen our pride of ScotRail chain yet? Don't worry if not, it'll be wearing this design until it needs repainted in 2029.
Was that Scottish? I don't know. I'm Scottish descent and I can't even do a decent Scottish accent.
I take it you'll also be painting one in straight colours, or will we be discriminated against? Well, straight people aren't punched in the face for holding hands with their life partner, nor are they executed in other countries simply for being straight. Please educate yourself on the matter before commenting such nonsense.
This has been Jack using a healthy debate on the legitimacy of pride representation as a way to educate and learn how to better speak Scottish. Because remember, it's not about being perfect, but trying. Even if you have definitely insulted almost an entire country for it. Men, stay away from vulgar women. A feminine, respectful woman values what she speaks or writes. A woman who easily says or writes frick vaginaire zich is a no. Vulgar women are damaged women who come with emotional baggage. Focus on your life. Vaginaire is vulgar? I'm a gynecologist. What am I supposed to call it? The pocketbook? I never understand the idea of damaged people with emotional baggage. Like, okay, yeah, damaged people should work on themselves before getting into relationships and therefore risking becoming dependent, but who doesn't have emotional baggage? Honestly, if you don't to some degree, I feel like you're not really experienced in life yet. It's weird how people don't recognize trans women and their accomplishments. Whenever I learn about a woman doing anything intelligent, creative, transformative, or original, I instantly assume they are a trans woman. What purpose does that serve? Instead of assuming, why not find accomplishments that trans women actually did and talk about those? Basically, you found a long, convoluted way to say, I'm a misogynist. Thanks. Message received. Am I racist if I feel uncomfortable about a guy with a turban on my plane because this isn't okay with me? Hardcore, I know what you mean. I get really uncomfortable whenever I see a white man walk into a movie theater or elementary school. I mean, statistically, he's right to fear that.
That's a hero right there. I'm glad the Church of Satan is putting their lawsuit through. It shows what pro-abortionists really are. They're pro-murder Satanists. You're misremembering. The Satanic Temple, not the Church of Satan. I had to remove thinking because I'd hate to accuse you of such a thing. People can self-identify as male or female in Scottish census, says Guidance. Can I be a dolphin? No, dolphins are intelligent animals. Satanists don't believe in a literal Satan. Then what do you call people who believe in a literal Satan? Oh, Christians, by the way. Scared by that new report on climate change? Here's what you can do to help. No. Go f*** yourself, CNN. Reminder that 100 corporations are responsible for 71% of global greenhouse gas emissions, and presenting the crisis as a moral failing on the part of the individual without noting this fact is journalistic malpractice. It's pathetic. Oh my god, I'm absolutely stunned. Crayola, this is disgusting and unacceptable. Canceled. I like how they said canceled as though that's how it works. Hashtag canceled. We're grateful for the opportunity to respond. Crayola offers multiple languages on some products to help children learn. Negro, pronounced negro, is the appropriate word a Spanish-speaking child would use for the color black. We hope this helps. Knowing them, it absolutely didn't. Who wants to see a movie where Tom Holland commits multiple hate crimes? Mark Wahlberg says he'd pick Tom Holland to play him in a biopic about his life. Or biopic, depending on who you are. I don't give a shit. But man, that sounds terrible. Spent the first 60 seconds talking about plastic and how it'll be around 400 years from now, ignoring the technological developments both current and in the future that will absolutely change that. It's like living in 1901 and saying how it'll always take 2 weeks to cross the Atlantic because today our technology sucks. How about you stick to the real topic at hand? You should suck on a uranium lollipop, since future innovations will surely fix the cancer you'll get. See how dumb that sounds? Alright, I'm gonna go back to scratching this brand new iPhone. If you fly a pride flag higher than the American flag, don't worry, we know exactly who you're voting for, and it's embarrassing. Most of you fly the Confederate flag higher than the American flag. It's true. Out where I am, I see plenty of those motherfuckers. Ooh, flying it right next to the true flag. Always weird that traitors get to fly their colors in the country that they were defeated in. Each large muscle of a bodybuilder represents a language he didn't learn, a poem he didn't read, a fun fact he never memorized. Thucydides said that the society that separates its scholars from its warriors will have its thinking done by cowards and its fighting by fools. However, you appear to be both a fool and a coward. What's the thing you wish the opposite gender would stop doing? Finding me unattractive? No, that's not just the other gender. Oh dear. Katie Piper, who she? Okay, with lips full of Botox and a designer face drawn by surgeons on the advertising platform called Sky News, promoting a publication about people needing to be honest with themselves. Couldn't make it up, could you? What? My face has been rebuilt by surgeons using other parts of my body after it was melted down to the muscle and skeleton following an acid attack. But regardless, I don't owe you pretty. Perhaps use your time more productively than commenting on women's appearance on the internet. He only commented on it because he's got nothing else to actually say. So he went neener, you're ugly, lol. That's all he had, dude. Elephants are the sweetest animals on Earth. They can also be assholes. Just like any intelligent creature, humans can be assholes too, though. It's not just intelligent creatures. The trainer did never fight against the whale. He did knew that he lived only because the orca did decide not to kill him. English second language? Jerk is your first personality? The Bible is ardently and unequivocally pro-life. God killed everyone on Earth so a guy could start a zoo boat. Male privilege is wearing the same outfit multiple times to events, while girls can't wear the same dress twice no matter how cute it is. Okay, there isn't a single straight man on Earth that cares if you wear the same cute dress twice. The negative comments will come from other women. Yo, if I like a dress that my girl wears, holy she can wear it every day for the rest of my natural life and I'll love it every single time. I love YouTube, but this ain't it. How's this fair? Let me manage your channel. I'm a manager of a TikTok account with 6,000 followers and have tons of experience dealing with copyright, etc. I'm also a keen gamer, so have experience when it comes to the gaming side, nerd face. It's like telling Elon Musk you can manage his bank account because your grandma gave you $50 once. Yeah, 6,000 followers? Damn, you're really hitting it off on TikTok, ain't you, bruh? Tell us why you hate mayo, and we'll tell you why we don't care. The amount of mayo on that sandwich is horrifying. Also, your Kraft cheese slices don't qualify by the US FDA pasteurized processed cheese labeling standard. What a disgusting thing to pass off as nourishment and nutrition to people. And the plastic you produce is abhorrent. Why would we trust any of your products? It's a good question. I don't trust them. I mean, I eat them. Doesn't mean I trust it. If I'm putting something like mayonnaise on anything that I eat, it's not really that I'm trusting it. It's that, hey, it's 2021. What choice do we have? I don't care. And their Smells Like Teen Spirit song is lame, and they're only famous because of Kurt's death. Yes, they were practically nobodies before he died. Either you're wrong or you spent the 90s living in a bunker. False dichotomy. You're right, I'm limiting the options. You could just be a moron. Wife of a Bears lineman wins a bronze medal today in Rio Olympics. You spelled three-time Olympian Corey Codgel-Urane, I'm so sorry if I said that wrong, wins second bronze medal today in Rio Olympics. Yeah, don't you love it? Huh, she girl. That mean she has to be known by her man. Like, off with your dip headlines. Alright, PragerU. Almost cheating. Young people are enamored with anti-racist rhetoric because they think they're fighting racist systems in America. The truth is, they're fighting America itself and the very values the country was founded on. Oops, I think you accidentally said the quiet thing out loud. It's PragerU. I think they've been doing that since they started. Like, honest to God. Dear feminists, stop pretending that birth control is necessary for one's health. Dear misogynists, stop pretending to be doctors. When she's your girlfriend versus when she becomes your wife, how her parents treated her versus how you treat her. Thank you for the attempt, but MSDNC isn't a good source. Can you suggest a similar segment from a not-so-biased source? LOL, nah bruh. If you're incapable of viewing media and differentiating between inherent bias and fact-based reporting, then you just eat your horse paste and don't worry about it. Oh, they will. They will. Right up until they can't breathe anymore. Alright, Kanye West 6.0, Peppa's Adventures, the album 6.5. Peppa didn't need to host listening parties in Mercedes-Benz Stadium to get that 0.5. Oh, dude! Whether or not that's real, it's funny, and if I were Kanye, I would now try to get Peppa Pig as a feature on one of my next tracks. I think that'd be hilarious. You have your quiver on backwards. No, it's not. In fact, that's exactly how it's designed. Some archers do have field quivers that can face the other way, but this is a hip quiver, and more specifically, it's how the arrows would be for this type of bow. The bow I have is a Hungarian Avar horse bow, which is used mainly for mounted archery. If the quiver were the other way around, you'd be smacking your horse in the face with arrows. Also, by having the quiver in this direction, it's faster to draw when doing mounted archery. That's also why the leather tooling on it is facing outwards. If you flipped it around, the leather would be hidden and therefore backwards. Plus, many Olympic archers shoot with hip quivers this way. So it's not backwards, it's being used exactly how it's designed. Next time, I wouldn't just assume the person is wearing something wrong without checking. I'm a professional archer and did these photos to show off my new mounted archery equipment in a fantasy photo shoot. We all know Matthew just went, lady know how do stuff that I know how do cause Lord of the Rings. Sprint and T-Mobile joined forces to create the worst phone service ever. That's definitely not the way we want you to feel, Christopher. If you aren't having a top-notch experience, T-Force is here to help. Send us a PM to get started. Oh, I will. You're gonna get an earful when I get reception. Man, the only reason I despise this merger is as a Sprint customer, my dirt cheap rate is being forced out of my hands because T-Mobile won't offer us Sprint customers anything but double the bill. You, T-Mobile. You. If toilet paper suddenly disappeared forever, what would you use to wipe your butt instead? I'd print off most of the posts and ask Reddit these days. Me too. Yeah, that's an efficient way of doing it. Up here on Central Park West, no flooding issues with the heavy rain. 6.4 inches and counting at the park. Oh, where the rich people live? Yeah, I'm sure their drainage works perfectly fine. Yeah, of course. Gotta protect the rich people. Someone has made it quite clear today that one is not entitled to an opinion if the person doesn't have the same opinion as those on the same thread. Haven't gotten very far with human rights at all if this is the case, especially online socializing. At least I'm constantly getting a lambasting for not agreeing with somebody or saying something different. Hi there. We're not aware of the context of what you're referring to, but surely if you and someone else are disagreeing openly on a thread online, you're both enjoying your human rights to the maximum in that regard? Yeah, they don't understand. You're just wasting your internet ink. Oh, it's Matt Walsh. Jesus Christ. Yes, I said I don't like female analysts and reporters in football. No, I don't care if that upsets you. No, I don't apologize. Yes, I think women are feminizing traditionally male spaces. Yes, I think that's bad. Yes, I'm right. No, your whining doesn't change any of this. I don't think Matt Walsh or any other man who ran a sub 4.840 should analyze football. Our traditionally athletic spaces are being overran by subpar beta males. Yes, I said it. No, I don't care if you're offended. Yes, I'm right. No, I won't apologize. Man, I really pushed some buttons on you little Euro babies, didn't I? Guess we just have thicker skin. LOL. At a certain point, you're going to have to accept your morbid obesity and stop trying to call it thicker skin. EmKay? EmKay. Hey, I'm sorry for missing class today. One of my friends just had foot surgery, so I was taking care of her. Did I miss anything important? Dear student, you've just broken all the rules of emailing your professor. You did not identify which of my 120 students you are. You did not state in which of the 3 class subjects I am currently teaching you are enrolled. You did not identify the specific class of the 5 sections I am teaching. You did not give a proper and respectful greeting, and you asked me not what was missed, which was on the syllabus and Moodle page and the class daily schedule, but insinuated that anything that was being taught would not be important. Best. If ghosts are for Halloween, why am I getting ghosted all year round? Because you don't pay enough, you don't offer stable scheduling, nor consistent hours, nor real benefits as workers kill themselves to make Target CEO Brian Cornell over 805 times more than the average Target worker.
Roasted.
But they just went to $15 an hour. For real, Target, if you want to cement your legacy as the fancier, better Walmart, double the pay right now. James Blunt, do you want to come to our wedding? I think you're awful, but my fiance thinks you're good. She's weird. It seems she has bad taste in most things. You know, the funniest part is he probably would have at least kinda considered it had you not been a little dick. If someone ever asks you to do something for them, do it really bad so you never have to do it again. Is that why you're no longer on TV? Oh, Paris, come on! I'm sick of the words, the unvaccinated, like we're vampires or something. Yeesh. No, vampires are cool and live for a long time. Oh boy, what do we got here? Indian news channel Times Now has broadcast a clip of an American F-15 flying in Wales and claimed it as proof of a full-fledged Pakistani invasion of Afghanistan. But you didn't say the clip was total bull. Why not? Michael, we said the clip was filmed in Wales. Wales is not in Afghanistan. I don't know how else to help you here. Damn girl, you cute, but 2 kids? Yikes. I don't know if I can be stepdaddy to 2 kids. Damn boy, you ugly and with no job, no car, and no money? Yikes. I don't know if I can be a mommy to another boy. Oh, he got destroyed, man. Obliterated. Make sure to clean your keyboard every month. Take some time to touch that grass, too. Hey, we're just cooling off. You should take notes. I mean, it's cute, but if these corpses could shut the up. Say it with me, kids. Words are not oppressive. It's your choice to be offended by them and give them power. Stop being a Oh, let's listen to the guy pretending to be Waluigi on the internet. They seem to clearly be rational and smart. Much like I know Waluigi to be. Yeah, me having a Waluigi-themed account clearly negates my ability to have a valid opinion. Okay, you shouldn't have let his words have the power to upset you, Waluigi. Yes, remember, you have the control. Vin Diesel spotted shirtless on a yacht in Italy, and you are yachtless in a shirt. Don't act like he's the loser. Yeah, he's fine. Plus, if you give him like a month, he'll be back to being more ripped than you've ever been. Come on. I had no idea Australia had so many police. Weird how they can stop freedom protests, but not actual crime. Actual crime? Like, say, breaching health orders by gathering in large numbers during a pandemic of an aerosol virus in direct contravention to the Public Health and Well-Being Act of 2008? Is that the kind of actual crime you're referring to? No. See, for her, she's got a different set of what constitutes a crime, alright? Doesn't count for her. You're from Italy and you're a liberal? Didn't know Italians were so stupid. Yep, right off the boat from Naples. Don't worry, I entered the US legally. I was fluent in 4 languages before your balls dropped. Although, now I'm wondering if a man like you, one who's so insecure with himself that he feels the need to insult strangers on dating apps, even has a pair of balls to begin with. Anyways, wishing you a beautiful Sunday. Arrivederci.
I often ask myself, what if I moved to the States? But then I remember tipping and stay where I am. My Brazilian 10% optional tip and only at restaurants habits could never adapt to that crazy tip everyone just in case system. Deciding not to move somewhere just because of tipping? Lamau. Ooh, you've set yourself up there. Actually, the lack of public health system and workers' rights are the main deciding factors. I was just being nice by not beating a dead dog. Oof, I'd say that's rough, but the dog's dead, so it wouldn't say that. Doesn't anyone know if Ryanair have USB ports on board the plane? Oh yeah, they're just under the seat massage button. I love Ryanair. It's a bus with wings. Remember that and you won't go far wrong. Well, I mean, my local city bus has USB ports in the seat backs, so we'll let them drive you to Greece for a tenner. You'll need a USB port for that journey. If Socrates was out philosodomizing in American society today, he would be cancelled real quick. Socrates was executed. A lot of people are going to make fun of you for this tweet, but I won't. I'll explain it very slowly for you, because God's most simple people should be treated with respect. Socrates was executed, which is sort of like being cancelled. Now for some lighthearted fun. What's the one conspiracy theory that no matter what anyone says you believe is true? Mine is that the moon landing in 1969 was completely faked. Just nothing about it makes sense, especially naysays accidentally erasing the original footage. The biggest thing for me is the fuel tank size, plus the live broadcast with audio from the moon in 1969. I just cannot. How does this account have a verification check? Twitter just giving them to anyone now? Maybe she just says things that are so stupid nobody would ever want to pretend to be her, making verification very easy. Today I fricked up getting an 18-year-old pregnant. Aw, congrats on your 2 new children! Made in China. Just what I want to put on my face. A mask from the country that gave us this virus. You're already putting your mouth up against your Chinese phone, pulling your Chinese jumper over your face, and wearing Chinese underwear while eating meat products from China, drinking tea, watching your child suck a Chinese toy every day. But okay, not wearing a mask. Oh, good to know where the line in the sand is drawn. Oh, stop, you're violating them. Ford says chip shortage will force it to halt or cut production at 8 plants. The government has to be behind this chip shortage. Can't purchase gas-powered vehicles if there aren't any to purchase. Oh, what a big brain, because electrical vehicles definitely don't have any computer chips anywhere in them. How do you cater for a wedding with 600 guests? Find out the answer in this BBC article. Oh, that reminds me of another question. How do you colonize India and then not know the answer to this question? Replying to Mr. Beast. Make better content. I've already unsubbed and am no longer watching, sadly. Oh, hey, this you?
I have no job. I have no money. I have no hobbies. My family despises my existence. All I have is Twitter. When I needed someone or something, Twitter is there for me. Twitter is my life, my passion, and my faith. I love Twitter.
Sad cringe.
Her 5 bachelors, 4 masters, and 3 PDs ain't gonna cook your biryani.
Of course they won't, because I'll be making it for her. Yeah, lads, come on. How good would it be? I will trade being the cook and the cleaner if I get to stay at home and play video games. Give me that maid outfit and everything, I'll commit. Each large muscle of a bodybuilder represents a language he didn't learn, a poem he didn't read, a fun fact he never memorized. Thucky Diddy said, that is how you pronounce it, don't contest me on this, that the society that separates its scholars from its warriors will have its thinking done by cowards and its fighting done by fools. However, you appear to be both a fool and a coward. Congratulations, you're unique in the worst way. Illegal life pro tips request. Where do I find sugar daddies? No, smecks or meetups. So basically, you're just looking for an old man to give you things while he gets nothing out of it. That's called it daddy. Just a regular daddy. Something tells me you guys aren't on the best of terms.
Absolutely 0 beautiful women see your anime t-shirt or your cowboy boots or dirty sneakers and think,
wow, that's so sexy.
Look at yourself. You're a nerd. You've got no girls, no money,
when you've got no swagger. Now look at this white boy still using that word. And you surely have no idea how to dress yourself. Cool, cool. Have you ever met a woman that didn't immediately cover her drink when you walked into the room? Maybe reflect on that. Please know, if you're someone who brings a book to the bar, nobody likes you. How much of your life, expressed as a percentage, have you spent gesturing for women to take out their earbuds?
Oh, double misogyny whammy!
Being an independent contractor sucks for a lot of reasons, but it also affords you the unique ability to tell people to frick off in delightful ways.
Hi, Caleb. I was just informed you weren't on the morning stand-up call this morning. How come?
Yeah, dude, I was asleep. I basically never joined those.
Well, going forward, morning meetings are a requirement for employment at this place. I expect you to be on the next call tomorrow at 9 a.m.
Ah, man, that sucks for you guys, but I'm not an employee. My contract says nothing about required hours or daily meetings.
You really need an attitude adjustment. If you aren't on the next call, you're not getting a cracker, and you're fired. Your choice.
You can fire me if you want, but you guys have to pay me through the 18th of next month regardless, so I'm definitely sleeping in tomorrow. Enjoy your meeting. You guys really ought to read the contracts you have assigned sometime. It's pretty wild stuff in there.
Please call me.
No. My wife, who it is rumored is a doctor, stayed up all night with my 5-year-old because my girl has a brutal cough due to flu. Tonight, it is my turn. My wife then got up and went to work to care for her patients. That's feminism, not murdering babies outside the womb.
You're a podcaster. You probably should have done both nights. Yeah, pro tip to being a parent. Your children aren't dolls. You can't just throw it away to someone else when you're done playing with it. I knew Miss Elastic Girl was too gorgeous to be straight. Here she's waving at a woman in the new trailer. 2018 is a gays-only event! Why are y'all like this?
She's happily married with a loving and supporting husband and has 3 freaking kids!
Ladies, is it gay to smile at another woman? That's not even a woman. That's a little girl. Is this really the hill y'all want to die on? The NFL is now the League of Sexual Anarchy. This halftime show should not be allowed on television. Wow, Charlie saw some black people having a good time on his TV and can't stand it. Why would he want a bunch of drug addicts and thieves living next to him? Why would you assume poor people are drug addicts and thieves? Don't you train with a guy that can't even pee clean to support his livelihood? Because I grew up poor and seen it firsthand. Being poor in America is a choice. Right, so why did your parents choose to be poor? They, to teach me a lesson. They secretly had money. This is horrible. There's no such thing as queer kids. It's just dysfunctional adults grooming children. You should be ashamed of yourselves. Disgusting. Haha, I suck being terrified of teenage girls dancing together and holding hands. The British left 80 years ago. If you have problems, they are now your own. Indian politicians are looking for someone to blame their failures in case someone holds them to account. So, who gets held accountable for the crippling conditions the British left the Indians in? Same question for the Native American condition in the US. You're trying to erase the part in history in which imperialism royally fricked these people over. Let's be honest, Ryanair. Your planes very rarely take off. You just take people's money. We only had 2,148 flights take off yesterday, to be fair, Jason. It's never too early to start a business. At 7, this boy runs a company and saves for college. It's so inspiring that a child has to sift through garbage because of the 6-figure debt he needs to take on to get a job in 15 years. The American dream. American fear the electric water kettle. This strikes fear into the heart of Americans. Plastic parts having any contact with boiling water.
Yeah, missed me with that, Schmidt.
We Americans have this amazing multi-purpose tool called a pot. Oh, that's really great. Glad to see you have at least one universal thing.
Oh, shots fired.
Comedians did not sign up to be your hero. It's our job to be irreverent and dangerous, to question authority, and take you through a spooky, mental, haunted house so you can arrive at your own conclusions. Stay focused on the people we pay taxes to be moral leaders. Maybe add to be funny to the list? That's literally the requirement of your profession. 2,000 miles isn't that much, honestly. I could drive that much in a day. If you drove a steady 75 miles per hour without ever slowing down or stopping, it would take you over 26 hours to drive 2,000 miles. More than a day. Well, assuming you're correct then, let's suppose that I didn't sleep to have more time in a day, then I could probably make it. And what are your sources for your data? Sources for my date? Basic maths! It's called math! You should try it sometime! People were making a living and becoming famous, writing books and songs and inventing things long before the internet existed. Try again. Name any of them. Oh my god. It's one of those things where your brain explodes with so much information as to easily dismiss the stupid argument, but then as a result, you just, you shut down because there's just too much information coming in at once. Homer, Virgil, Dante, Shakespeare, Mozart, Bach, Beethoven. That is like 1/1,000,000th of all the people. People have a right to own private property, physical or digital, and they have a right to defend their access to their private property via brute force power. Bitcoin should be protected under the Second Amendment. I'm going to regret asking this, but do you think the Second Amendment includes a list of commodities you can shoot people over? Once it's protected by the Second Amendment, you get to put an NFT sticker on it saying, "We don't call 911," with a revolver pointed at you. It's pretty badass. It says that in the Constitution. Where, NFL bad now. I'm sexually frustrated, so I view everything in a sexual way. Hey, buddy, what's this? Oh, look, it's you. It's your own quote. What's that you're saying there? Just because you are offended doesn't mean you are right. Wow. Chipotle, 26% profit increase, raising prices. Starbucks, 31% profit increase, raising prices. McDonald's, 59%, raised prices. Shell Mobile, 60% increase, also raising prices. There's not a labor shortage. This isn't inflation. It is 100% corporate greed. The solution is this. Don't eat at Chipotle. Make a burrito at home. Don't eat at McDonald's. Take a sandwich to work. Make your own coffee and skip Starbucks. Yes, kids, you can make coffee at home. Ask me how. Drive an electric vehicle. Vote with your wallet. That's power. This does not solve corporate greed. It does not stop wage theft. It does not stop capitalism. It does, however, make you feel superior to poor people. Wow, yeah, come on, guys, let's go buy an electric vehicle that you get them at Kmart and Walmart all the time, yeah! Cook a bunch of your own meals every day. You're fine. We all have the same 24 hours in a day, after all. I'm so ignorant. The unpaid internships, the scraping up money to pay bills, the sleeping on couches, that's part of the journey to separate those who will make it and those who won't. Hi, poverty is not a test of character, my dude. It's just poverty. You know what you get for surviving a day of poverty? Another one! And for that one, another one! Nobody's watching you from money heaven, tallying up all the hard work you did to make sure you'll be rewarded someday. Yes, welcome to the entertainment industry. Hard work is BS. It's who you know and how lucky you are. Hey, lefties. AR does not stand for assault rifle. It stands for Armalite rifle. You want to take our guns, but you don't know jack about guns. See the problem? Damn near 100% of the men trying to regulate my uterus can't find my Tammy. Yeah, but that's a different issue. So you still agree on it, though? No, because... No. Is the fall of Rome comparable to the current situation in the United States? No. Rome had good roads. Satan conferences should not be protected by the First Amendment. Satan worship is not what the founders had in mind when they referenced the fruits of liberty. Go ahead and read the first sentence in the First Amendment. Take as long as you need. Congress shall make no law respecting an establishment of a religion or prohibiting the free exercise thereof, or abridging the freedom of speech or of the press, or the right of the people peacefully to assemble and to petition the government for a redress of grievances. Basically, they want the First Amendment, but they don't want it for certain people. Oh, Charlie, you little word that rhymes with your name. Petition to put cis white dudes on a barge and float them out to sea. Yeah, we did that in 1944 and saved the world. I mean, if you want to give us that praise and honor and respect again, like, I understand, but there's no need. Guys, I got engaged Friday! For context, this is a gay OnlyFans creator. Surprised he said yes. Must not have seen the Anon BBC videos. What a toxic and terrible thing to say. You should realize, one, not everyone fits in your heteronormative monogamous relationship style. Some people are in open relationships and open marriages. Don't let your head explode just yet. OnlyFans and sex work is a real valid job. Just because you aren't comfortable with OP being in this work doesn't mean his soon-to-be husband isn't comfortable with it. Honestly, I don't even know why I'm bothering with this response. Like, looking at your comment history and seeing the fact you troll people's nudes with comments like, get a haircut and get a hot washcloth and scrub before taking pics, you're probably just an a-hole in general. From first dates to engagements, from accidental meet-cutes to lifelong friendships, share a photo in the comments and tell us how Starbucks has played a role in your love story. Oh, well, here's me waiting in the unemployment line after Starbucks fired me for trying to organize a union. Oh, such sweet memories. So apparently job candidates sending a thank you note isn't a thing anymore. Candidates, pro tip, send a thank you note. Yes, also keep your head lower than the interviewer. Oh, something on the floor? Thank you. Memorize your surroundings. Never turn your back on the interviewer when leaving the room. Thank you. Okay, wow, that's a
some impressive moonwalking, sir.
Thank you.
Address the interviewer as your job ship.
Yes, your job ship. I've done 5 years experience.
Oh, that's great.
I've also brought, as requested, a stout pig.
Oh, good heavens!
Bring a
What?
stout pig as a gift to the interviewer.
Get it out of here! It's covered in mud!
Praise the interviewer and debase yourself.
Who said to bring this in?
Your anger is so valid, your job
it
ship.
out!
I'm stupid and you're smart, your job ship.
Stop calling me! Who told you to call me that?
Thank you.
Wear a tie.
Yes, I'll be honest, I was very close to hiring you, but then I noticed you didn't have a tie, and that was just, no, that's disgusting.
I understand basic economics such as supply and demand. Very hard topic for leftists. Leftists understand this. If anyone doesn't understand basic economics, it's the right. They don't seem to understand the concept of surplus value, or that deregulating the entire market sphere leads to economic distress, or perhaps that the economic model is built around coercion, monopolization, commodification, yeah, the list goes on. You only say we don't understand economics because the only knowledge you actually have of our beliefs is a PragerU compilation about toothbrushes. There is no legitimate reason to ban transgender troops, period. Except when you're in a life or death situation and you aren't comfortable trusting the person next to you. But that doesn't matter, right?
Brian, the enemy has surrounded us and we have nowhere to run. I don't think we are going to get out of this. I have a plan that might save us, but I don't know if I can trust you. Hurry, show me your It's the only way, Brian. The only way!
What is stronger, my urge to make a joke or my desire not to be cancelled? You have 2 followers, Crusades fetishizer, pronouns deuce volt. I don't think you're going to be cancelled. I think your feigning fear of being cancelled is performative. Well, no, because Ronaldo's the greatest player in history and can do everything better than Beckham. But it would be like taking away your goal hanging and tap-ins. You'd be lucky to make Leicester's all-time Absolutely agree. Without the tap-ins and goal hanging, I wouldn't have scored hundreds of goals and won golden boots. I'd be like you, completely and utterly useless. I am incredibly honored and, suffice to say, deeply humbled to have been asked to serve on the Naval Academy Board of Visitors. I am grateful beyond measure for the opportunity and look forward to working to continue the proud tradition of developing midshipmen. Hey, son of McCain, what's your qualification other than who your dad was? Aw, gee, nothing much. I graduated from the Naval Academy, served in the Navy, continued doing so, spent 3 years as an instructor at the Academy teaching all 4 year groups, hold a graduate degree from Georgetown, was an Afghan hand, and am a reserve naval aviator. I'm also 4th generation USNA. Just city college stuff, you know? Your Netflix binge watching makes climate change worse, say experts. The emissions generated by watching 30 minutes of Netflix is the same as driving almost 4 miles. Cool to guilt trip ordinary people for every tiny thing that might spark joy while oil executives dip their hands in big barrels of dinosaur juice to lube up every time they have a wank.
Dear ladies, there is no reason whatsoever for you to post pictures of yourself in low-cut shirts, bikinis, bra, and underwear, or anything similar ever. Not to show your weight loss journey, not to show your newborn baby, not to document your birth story. Signed, your brothers. And I'm definitely not one of them, who is clearly uncomfortable with coming to the terms who wants to sleep with my sisters when I see them in outfits that show femininity.
Dear Brian, just because you can't scroll Twitter without a vat of whale oil under your desk doesn't mean the rest of us lack your self-control. Seek help. Signed, a guy who's seen them before. Thank you all the black developers, creators, and players who add so much to gaming all year long. Posting on Facebook, what do you expect? Oh yay! But it caustic racism responses. Please be patient as we work to ignore all your racist comments. So next month will be for whites, right? Yes. We'll talk about their role in slavery, colonization, torture, the burning of cities, Jim Crow segregation, and police brutality. Oh yeah, I'm definitely switching to PlayStation. Hi! Great! Can't wait for you to see our posts about Black history. Can't escape your history, Seth.
You're a nice kid and all. I enjoy your videos and I like your sense of humor. Also, at the risk of sounding gay, you're a fairly good looking guy, so no need to be self-conscious and take this personally. However, that moustache, if it can so be called, makes my heart hurt. You look like you're being haunted by the ghost of a moustache. You look like you're heavily in moustache dead. That moustache defies the properties of physics because it has the force to make me cry, but has no mass. No, I don't agree. I think it suits him. I think it looks fairly, fairly awesome. Also, who's that guy? He looks epic. Ready for a world in which $50 DNA tests can predict your odds of earning a PhD or forecast which toddler gets into a selective preschool? You can already do this with a zip code. Today at Walmart, this girl ahead of me in line's card kept declining, so the cashier offered to pay for it. She told him, "I have a boyfriend," and the cashier legit told her, "I'm trying to hurry home and watch some basketball right now, not date your broke booty." Who the frick left this in my car and in lot 30? I just want to talk. Many 3-year-olds have trouble staying within the lines. Maybe if you practice coloring this turtle, it will help with your parking. I found out that my son is going to try and get himself vaccinated when he turns 18 in a month. How can I stop him? Except that you have raised a son who is more intelligent than you. How do you sleep at night knowing that there are some people in the world who don't like you? With no underwear, in case they want to kiss my white couples that adopt non-white kids. Ugh. If you're getting mad at someone for adopting a parentless child and bringing that child into a loving home because their skin color doesn't match, then you need to take a good, hard look at your priorities, evaluate your life, and ask yourself how you sunk this freaking low. Hey guys, my parents are out of town. Party at my house this weekend. At LSPDB, what? The police can't come though, I guess. We are actually pretty cool people to hang out with, but we get it. If nothing illegal is going on and no one calls us, we won't come. But based off the number of likes and comments too far, it doesn't look like anyone else is going either. Jesus Christ, calm down. 1882. I'm financially not the same as my boyfriend, and it's beginning to bother me. My family makes triple his family. My mum is a position 6 ranks higher at the same company as his dad. I'm coming here to Cal on OOS tuition. He's at the state school getting financial aid. We own 7 properties, his family has 2. Pfft, only 2 properties? Peasant. And that's just our families. I work and make quite a bit of money, so I've been able to buy him upscale gifts. And he only brought me a $30 present on Valentine's Day, and I'm still upset about it. And not even on time because he had to wait for it to go on sale. I have an internship this summer that's prorated at his dad's yearly salary. He has no internship. He's a good guy, he's of the right caste, he's in an okay major, CS, but I resent him for not being able to spoil me. I want to have something to show off. I don't want to be disappointed with a Zales ring down the road. Oh yeah, you should definitely break up with him, so that he can find someone much, much better than you. What's the cruelest thing that's ever been said to you? My mother told me I should carry a plant around to replace the oxygen I waste. Vaccines literally injects you with a disease/illness you could possibly have no association with just to fight it off. My kids will pass. Oh, they'll pass alright. I'm unvaccinated. My superpowers include spreading diseases I don't have. Do they make these in adult sizes? Oh wait, there's no need. A new study shows a rise in depression and stress among young people parallels the growth in smartphone and social media use. Opioid crisis, perpetual war, mass shootings, political paralysis, economic collapse, climate catastrophe, soaring university costs, structural racial injustice. Nah, all of them are fine, okay? iPhones, however. You want socialized medicine? Tell me again how good Canadian healthcare is. Tell me about the wait times for serious medical procedures. Did you guys learn anything from the complete failure of Obamacare? My husband needed brain surgery. World-class neurosurgeons removed a wedge of his skull, used lasers to remove the scar tissue on his temporal lobe, and then put his skull back together. My biggest expenses were parking and snacks for stress eating. Cheat mode! Close your eyes and you can play any game in your mind, even Paper Mario. Paper Mario is trash. Close your eyes and imagine yourself being a more likable person, and then open them and weep. My sister and I are having a mac and cheese battle to see who gets to cook it for Thanksgiving. Mine is on the left, hers is on the right. You're with. Both of you need to be in prison. Pedophiles believe they should be a part of the LGBT community. Oh, I thought the Catholic Church opposed the LGBT community. OP is a janitor. A Redditor had his back covered. So do you find people treat you differently when they learn of your profession? Yes, I've had Tinder dates up and leave after finding out what I do for a living. So in that instance, the trash took itself out. A new book saying Trump wanted to fire Ivanka from her White House job leaves out some important details, like, what is Ivanka's White House job? I think of my paycheck like mana in a video game. Once you run out, you gotta chill for a bit and give it time to recharge. Paycheck? Oh, sorry, I live in Canada where we spell things correctly. I understand the confusion though. What a polite way to say frick you. To the people that say women get roped due to the way they are dressed, this is my dog. His favourite food is steak. He is eye level with the plate. He won't get any closer because I told him no. If a dog is better behaved than you are, you need to reevaluate your life. Feel free to share. My dog is adorable. Comment or DM me if you're a spoiled millennial who thinks you're owed anything. You owe me 2 contractions. I don't know what the fuck. I cheated on my husband and now I'm pregnant. My husband doesn't know. Should I keep the secret? Okay, yeah, keep the secret. Wait till the kid's 3 and looks nothing like you or him. Then divorce him and seek child support for a kid that isn't his. It's your golden ticket to a financially secure life, which, let's face it, is probably the only reason you got married in the first place. Take the man's home and half his crap. Haven't you crapped on him enough by cheating on him and getting pregnant? You obviously don't love him. No matter what you may be telling yourself, he will be devastated, but he will heal and move on, much more easily than he would if he were forced to raise a kid that isn't his and is a product of his wife's affair. I had a friend this happened to. His wife got pregnant with his best friend's child. As the baby grew into a toddler, it was heartbreakingly obvious that the kid was not his, as it looked just like his best friend. The fact that you were even thinking about not telling him is sad and selfish. He deserves to know, and you don't deserve him to stick around and help you fix your mistake. France's EU minister names her cat Brexit because he meows loudly to be let out but just stands there when I open the door. This New York student won a $250 grand prize for his research on the devastating microorganism which caused the Irish potato famine. Calling the Brits a devastating microorganism is a little weird, but I'll take it. Need books? No worries. Donate plasma. Pay for your education with blood. No, really. I wish America would build a Thunderdome so impoverished students could fight to the death over free tuitions. They already have Iraq for that. Happy anniversary, Tim. Is the sex change done yet? Oh, you're confused. They're not taking the whole thing. I'm an organ donor, and they're going to take several inches off this huge thing to donate to the less fortunate. Aren't you on a waiting list? Autistic people, how do you feel about those anti-vaxxers using your illness/genetic disorder to promote their agenda? Serious. Person with Asperger's here. There are a few things that anti-vaxxers don't realize. People with autism aren't stupid. We may be a little different/see the world differently, but we aren't stupid. 2. Vaccines don't cause autism. 3. Your child isn't an idiot because vaccines gave him autism. Your child is a stupid little prick because he shares DNA with you, Karen. Steve Irwin wouldn't want us to attack Peter. We're meant to be kind to animals. I use this to help with my homework. 4th grade is a toughie, man. 4th grade is tough? Ha! I needed this laugh. Just you wait until you get to your junior year of college, kiddo. Imagine being an adult trying to one-up a 9-year-old. Horrible. Doesn't say if there's fluoride in the water. Thanks for your feedback, Taquan. The app also doesn't forecast the weather or report on sporting events. It's an app for choosing healthy food and losing weight. A Florida abortion bill would require a judge to rule if a teen's mature enough to terminate pregnancy. That woman is immature. Let's give her a kid. Florida. Millennials are treating pets like their firstborn child, and it's reportedly causing problems for some of the best known pet food brands. Younger people are treating their pets like living, breathing, freaking animals, and it's reportedly causing problems for some of the best known pet food brands that have been selling garbage fillers that barely qualify as nutrition. There, fix your crappy headline. But, bro, you're literally a package delivery guy, as if that's something to be proud of. Lamau. It actually is. Don't be a dickhead. You should be absolutely ashamed of yourself for trying to put down someone's profession, especially if the position is unionized and gets great pay and benefits, UPS, or tenured government jobs with amazing benefits and pay, USPS. A mail carrier is an amazing career to have if you can work your way up. Any job is better than no job, and you trashing someone for working says a lot about yourself. Be it an office job or mopping McDonald's, every job where someone is trying to make money honestly deserves respect. You look like an idiot, delete your comment. Right, so I got into a fight with my auntie and she said, at least I don't have to worry about my kid being a faggot like your mum does. And then we have the aunt saying, I hope I didn't upset you earlier, that was not my intention. You need to stop being so sensitive. I did not mean in a bad way, I just mean you gay people have a lot of drama. I tried to understand this bi crap you claim to be, but you teenagers make stuff up all the time. You're young, you'll find a man. You can change. You used to be so clever. If you think you can't accept my help, don't come to Indy's birthday. I do not want you ruining the day. Hi, Aunt Marie. Don't worry about it. I know what you're like after a few bottles of wine. I can't make Indy's birthday, I'm afraid. I have a huge lesbian orgy that me and the other have been planning it for months. By the way, how's your divorce going? I saw Uncle Lee with his new girlfriend. She's 20 years younger than you, right? Speak soon. And then we've got Mum saying, Charlotte Louise, what the frick have you done now? And we've got Dad saying, why do I have 3 missed calls from your mum? And then we've got Holly saying, seriously, what the frick is wrong with you? How dare you speak to my mum like that? I'm late to the NYPD press conference because I couldn't find a non-Muslim cab or Uber and Lyft driver for over 30 minutes. This is insanity. Imagine telling your boss, sorry, I'm 30 minutes late for work because of how racist I am. Disabled parking should only be valid during business hours, 9 to 5, Monday to Friday. I cannot see any reason why people with genuine disabilities would be out beyond these times. We're disabled, Daniel. We're not werewolves. Millennials are so helpless, they're taking adulting classes to learn how to do things like sew a button. We figured taking a class was more polite than bombarding our kids and grandkids with mundane questions like, how do I delete my emails? My computer is so slow. Or, what's a GIF? These millennials are so freaking stupid that they take classes to learn things that they don't know. Whoa, what idiots. People run from rain but sit in bathtubs full of water. Charles Bukowski. Wow, Bukowski is so profound. Do you also bathe fully clothed, you dinkhead? Ooh, isn't it funny that a person will eat when they're hungry but will duck if you throw an apple at their face?
Why are vampires always wealthy in movies? Like, how do they make a living? If you've been alive since 1892 and still broke, just step into the sun. You may as well crunch on some garlic first too. Why not go out with some flavor? I have an IQ of 154 and I want to make good use of my giftedness, currently in the 11th grade. What should I do? You have an IQ of 154 and you're asking strangers what to do. My advice, get another test. The last one was a false positive. Idiot. Finish the sentence. My favorite part of Windows 11 is that it's not supported on my machine. Pay me more or I quit. Imagine thinking getting paid enough to live is a game. More than 60% of Americans say using a job offer from another company for the sole purpose of receiving a salary increase is an ethical practice. Pay workers too little, and they'll quit. Bosses play risky games with their workers. There, I fixed it. Can you imagine today's youth storming the beaches of Normandy? I can't imagine today's boomers doing it. All y'all do is buy commemorative Trump teddy bears and post "How to open PDF" as a Facebook status. Ever hear of the Vietnam War? No. Who won? Ow! Woo! That's my favorite one. Good lord. So I'm pumping gas and all I hear is, God damn. Then another man says, yeah man, I said the same thing. And I'm acting like I don't hear either one. Gas $4 a gallon and you think they were talking about you? Yeah, she's the main character, don't you know? One of the quotes I've always remembered from Coach Vrabel 50 was, the great ones make it look easy. I hope you didn't think I was talking about you when I said that. The British Museum has blocked you. No one. The British Museum. I see. The British Museum will take anything but jokes. LOL, I joined Marvel at 35, buddy. My market value just hit the roof. Yeah, you're too old for all that energy. Your market value has already decreased at 35, buddy. God, this stuff is so stupid. It's stupid. Classic mayo on toast. The only thing more inbred than this mayo is you, Paul. Christ, that is just so much mayo. Ugh. I played every sport, and it was weird back then. If you wanted a trophy, you had to finish in first place. It's not even a funny joke, because they had trophies for other places and moron. Thank you, Jeff Foxworthy, for speaking the truth. Few comedians are brave enough to rip their material from a Minions meme, a 65-year-old middle manager with their education listed as the School of Hard Knocks, whose profile picture is 70% their chin, posted to Facebook in 2014. Also, What generation invented participation trophies, Jeff? Who did that? It wasn't the fetuses. When the girl you invited over is so bored by Netflix's shitty film selection that she decides to leave? Maybe because you were actually trying to watch a movie, Brian. Come on, Brian. Think. I bet nobody under 40 knows what this is. Right, because all bread is digital now. Oh, I love that, man. But we gotta talk about that iFunny watermark. Me or the PS5? Women hate being compared to objects, but ask me or the PS5. That's just such a dumb tweet. Honestly, embarrassing. If you're a single woman over the age of 24, it's over for you. A woman is at her peak fertility at age 23. After this, she loses around 10% per year in attractiveness and desirability. Men also become increasingly repulsed because they innately know older women have less time to breed. Hell, if I was a 23-year-old man, I'd say anything to lose my virginity too. Oh, imagine tweeting something like that, telling on yourself that hardcore for the entire world to see and know. This man asked me out on a date. He was actually fine as hell, but when I asked him where we were going, and he said, and I quote, ladies, Applebee's, I bust out laughing at his silly, cheap ass. I told him, I own my own shop, a house, a BMW, and stocks. I can buy Applebee's. Really solid investment. Then I walked away. You should have seen his face. I'm worth more than Applebee's. You have to impress me and that ain't it. Ladies, keep them standards high as hell. Don't settle for a broke man. So, because he offered to take you to dinner at Applebee's, he's broke? You had to tell him all of your worldly accomplishments to sound good? You don't know that man's financial status. He could own several Applebee's. He could be a broker. He could be a doctor. But you judged him off of a restaurant? I'm sure if I saw his face, he would be laughing because he just dodged a bullet. You own all of those things, but you still don't have a man. It's not because your standards are high, it's because you ain't Nurse, I skip meals to feed my children. Yet you could buy a big bag of dried pasta. That'd feed a family for about 50p. If you shop and cook properly, you can eat healthy meals really cheaply. I would love to see how she spends her salary. Your tweet is weapons-grade, tone-deaf thunderbollocks. You need to remember that without the means to cook it, a saucepan, water, gas, electricity, a hob in case your maid hasn't told you this, a 50p bag of dried pasta is about as much use as a bacon buddy stall in Tel Aviv. Oh, I didn't recognize quite a few of those words, but I know exactly what he's saying. Kevin, you're f***ing idiot. Don't want one. I'll pay $10 for gas before buying an electric car. How stupid is that? I'll pay for 2 horses before I pay for one of them fancy Model Ts. Oh, well, you can pay $10 for gas all you want. Electric cars are gonna be the way we go, whether you like it or not. So, suck it, I guess? I would like to know why my post got deleted after being approved by admin too many likes or something. Okay. As an admin, I guess the real question is, do you get so little attention in real life that you have to post a dirt bike in a ranger group? I'm not the one who approved, nor the one who deleted it. Go join a dirt bike group, or at least have your ranger in the picture also. Seems pretty simple. But go on thinking we give a single shit about how many likes your picture got. And that was the reason we deleted it. Welcome to KFC, can I take your order? We were not expecting this. Just like you weren't expecting Podium on the weekend. Yeah, I get it. Totally makes sense. I'm totally in the know here. I understand. 200K to 9K. I lost all the money my grandma gave me before she died. Take what you have left and get a vasectomy. From 300K to 69K. Lost my kid's college money I've been saving for a long time. He's graduating high school next year, and I need to make it back. Any non-YOLO stock advice greatly appreciated. Tell your kid they're hiring at Wendy's and to figure out their own path because their dad has a fucking gambling problem. What a horrible thing to hear. That Turning Red Disney movie is not appropriate for children. Yuck. That Turning Red Disney movie is not appropriate for parents who suck at communicating with their children. Fix that for you. I was just asked my pronouns. For future reference, they are, you are a f***ing moron. I'll be sure to respect your pronouns and refer to you as such. Oh, Randy, you're a little After 2 months of talking, I told this guy yesterday that I wasn't ready for a relationship, and he responded, "It's been great, and I hope you have a good one." And then he blocked me. No effort, no pressure applied. I'm devastated. You're devastated because he respected your decision? Yeah, funny how that works, huh? You borrow, you repay. Simple as that. I hate it when irresponsibility is rewarded. Like how boomers destroyed the economy and Earth and still get Social Security. And they get the right to take it away from us. Last week, I went into an Atlanta coffee shop right after Ryan Reynolds had been there. The staff was still so flustered they got my order wrong. But I'm Canadian, so I drank it. Curious if they got his order wrong too. I don't think they got my order wrong. Partly because I always order a really simple black coffee, but mainly because I wasn't in Atlanta. European colonial history in 6 words. Is that yours? It's mine now. Well, that's human history. The Bushmen would say the same thing about the Bantu, the Persian about the Egyptian, most of the world from the viewpoint of Genghis Khan, making all history about white Europeans is diametrically opposite of your call for truth in science. If you set aside the dog napping and puppy skinning plots, which are admittedly hard to overlook, Disney's version of Cruella has always been a bit of a feminist fantasy. If you set aside making a suit out of those women, Buffalo Bill from Silence of the Lambs was just a guy trying to achieve his dreams. Man, the New York Times says some stupid shit. My wife is in an open relationship, but it's not open for jokes. Probably Will Smith. You either admit laws are stupid and shouldn't exist, or you admit that they work and can't be broken. If a law of physics can be violated, we throw out the law and theory. Those laws are written in stone and have never been broken. Okay, I'm personally against all legal laws, but yeah, if we have a legal system, everything has to be by the books identical. Okay, no, those aren't the only 2 options. That's why there are things like, wait, what? Jurisprudence? I've never seen that word, I'm not even lying. And appeals courts. But I kind of feel like I'm talking to a 14-year-old who's failing social studies, so you probably don't know what those things are. I mean, I at least know what an appeals court is. I don't know what the other thing is. Oh God, wall. Worst customer service ever. Hadn't even finished looking around before I was asked to leave the store because I hadn't boughten anything yet. Boughten. How could I know if I hadn't even looked at everything yet? I can't believe how embarrassing they made me feel. I'll never come back here again. I recommend any other outdoor store before this one. This is a picture of their parking lot during their so-called busiest hour. Haha. All right, here comes the owner. It's time for a throwdown. Cody, do I need to remind you that you're a serial shoplifter? Did you forget that the day before you came into our store, you were arrested on a felony charge, which is defined as grand theft, as unlawfully taking someone else's money, labor, or property with a value of $950 or greater. During that time, you were also charged with health and safety code violations. This prohibits you from possessing several types of narcotics, including methamphetamine. Looks like they let you out right after you were booked based on public records. The next day, you decide to come into our store and shop every single department, which isn't normal and typically a tactic shoplifters use while constantly moving and scanning looking for an opportunity to steal from us. We got tired of babysitting you, so we asked you to leave. You were not a customer, and you were not shopping. You came in specifically to steal something, and because my staff is very aware, they did not give you that opportunity. Nice try, dude. Keep in mind, not only were you asked to leave, but we also gave you an official trespassing warning. If you come back, you'll be trespassing, and we'll call the police and have you arrested. Kind regards. Haha. Short sellers are the dumb stormtroopers of the investing galaxy. Show us how little you understand about market history and public equities in 10 words or less. Thanks, Barry. When I grow up, maybe you can help me start a podcast and charge investors fees just like you. You little punk ass. Funny that for the cost of a John Lewis voucher, you could get a cleaner in. We get one every 2 weeks to do the stuff we don't want to do. Clean bathrooms, floors, windows. Best 35 pounds every 2 weeks I've ever spent. Your bathroom is cleaned every 2 weeks only? Yeah, I tend to use the toilet to take a piss rather than on the floor. Don't know how you're using it. I don't know. Some people like to shit and piss all over everything. I mean, you do you, I guess. What are the key traits of mediocre people at work? They ask the same stupid question every year. Oh, I really hate people like him. I'm completely convinced the Church of Satan was started by atheists purely for tax exemption purposes. We don't support tax exemption for religious organizations. We pay our taxes and challenge other churches to do the same. Reading our FAQ would have told you that. My body is a temple. Yours is a nightclub. Temples are open to everyone. Nightclubs have restricted access. Nice try, though. And there's a cover charge, honey. Come on. Fact-checking is a euphemism for editorializing, which is a form of censorship, and that's a fact. I read that you're a sociopath who eats puppies, doesn't know what a salad fork is, and only got into Harvard because your daddy gave the provost a handy. I guess I shouldn't check the facts on that, though.
Facts are liberal propaganda.
I went to a diner with my girlfriend and was told it was a 20-minute wait. After only a few minutes, a couple walked in and was seated right away. I complained and left right away. I don't tolerate bullshit, and I don't tolerate people who think I should care when they do. Tim, do you know what a reservation is? Well, this guy is Douche Canoe Prime, so I'm sure he does. He just doesn't care. Metaverse is the future. Why not own your own cabin on the Titanic? Because it sank, jackass. Now get your gross-ass f***ing profile picture away from me. Elon Musk is giving $100 million to anyone who can find a way to pull carbon dioxide directly from the atmosphere or oceans and sequester it durably and sustainably. Personally, I think $100 million is a bargain. This is a tree. This is what trees do. That is true. Also, I'm sure that even if a group of people found a way to do exactly what he's offering the money for and do it very, very well, he wouldn't pay them. No atheism or atheist can create computer. Once you're atheist, your ability to critically think shrinks. Really? I guess you've never heard of Alan Turing then. He was an atheist that literally created the first modern computers. Free speech is essential to a functioning democracy. Do you believe Twitter rigorously adheres to this principle? You just fired an employee because you didn't like the video he posted on YouTube. Oh, just to throw another log onto this fire, remember the time Elon Musk canceled the journalist Tesla order because he didn't like what he wrote? Yeah, freedom of fucking speech does not apply to social media. That's not what it fucking means. I have the best advice for women in business, Kim Kardashian says. Get your ass up and work. Yeah, you did that, didn't you, honey? It seems like nobody wants to work these days. No, I have the best advice. Be born into a rich family, get a shit ton of plastic surgery, film and then released an orchestrated sex tape, parlay that planned notoriety into a reality show exploiting younger sisters, and voila! Easy peasy. Yeah, she totally worked. Changing up the walk-ins tonight to highlight some of the incredible women in the Raptors organization for our International Women's Day game. Are they the cooks? Nah, but they'd cook you on the court. It bothers me when I hear young employees talk about work-life balance at an early stage of their lives. Work your butt off at the beginning, make money, save it, and then later in life aim for work-life balance as you'll need it with kids and partners, etc. Oh, a breeder. Wild as hell that you would log on to twitter.com to proudly announce to the entire ass internet that you exploit young workers and are bothered when they self-advocate and push back against being exploited. But you do you, I guess. I love people with this mindset. You shouldn't be allowed to have and live your life until you're like 85. You should be thankful for what I give you. You little piece of shit. Lame. Here's a cool detail for you. You're being an asshole is a foreshadowing of the later scene where you have a very lightly attended funeral. Damn, man. Good lord. Why is Alan Amit, is that how you say his name? Not received the Nobel Prize for his work in theoretical physics. Is this indicative of biases in the Nobel Committee? I did no work in theoretical physics, or any physics really, so the fact that I have not received a Nobel Prize is not indicative of any bias, but rather of the fact that the Nobel Prize Committee is generally interested in people who did actually do something in that field. I would certainly hope so. Kind of feel bad for attracted people who are now having to communicate with their words for the first time and realizing they don't have a personality. I feel attacked. Well, you shouldn't though. Oh man, I knew what was coming a mile away, and it still hurt. The Australian funnel web spider is often regarded as the world's deadliest, and hasn't had a confirmed kill in over 40 years since the antivenom was created. No trace, no witnesses. We call that a professional. You're dang right we do. Ugh, Australia, you've gotta do something about this pandemic of spiders, man. They're getting bigger every year. Coyotes shouldn't die for fur trim. PETA supporters in fur coats, matted with blood, crawl to the Canada Goose Inc. annual meeting in Toronto. So, you guys bought fur coats to demonstrate against buying fur coats. PETA doesn't do anything that makes sense. You know how many animals they've killed after stealing from people? Yeah, nah. I believe that the true key to a happy marriage is that when one spouse, me, says, I really think I need some new shoes for the gala tonight, I'll be back in a few hours, the other spouse says, go have fun, instead of, don't you already have enough shoes? One key to a successful marriage is probably having enough money that the concern isn't what you're wearing to a gala. I see the word gaslight one more time, and I might get off the internet forever. You're not even seeing it that much. It's all in your head. Yeah, Steve. No one says it. You've never heard it. Girls want to talk about period pains, but have you ever rolled your ankle over like this? I'm so glad girls don't have ankles. I always thought that they didn't. It's good to get some confirmation on that after all this time, though. Women who complain that they just can't meet anyone, also women when a guy says hi. The only thing this meme has right is that they're dodging bullets by ignoring you. Oh. Whoa, okay, that one felt like getting punched in the gut, and that has never felt so good before. Spoiler-free summary of Halo's new episode. Can someone who suffered through watching the episode give me a too long, don't read of what happened? Local theater company does Dune, but with a fraction of the screenplay. Compared to my hands, I've been told my thumb's a bit too big. A bit? If you go hitchhiking, commercial planes will see you. Well, that's a good thing though. That means the planes might pull over, and he'll get an even faster ride that can take him farther. Think, guys. School children shouldn't get lunch if they don't pay. Wait a minute. Why are we charging kids to eat somewhere they are legally required to be in the first place? With your stupid ass. Yeah, I'll never understand anybody who's got the argument of, kids don't deserve food. The Met Gala is happening again already, and this year's theme is straight flexing. It's gilded glamour. At a time when wealth inequality has passed gilded age levels, they've gone fully mask off. You live in a mansion and drive a $200,000 Porsche. Sorry, Porsche. Wealth inequality is bad, says a guy whose new shirt cost more than the monthly check for an entire family on welfare. Look, some people can simply lose touch when they start making mad frickin' money. Millennial are just mad they aren't contributing to the world other than lawsuits and whining about mean posts. Name one great accomplishment made by a millennial. I'll wait. Your wait is over. Youngest female elected in the House of Representatives, making Facebook. Current Formula One world champion. Current chess world champion. 3 times Olympic champion ice skating. Current fastest man alive. Ed Sheeran, Justin Bieber, Zed, and Rihanna. Okay. This list is endless. You just have your head stuck in your boomer bubble. They always do. It's kind of funny they forgot that the website they were on was invented by someone from the generation they are saying did nothing, as bad as that website is. Why do the British say Z instead of Z for the letter Z? Because in Britain there's a country called England where the English language comes from, and therefore we call it quite correctly Z. You have to remember that there is no American English, there is English and then there are mistakes. Also, variations of languages aren't real and cannot exist. I did not realize that at all. Also, it's how I was taught, so it doesn't really matter. You know what I'm saying, and I know what you're saying. Wow, crazy. Gay dude is trying to decide where in Canada I want to live, seeing as how it will probably be illegal to even say I'm gay, let alone being involved in any homosexual related activities. I want to be prepared. Jerk. Hey everyone, I'm gay, and I care what everyone thinks. Pity me. Wah! Sorry, gay dude. I can't relate. I would be more sympathetic if you were talking about mobs who wanted to kill and harm homosexuals. But all I see in legislation is how the tax breaks fall based on your situation. Do you really care if people know you're legally married? Maybe you do, and that's where I can't relate. Assassin. Jerk is an idiot, married for 10 plus years and then walks out on his wife and 3 kids to play the field a bit. How is that for being blunt? College grads expect to make $50,000 more at their first job than they actually will, survey finds. Probably the result of a lifetime of participation trophies. Your generation raised that generation, moron. I'll never understand. The people that complain about participation trophies are the people that invented and forced participation trophies to happen. Your 8-year-old did not ask for a participation trophy. You wanted your special little boy to get one, even though he lost. Hating Elon Musk for the simple reason his electric car company is successful and he tweets a lot is the least interesting form of leftism. You don't actually think that people hate him for the simple reason his electric car company is successful and he tweets a lot. You know, that's a wild straw man. Why even tweet something like this? Do you think he's going to see this and be like, Lee, it's Elon, I saw the good tweet. Will you be my best friend or something? I feel like Lee is hoping for something like that. Maybe a follow? Native Americans aren't native to the Americas, so... Did you even think about this sentence before posting it? You know, funnily enough, I'm sure the guy did. It took me 19 years to figure out news stands for notable events, weather, and sports. No, it doesn't. Feel like the word news has been around before news was reporting on sports, right? Hell, probably even before we were talking about the weather. Why there are no photos of nighttime on the surface of Mars captured by the rover? Yeah, here's one. You get it. The first person couldn't take a joke about a character from The Office. All right, I don't love Pam's character at a certain point, but this is just blatant misogyny. She's confirmed to have slept with 2 men in the entirety of the show, and she's considered a mattress. I think even Angela slept with more people. Y'all need help. Only person that needs help is the person taking a joke about a character from a show serious enough to defend her and claim something is wrong with others. For making a joke that is literally from the damn show. Well, what more can really be said there? I'm a software engineer, and I have no idea what you mean by hardcore software engineering. Will you please enlighten me as to what you mean? What great piece of engineering have you done? Ever flown on a plane? Transatlantic, perhaps? How about credit cards? Do you use them? How about all that's going on with software-intensive defense systems in Ukraine? The work I've done has shaped software in all of those domains and more. Gonna have to do some research on this guy. That sounds pretty incredible. Tiffany McAllister. 1 stars. Horrid. Didn't show up. My first 1-star review. I've been waiting for 8 months for this. Well, Tiffany, I did in fact show up and did in fact diagnose your Dodge Caravan with your husband beside me. It needs a starter. You knew I was there because you texted me and told me how you were unhappy with your husband and how I was sexy AF. So I proceeded to be a good person and showed your husband the text messages. And now you're mad, so you left me a 1-star review. Well, Tiffany, I'm giving you a 1-star review on being a wife. God bless. Good Lord, what is going on? Peloton? Actually, never heard anybody say that one. Convinced rich people to pay $2,000 for a bike and pay $20 to $30 a month to use it and still failed as a business. I mean, we're all buying $1,000 phones and pretty much pay a subscription every month just to have service to use it. Same concept. The fact that you tweeted this from a phone instead of a Peloton is maybe why they failed. Yeah. A stationary bike is not the same as a device that most people cannot actually live their lives without. It's a little different. Oh God, but only if you're willing to be a Pepsi family. A Pepsi family. LMFAO. My father worked for your bottling company for 25 plus years. You fired him after denying to extend his leave while he was undergoing chemo. I guess to avoid paying out insurance? He died a few months later. You and Pepsi families. She wants the PhD. Well, not with that technique. No gloves, safety glasses, fume hood. The volume in the Erlenmeyer flask, see I got that word right, is not suitable for what the flask allows, and the fumes from the left vessel are dangerously close to her nasal orifice. The only D she's asking for is disaster. Oh damn. Tip for younger folks in the workforce. When you take PTO, anticipate how it'll impact your team and try as hard as possible to minimize any disruption. And realize that there are going to be times that you just shouldn't take PTO. Or, and hear me out here, take your PTO without any guilt, turn off email, Slack, everything. No, really. And if it turns out your manager doesn't know how to keep your team running smoothly without you, get a new job. Yeah. Remember, if you take PTO, you're a stupid poopy head piece of garbage and you're dumb and I hate you and you made my better paying job a little more harder. Just a friendly reminder that Joe Biden's approval rating hit a record low of 38%. You have 3.8 million followers and less than 800 likes on this tweet. That makes your approval rating 0.02105263116%. I like the math. How is he still allowed to be a doctor? Is he, or is he like Dr. Phil? You know, not really a practicing anything. What's the worst way to respond to an I love you? My 8-year-old daughter once responded to my wife, I wish I could say the same. Well, okay, you know what? I could kind of believe that. 8 years old sounds about right for evil. Hey, why are you so sad? There's so much good in the world. I don't know, Sarah, why do you have asthma? There's so much air in the world. I don't know. Just stop being asthmatic, for God's sake. I know. Beautiful, isn't it? I only have one small note, Max. That's St. John, New Brunswick. Halifax is a beautiful city. Yeah. Good one. I'm proud of you for this post. It took courage, and you're valued when you are courageous. You are valid. I see you. You have worth. I know you're memeing, but reading the words "you are valid" and "I see you" made me physically cringe. Good job. Don't worry, none of that was directed at you. We no longer go for looks. We go for maturity, stability, loyalty, and peace. If only you had this mindset before you became a single mom. Oh dear. Fact. If the Earth was 10 feet closer to the sun, we would all burn up. If it was 10 feet further, we'd all freeze to death. God is amazing. Wow, that's crazy. I know. Amen. To anyone wondering, that's not true. Earth's orbit is elliptical, and the distance from the sun varies around 147 million kilometers to 152 million kilometers on any given year. All right, let's keep going. Every star has a habitable zone that is affected by the size of the star and its intensity. The sun's habitable zone is about 0.95 AU to 1.37 AU. And AU is the Earth's average distance from the sun, 93 million miles. So, Earth's orbit could decrease by 4.5 million miles or increase by 34 million miles and still be in the habitable zone. And if your claim was true, any moderately sized earthquake could take us out of the habitable zone. Sorry. Okay, that's cool and all, but don't ever comment on my status telling me that I'm wrong ever again. I didn't ask you, did I? Answer, no. You know what's funny? In Sunday school, being forced to grow up Mormon, we were told that crap too. Would you look at that? Americans are simply so laughable. LMAO. It's so interesting to me how superior you Europeans think of yourselves. Because we are. Dude, you might not want to say that from Austria. Ooh. In your own words, how would you describe libertarians? House cats. They're convinced of their fierce independence while utterly dependent on a system they don't appreciate or understand. Hey, Ricky Gervais, what do you think about Piers Morgan interviewing the Taliban tonight? I've lost all respect for them. Lost all respect? Oh, no, I get it. All right, great. As a man, why are you even okay with ordering a fruity or mixed drink? Because fruit's tasty. If I wanted salty or bitter, I'd just have a conversation with you. Yeah, this fruit drink is delicious. How's that Bud Light taste, you basic bitch? What are the toughest sports out there? Boxing and UFC are right up there for sure, and I'm not saying tennis is the toughest, but it's up near the top. Tennis is nowhere near the top. Pretty much all martial arts go ahead. Then contact sports, then most athletic sports. At the level you play at, I agree. Club/amateur tennis, not near the top. Dude, I'm not even good enough to be in a club. So that sucks. Oh man. Stellar conversation on BBC Wales today. Caller, I live in America now, since the 80s, but I'm visiting family in Wales this week and I thought I'd ring in. Host, why'd you move from Wales to America? I actually moved because of a woman. Who's the lucky lady? Margaret Thatcher. Oh! It's a shame she didn't die 87 fucking years ago. A 1-year study of Vietnamese youth who built their own Bugatti out of clay mud. They don't have other things to do? What better things have you achieved? You're the one watching their work. No one's watching your work. Was at a bar alone yesterday when the bartender said, hey, check out this text from my sister. He showed me the phone and it said, do not under any circumstances get into a conversation with this guy sitting on your right. Men, if you're in a position to do this, do this. I'm confused. If you were alone at the bar, how was a guy sitting on your right? What am I not getting? Gary, is this the extent of your critical thinking skills? Imagine a grown, balding man spending his life making whiny, passive-aggressive videos on a kids app. Hi from Miami. Love it here. Kids app? It appears your perception of TikTok has been warped because 60% of the people you follow are teenage girls. This man built a rail car and it rides along abandoned railroad tracks in Southern California. This is cooler than anything Elon Musk has done. Wrong. Musk will do this underground. Are you saying that Musk is going to invent putting railroad tracks in a tunnel, Justin? Revolutionary. Happy primary caregiver of unspecified gender who decided not to terminate their pregnancy, which would have been totally morally fine and perhaps even praiseworthy day. Maybe if yours loved you, you wouldn't have turned out this way. Doesn't he also tweet the same goddamn thing every single year? I mean, with slight changes, same joke, or joke in quotations every time. Musk spent $44 billion on Twitter. The world's population is 8 billion. He could have given each person $5 billion and still have money left over. I feel like a check for $5 billion would be life-changing for most people, yet he wasted it all on Twitter. Women have worked so hard to be respected for their ability to do math, and you set us back 50 years with one tweet. Thanks. Here's what Musk should do. Truth and Reconciliation Commission revealing past manipulation. Algorithmic transparency. Fire a lot of people. He should also get you a bucket of water so you can get your wife wet. God damn it. Weirdo, why'd you like my pic from 2017? I'm not weird. You just haven't looked good in a while. God, what is happening right now, man? Oh, also, whenever someone new follows me on Twitter, I like to freak them out sometimes by going to their account, scrolling down to the oldest tweet or whatever that I can find and liking that. Really gets them going, man. Oh, dude.
Too young for Facebook, too old for TikTok, too ugly for Instagram, too stupid for Twitter. Where do I go?
Outside. Hi, thanks for matching me on Tinder. Selling nudes, $10. You in?
Oh, are they a few? Of?
Yes, my face will be in them.
Oh, no, I'm good. I'm musky and long. YouTube seems to be non-stop scam ads. Dude, you promote Dogcoin, and I believe in it.
When it was financially benefiting me.
If evolution is a thing and we evolved from monkeys, then how come monkeys aren't still evolving into humans? And how come all monkeys haven't evolved into humans? And why are monkeys even still around? Like, oh my god, monkeys are so prehistoric. Get with the trends, people. It's Homo sapiens now. 1, we didn't evolve from monkeys specifically. 2, you may be evidence that monkeys are in fact evolving into humans. Don't try and throw your poop at me now. I'll be into it. Join the complete SEO course from beginner to professional. Just left a very thorough review.
2.5 stars, okay.
I expected more. Hi, Cha. Can I ask what more you expected? I see you have completed 5% of the course and not even looked at the other 95% of the content? Ah, Cha, I'm sorry, son, but you've been exposed for your BS. Roger Penrose explains Gödel's incompleteness theorem in 3 minutes. Wow. This reminds me of that time when I read Shakespeare to a pigeon. Discussion. I've never played New World. Ask me questions and I'll answer like I know. So you're on the dev team then. Small coffee, $5. Small coffee, please, $3. Hello, 1 small coffee, please, $1.75.
I'm not saying please to someone below me.
Judging by this comment, there is literally nobody below you.
Hey, Dallin, what can I do for you that will make you start posting TikToks?
A lobotomy. How many rainy days does your capital city have? Wow, look at those numbers. I'm glad I live in the US. I see. So you measure the amount of rain in Washington, D.C. in cheeseburgers per AR-15? No. Instant fries. Radio Shack closing 1,000 stores. Leaves only these 70. Bro, I tried. They're all closed. See? You're going out of business. We've got 70 stores and you can't find one? No wonder you NFT virgins can't find the G-spot. Holy! I would like to report a murder! I love it. I just texted a no-tipper. Thanks for the tip. Beck sent her little son for me to hand it to them. I wanted to say, tell your mom I said frick her. Why is anyone upvoting this lunatic? Freaking gross, dude. Get a new job. What makes you think you'll change anyone's mind by acting this way? Fluffy farting snakes, bro. Who raised you? I feel bad for anyone who breathes your toxic air. You probably believe a cantaloupe owes you consent for existing.
People dressing up in nice outfits? Frickin' world we live in today where men dress like that. I'm valid to be afraid of this, because what if I feel attracted to one of them? Oh, no!
That's Christina Aguilera.
Oh, thank goodness. This last 5 minutes were
I'm still straight. Good.
Matthew McConaughey, What Horses Eat, who delivered a passionate plea for new gun control legislation in an address to the White House briefing room on Tuesday, has used 19 guns in 11 movies over 25 years, according to the Internet Movie Firearms Database. Wait, there's a separate database for firearms and movies? There better be one for like cats and dogs. Yeah, come on. Hi, original actress for Wonder Woman here. Yes, and I flew an invisible plane on screen, but still support abiding by the laws of air traffic and physics. Do people really not understand reality versus fiction? I do love the logic some abide by over there.
Alright, time to film this part of the next Fast and Furious movie where all the cars stick to the speed limit because it's completely unrealistic for them to go any faster. Because that's the law in the real world, and therefore because got to abide by it in fiction too.
We can keep the conversation here. If you do not like the results, try having less schmitty opinions.
Reddit is a community inherently hive-minded who will downvote me no matter how much I elaborate on my points, and it will upvote you no matter how much you don't elaborate on your points. It's not actual discourse.
Because no matter how much you elaborate, your points are still shitty. Rihanna's net worth, 1.7 billion. A$AP Rocky's net worth, 10 million. Nicki Minaj's net worth, 130 million. Kenneth Petty's net worth, 500k. Cardi B, 42 million. Offset, 26 million. These women are far richer and more famous than their husbands and fiancé, yet they accept to be with them. And that's honestly great for these men to feel comfortable despite the pressures that might...
So I must settle for less because a celebrity did?
When a guy who's richer than you wants to marry you, do you see yourself as less in that scenario too? Oh, Moana. You might Moana delete that tweet. Put every gay person on an island and see how many generations come after. 0. Put you in a group of 100 women on an island and it will be the same result. I had a dream that unless the teacher told us class was over, we were forbidden from going out the door. Our teacher was very forgetful and maybe even malicious. After being forced to stay past sunset many days, my class decided we were going to break out every night. Eventually, our attempts led us to discovering rifts in space-time where we could warp, so we never used the door. Checkmate. The window? What? You going to critique my dreams? My subconscious creations that I did by accident while asleep? The chemicals in my brain? Oh, are you going to use your foul eyes and dissect all of the plot holes in my dreams? You're going to critique the weather? Harass the clouds? Make fun of thunder for being off-key? Remind me to come to your house and shred your shoes.
Oh, that response is frickin' Shakespearean.
Why would you ever randomly greet somebody on the street? That is so stupid, bruh. Hello, everyone. This is your daily dose of chemical burn. You never been outside before, I'm guessing? Try it sometime. Later. Ladies, if you frick one guy a day for $100, that's $365,000 you made in 1 year. Bickies with degrees not making that. Be your own boss. Bickies with degrees know that will only add up to $36,500. Please sleep with me, I'm paying.
Once, terrible service. Came to this spot with a few college friends and they turned down our real IDs,
then threatened to take them. I do not recommend dining or drinking at this place. Hi, Offset Purple. I'm the owner and was there to witness this interaction with my servers. Oh, just look at this text wall of fight me, bro. When you attempted to order drinks, we determined the IDs were not real based on our team training and our knowledge of how to identify IDs. In addition, to validate our assumptions, we asked why you were dressed up in prom attire during prom season. You responded with,
going to a formal.
We asked where, as all local college formals happened in March and April, and you responded with,
you know, a formal.
We are more than happy to serve all patrons 21 plus because, you know, laws. Also, when you choose to leave bad reviews after coming to small businesses and trying to drink illegally, maybe hide your social media. Hope your varsity soccer season at this high school went well for you. Well, they're gonna learn about consequences on the internet at some age. I'm delusional even though you think the guys who are patriots, which means they love America, are the ones burning it down. maybe, just maybe you're wrong? It would take you 2 hours to watch 60 Minutes. You must be really confused when you go to Buffalo Wild Wings and find they only serve chicken. Turns out we underestimated how many of you love Mexican pizza. 7 times more than we expected, to be exact. We are working as fast as we can to restock Mexican pizza ingredients. We'll need some time to replenish our supplies, but when it comes back, we promise it's here to stay. We'll be ready. Oh, that's great to know. A Northeast Ohio Regional Sewer District? A poor person in the United States today is living better than a rich person in the 1920s. A quote by a man who thinks aroused women are unnatural. Yes, it is true that we have many people today with negative net worth who are drinking lead and have to work multiple jobs for basic shelter. But have you considered that John D. Rockefeller did not have a microwave? Schoolgirls told to wear longer skirts to create a good work environment for male staff. If male staff are in any way distracted by children's knees, I don't think they should be allowed anywhere near a school, to be honest. Steve Irwin's actions were not on target with his supposed message of protecting wildlife. A real wildlife expert and someone who respects animals for the individuals they are leaves them to their own business in their natural homes. Hey Peter, Steve Irwin didn't have a kill rate of over 80%. You do. He didn't donate $70,000 to a convicted arsonist. You did. And he wasn't in bed with eco-terrorist networks. Again, you. His passion was animal conservation. Yours is profit. So take your self-righteous BS and shove it up your butthole.
So you ghosted me?
No, I didn't. Your conversation skills were below par and I carried the conversation all the time. You were nonchalant, inexpressive, and your idea of taking an interest in me was a constant, "How was your day?" Having a conversation with you was not mentally stimulating. I didn't ghost you. I just stopped entertaining mediocrity. Jesus!
Wow.
Yeah, that's... oof, that... Ice pack ain't gonna heal that. You gotta just cauterize it. What the frick is an esche? A wannabe tough guy or girl, also known as chavs in the UK. Well, that cleared up nothing. We can only explain it to you. We can't understand it for you.
Atheism is as dumb as the other religious beliefs. Not believing known liars is just as dumb as believing known liars.
You can just say you can't comprehend a world where you're not the center of attention and it scares you. Facing your fears is the start to overcoming them. The idea that you can borrow money and get 10-to-1 to buy crypto is outrageous, but the federal government does nothing. The idea that you can go on live TV and tell people to buy stocks is outrageous, but CNBC does nothing. Not a cloud in the sky. I had to smile when Sunrise's Sam Mack recently said he'd had a fantastic week. Well, of course he would say that after being in the Hunter Valley all week. But what does he actually do? It seems to me very little, except for giving the weather temperatures and telling viewers if it's going to be raining or sunny. Not a bad job. If you're getting paid while enjoying free accommodation, meals, and I presume airfares, I'd like to know what he does for the rest of the day. I'm Neil. I'm from Woodcroft. Hello, Neil from Woodcroft, and thank you for your inquiry. Firstly, I must commend you on your accurate summary of my role as a weatherman, i.e. telling people the weather. Well spotted, sir. You got me. Now, in answer to your question, when I'm not basking in the glory of free accommodation, meals, and airfares, I like to spend the rest of the day partaking in my favorite hobbies: stone skipping, Latin dancing, managing the anxiety of having to decide which jar to put my local Matters bottle top in at Grilled, collecting naval fluff, breakfast TV cosplay, aka cosplay, beatboxing, downloading podcasts I have no intention of listening to, quilting, learning national anthems on the flute, and if there's any time left over, I like to write snide letters to my local newspapers. What do you do for the rest of the day? Sincerely, Sam. I'm speechless. Your intelligence is a gift. I'm happy that you use it for saving poor people's money. Keep it up. I'm speechless. It's 2020 and you're still not able to differentiate between your and your. I'm speechless. It's 2020 and there are still pedantic and condescending people on the internet who feel the need to nitpick small grammatical errors in other YouTube comments, presumably to substantiate delusions about their own intellectual superiority. Darwin's theories came about 6 6,000 years after creation and a pure theory. Moses, the prophets, and Jesus are living evidence. The scriptures of the Bible are written by prophets and scribes with the Spirit of God and are the proof of an intelligent designer, God, the Creator. I thought his name was Tyler.
Hi, I'm Matt on the sun.
This is Terry. He is a trilobite. He is 400 million years old. He predates your religion, your God, and all humanity. Pick up another book.
Hi, Casamnol here. Everyone eats same food, uses same restrooms, etc. No executive chef or other ivory tower stuff. There shouldn't be this workers versus management two-class system. Everyone is a worker. Cool.
The CEO to worker pay ratio at Tesla is 18,000 to 1. In the UK, you can get a signed birthday card from the Queen on your 100th birthday.
And when you turn 13, you get a text from Prince Andrew.
Well, half the population does. Well, that's easy. Let them hit you. Drake only hits you if you're underage. No, I disagree. It's more so that he sets up the shot, which, yes, is equally as disgusting.
Grown men? Why are you still playing video games? Grown women?
Why are you still letting the moon and the stars tell you how to think?
Hi, Edmonton Police. Do one-way rules on streets apply to pedal cyclists?
Hello, Bill. I'm assuming this is Britain. All traffic laws apply to bicycles when they are operating on a highway, city street, as they are considered vehicles.
That's what I thought.
Ooh, self-incriminated. Should I let my 21-year-old daughter go to a pool party? She may be 21, but she lives with me, so I can make sure she doesn't go. Look at you, making your way to the retirement home speedrun record.
Oh my gosh, you have to stop her. Do you realize what can happen at a pool party? People get all wet, and then they fart, and then their moist butt cheeks vibrate furiously. It's totally awesome. Oops, I mean offensive. Seriously though, it could be a disaster. She might meet new people or converse with friends. She may even smile or laugh, and you can't have that kind of kindergarten nonsense going on. Time to put your foot down, Karen, presumably, because that seems to be what you have up your butt right now, making you cranky. Should I tell my 17-year-old daughter I don't want to see her anymore once she turns 18? I have no legal responsibility for her once she turns 18 or 21.
Oh yes, tell her absolutely as soon as possible. That way, she can quickly see how absolutely toxic you are and what a blessing it will be in turn for her. As you grow old, sick and lonely, she will thrive. She will grow. She will heal. She will succeed and find peace. She will live a life of love and joy. As you will find darkness and despair, and you will know absolutely that you earned every bit of it. Even Gaddis went from a janitor to a World Series champion in a little under a decade. Incredible. Wait, Jan Pro? I used to work for them as like a call center person. It was a nightmare.
Oh, they brought him in for his trash can expertise. Of course, there's a huge backlash against true crime. It's predominantly consumed by women. Society cannot trust women to make decisions for themselves. Anything they like must be scrutinized and denounced.
Unlike men and their things like video games, never scrutinized there.
My father was murdered in 2013, and true crime fans still contact my family to this day trying to solve the case.
A right woman can change a devil.
I love this because it's meant to seem sweet that she literally defaced him.
Public announcement, everyone.
Women are not rehabilitation centers for damaged men.
Dear woman reading this, do not ever expend your emotional, physical, or mental energy on redirecting a man from the path he has chosen to walk. He has nothing to lose, but you will lose everything about yourself.
See, guys, women don't care about our feelings.
Nope, shut up. I know some are into it out there, but not everyone wants to have to be your mummy.
Learn how to deal with your life problems before trying to find a life partner.
How do I teach my 16-year-old daughter not to cry when I yell at her for doing something wrong? Oh, don't worry about that. Eventually, she'll stop crying on her own. She'll look at you with deadened eyes, finally numb to the pain. She'll ask herself why she ever cared about your opinion. She'll wonder why she ever wanted to please you and make you proud.
And she'll move on. She'll leave you out of her life in favor of those she believes show her respect and believe in her value. Every time you yell at her, you might as well be slapping her across the face.
Right now, she assumes the fault is hers. One day, she'll realize the fault is yours for not being patient and providing loving guidance when she screws up.
And she won't cry when you yell at her anymore because she no longer gives a damn about you. Is this what you want?
Replying to dudes posting wins.
No one wins in this story. There is no good here.
Your father lost when you were born.
You look like Jimmy Neutron with maxed out stats. He kind of looks like Drake Bell. Sorry for reminding you that that dude exists, but he really does. Again, with maxed out stats. Unlike the real Drake Bell. Google really seems to care about this now. Meet the latest Chromebook, the world's first laptop built for cloud gaming. Glad you're really committed to cloud gaming. Oh, thanks, Google. God, cloud gaming, man. Do any of you guys out there actually, actively utilize cloud gaming as a service? Because it has to be selling to someone, right? Why else would they be doing this? You all fail to realize that Elon Musk isn't doing this for the money. He's an engineer, and he's improving a broken system. That's it. Congratulations. This tweet is the exact opposite of true. Great. You're eminent? Here's some evidence he's doing it for the money. It's from a source you will probably trust. Oh my god! Oh, it's like watching a business school case study on how to make money on the internet. Nice. Absolutely brilliant. Scorched earth. Police release an effort, I don't know, dude. I don't care. Of man wanted in connection to robbery. I remember bowling against this fella. I'm sorry. I ruined it. It was a funny joke about Wii Sports, and I ruined it. This is a horrifying image, though. Very uncanny. Quite pleased with this one because, while far from perfect, it's the best I've managed so far with oat milk. Looks great. However, oat milk isn't milk. And peanut butter isn't butter. Quince cheese isn't cheese. Cream of coconut isn't cream. Try as dairy farmers might, history and the nature of language development will decide. Why would you choose to split hairs with Stephen Fry? The opening 2 paragraphs from the Irish Times review of the Harry and Meghan interview? Let's see. Having a monarchy next door is a little like having a neighbor who's really into clowns and has a house daubed in clown murals, displays clown dolls on each window, and has an insatiable desire to hear about and discuss clown-related news stories. More specifically, for the Irish, it's like having a neighbor who's really into clowns and also your grandfather was murdered by a clown. Jeez. Kid in my class got an 85% in a math test even though he didn't study and was on his Ohine half the class. I studied till 4 a.m. and got a 6%. What the hell am I doing wrong? How the hell do you even get a 6%? I'm built different. Defectively. Sounds a lot like me. I like how this enthusiastic young woman with a 4th grade education thinks she's going to look at thousands of lines of code and be like, "Thank you, my lord Elon, for your transparency. I understand now. Expose the algorithms, Musk. All of them. We have to expose algorithm. Men are dogs. You can say that again. They can be. And women ain't any better." A few years ago, I met a guy. Really nice guy. Probably one of the nicest you could ever know. We became good friends and chatted often. Occasionally, he would call me. Just to ask how I was. You know, the kind of thing a friend would do. Anyway, one day he asks me to come to his house and look at his computer. Says it's been slow and maybe had some viruses or whatever. So I'm like, yeah, no sweat. And we go to his house, where he introduces his wife, a girl I went to school with. She tries to seduce me and get me to sleep with her. I feel disgusted and refuse. Some time goes by, and this girl messages me one day to tell me her husband left her. When I ask why, she tells me it's because she cheated on him, and he found out. And now, she posts this status message on Facebook. Men are fucking dogs. And I can do nothing but laugh my ass off. Thank you for making my day. I don't think men should do that to dogs. Also, sorry about the little Alan Wake reading there. Pray for us. Ain't nothing wrong, we just gotta go to Ohio. Better than that socialist state you live in. Is that a GoFundMe link for medical expenses in your bio while you try to use socialism as an insult? Kind reminder, the X chromosome contains 1,098 genes. The Y chromosome has only 78. The X chromosome is over 5 times larger than Y. It's science. Female are superior, by far. Hence hundreds of years of chauvinism to try to suppress her. Good night. Onions have more DNA than humans. And they've got layers. Remember? We've had this conversation before. Also, I do have to agree with Steve Martin in Dirty Rotten Scoundrels. You know, men are the weaker sex. We die earlier. Oh wait, that's because we're stupid. Looking? You couldn't afford me. You wear discount clothes. Nothing on sale is worth buying. Like your OnlyFans? Lolling at these pics from America's Got Talent. when schools reopen in September. Oh my freaking lord, dude. But bro, you're literally a package delivery guy. As if that's something to be proud of. It actually is. Don't be a dickhead. You should be absolutely ashamed of yourself for trying to put down someone's profession, especially if the position is unionized and gets great pay and benefits, UPS, or a tenured government job with amazing benefits and pay, USPS. Mail carrier is an amazing career to have if you can work your way up. Any job is better than no job, and you trashing someone for working says a lot about yourself, be it an office job or mopping the McDonald's floor. Every job where someone is trying to make money honestly deserves respect. You look like an idiot. Delete your comment. Oh no, I totally understand what you mean by any job is better than no job. But remember, we humans were not put on Earth by, well, I don't know, space dust or God or whatever you believe in to just work. We're supposed to be living lives that we were gifted. Again, whether it was by an omnipotent person, force, or whatever have you. Strange way to say that, but I'm a little crazy right now. Or stardust. Come on, working isn't what we were meant to do. Again, not saying that the other guy's right, because he's wrong and he should delete his comment because it's quite embarrassing. POV, it's 2015 and you're not part of the LGBTQQIAAP. This is great because in the movie, this whole fight was in his head and nobody was actually coming after him. Yeah, we just watched this for this Halloween. We do a whole spooky month in October where we watch nothing but spooky movies. Yes, American Psycho is spooky. Never mind. If I go off the rails a little too much, whoever's editing this might make me look stupid again, and I can't have that, okay? Now, there's the timer again. God damn it! Poverty is not a test of character, my dude. It's just poverty. The unpaid internships, the scraping up money to pay bills, the sleeping on couches. That's part of the journey to separate those who will make it and those who won't. You know what you get for surviving a day of poverty? Another one. And for that one, another one. Nobody's watching you from money heaven, tallying up all the hard work you did to make sure you'll be rewarded someday. Yeah, unpaid internships should be illegal, worldwide, everywhere. Quit trying to kill the population, please. Stop it. It's fucking embarrassing. And look, there's a lot more of us than there are of you. And we're getting kinda hungry. Congratulations to Elon Musk. Maybe now I can get verified. Twitter. Sorry, Juice. We'll never be able to prove it's you beyond a reasonable doubt. I mean, he doesn't have to, though. All he has to do is give old Muskie $8 a month. There's no verification actually involved. Stock market meltdown. Wait it out. In 2008, billionaires made a fortune buying crash price stocks. Don't be a sucker. Dude, that's what the article says. Dude? Read it again. I wrote it. Every college socialist should be encouraged to live under a Marxist regime for 6 months. Every capitalist should try living under $7.25 an hour minimum wage in the USA for 6 months. See how that one works out for you, Charlie? Not a chance I would be back. Feed me menu at almost $60 per person provided a main course of chicken Maryland to share. What is chicken Maryland? Not even one each. Who wants the drumstick? Flavors were good and staff need training on etiquette, but otherwise friendly. Red Rooster have a deal $5 for 1/4 chicken and chips. Or 1/4 chicken and chips? Obviously different quality, but come on guys, you are taking it a bit far. And look at your response, what a joke! Okay, $100 to $120 is what it's rated at, and you... Never mind, holy crap. I'm surprised these people are actually giving them a normal star rating, but shitting on them in their little review. For $58, you received corn, croquettes, kingfish, tostadas, short rib tacos, fish tacos, pork tacos, and a barbecue chicken Maryland and chips. You had it cooked by chefs and served by multiple wait persons over multiple courses. If you think we're not providing value and taking it a bit far, then you're kidding yourself. Enjoy sitting in a car park of Red Rooster on a Saturday night eating your microwave $5 chicken and chips, because we definitely don't want you back. I'm not really having a good night. Just text me tomorrow. Okay. Boyfriend failed the test. Test. You mean ex-boyfriend? Up. All y'all childish as hell. I'm not gonna force you to talk about shit if you don't want to talk about it. Don't say, text me tomorrow or leave me alone if you don't really want me to do it, because I will leave your ass alone until you want to talk again. Yeah, that is some elementary school shit. How sad do you gotta be to do this? Boyfriend failed the test. Sorry, I guess I shouldn't listen to the things you say, or ask of me, or tell me to do? Really? Okay, fine. I'll go date someone not rude. This is beyond rude. I'm sorry. Oh, there's the timer again. I'm sorry, okay? A complete, beautiful reinvention of Doctor Who. So relatable, down to earth, with such character and sense of place. A great new doctor, too. And we immediately love all her friends. Drama, scares, and comedy for all the family. Brilliant. Okay, hold on here. I gotta open this one up. Yeah, I could tell you never seen previous Doctor Who's. You do realize Paul Cornell has literally written for every single Doctor. From the 1st to the 12th, right? Not only in books and the like, but on TV as well. No? Wait, he wrote for the 1st? Hold on a minute here. Sorry, I'm typing. Give me a second here. Oh, did he write for, like, the 1st Doctor in terms of, like, books and other stuff? Because I was just thinking to myself, dude, he's 55. How in the hell did he write for something older than him? I'm sorry, I'm very stupid. I could have sworn Doctor Who... Never mind. No, I'm sorry. Get that timer out of here. I apologize. I feel like there is a fly swatter that is about to kick my ass every time I get off track on one of these memes. I'm sorry, okay? I gotta get to the bottom of this, editor, whichever one it is. A comprehensive list of options, traders who are better than me. You must still be typing the list. Take your time. We'll wait. Oh, the stupid timer! My son at 16, bedtime is 9. He has no phone, no internet access, without a parent sitting in the room. Then it's limited to an hour max. There are parental passcodes on the TVs, and he can only watch certain TV programs. Crazy that those are going to be the exact rules you follow in the nursing home, and I wonder how often he's going to visit you with how you treat him now. If you have this decal on your car and I see you, don't be surprised when you get a nice little throat punch. Vaccinate your crotch goblins? Aw, well, you can not get vaccinated all you want, I'll survive. That's tough talk from someone whose entire family can be taken out by a rusty nail. Ain't that the truth, man? Choklahoma State will never make it into the college football playoff until they expand to 12 teams in 2025. Are you standing over OU's football season in your profile picture? Do I have any sympathy for this young, spoiled kid? No. At 17, I was overseas with an M16, 12-hour days, or around the clock. Well, which one was it? Bad food, bad weather, dangerous conditions, etc. Some of the best times I can remember and friendships that have lasted a lifetime. Grow up, kid. I don't know what he's talking about. Did you serve so that you could spend the rest of your life telling young people about how tough you had it when you were their age? Or did you serve so that young people had a chance at a better life than you did? I think you already answered your question by asking the question. We know exactly why he did. I really hate people that weaponize things like that in their life. Whether joining up and serving was a choice or not, don't use it as some kind of, like I said before, weapon against young people. It's kind of sad. I like when men explain basic things to me because in my mind it's not mansplaining. It's more like when a toddler's really excited to tell you about dinosaurs and you're like, that's right, cutie, you're so smart. Only one of us is being condescending and it's me. If you have to announce it when you're condescending, you're doing it wrong. That's a great observation, Sean. Great job. Chick-fil-A coming to Alberta in the coming years as part of Canadian expansion. I wonder what they do with the rest of the chicken since they only serve right wings. I'll let myself out. No. Got any more? The God that you serve is too wise to make a mistake and too loving to be unkind. Our source of light gives us cancer, dude. Yeah. To be completely clear, at the altitude at which a Mach 10 hypersonic aircraft would be flying, the ejection would be very survivable. The re-entry into the atmosphere, in just a pressure suit, not so much. A Mach number is the ratio of an object's speed in a given medium to the speed of sound in that medium. The ISS travels in a vacuum, so there is no medium. A Mach number doesn't exist for a spacewalk. Checks notes. Gardner, explaining how space things works too, checks notes again. An astronaut who actually walked in space? Twitter is amazing. Look, far too many people watched Good Will Hunting and thought that just because they have a good memory, they understand things. No, you memorize something from a book or an article or whatever, and you think you understand it more than the person that has done what you are pretending to understand. There's no doubt in my mind that making AI art is real art. I spent about an hour and a half tweaking things to produce these visuals. The hair, perfect, red lipstick color, focus, eyes, wrinkles, theme, reflection. What wrinkles? Clothes. It was a joy to achieve a result I couldn't have previously. Bro, if I spent 1.5 hours telling a microwave to heat my frozen dinner and managed to get room temperature food out of it, I wouldn't consider myself a chef. Right, this annoys me. For no, God, I really don't know how to read. For so reasons, you people love to hang on to stereotypes from over half a century ago. British food comes from rations in World War II. What is a burger, by the way? Meat between bread. That's British. Fries? British. Pancakes? It's never been ending. The food you claim to be British is as British as the stolen art in your museums. Did a British guy really claim to have invented, well, not personally, claim that British people invented the burger? Fries? Pancakes? Okay, pancakes I might believe. But hey, look, I'm sorry. We got IHOP and Waffle House and Denny's, okay? We perfected it. There are a lot of Americanized versions of things we didn't invent that I think are pretty sick. What is the evolutionary historic reason why women aren't attracted to intelligence? Surely intelligence helped the hunting group get a juicy mammoth. All right, women are attracted to actual intelligence, how to succeed in life, not intelligence. You know, eidetic memory of one's entire Pepe folder and strategic knowledge of how Germany could have won World War II. A lot of people mistake a lot of things for just general intelligence, man. Why should I settle with one man when I have so many men chasing me? It's okay, darling. Cheap stuff attract the most customers. Why have I got this sneaky suspicion Tom Hardy actually didn't tweet this at all? What lesson took you the longest to unlearn? You could be the richest man in the world, but you might still need to do prompt tweets to see the little notification number go up and pretend people want to talk to you. My predictions were correct. I'm absolute trash at Apex Legends. Practice makes perfect. Can't auto-tune the game. Pretty sure I've read this before and I've already made the comment that T-Pain is actually fucking sick as hell, dude. Okay? The auto-tune was just a funny little thing he threw on there because he liked the sound. Dude's talented as shit, man. I will defend T-Pain forever. Okay, not forever. I can't actually commit to that. You never know. Could come out tomorrow that he's actually murdered 300 people. I doubt it, but anything's possible in today's online world, okay? You will never have Johnny Gaudreau. Gaudreau? Anyway, you'll never have one of these. Oh, suck it. Cybertruck will be waterproof enough to serve briefly as a boat, so it can cross rivers, lakes, and even seas that aren't too choppy. Dog, you can't even make a car trunk rainproof. I'm not drowning my family in a coffin from an N64 game. Plus, why are you still talking about Cybertruck? Where the hell are they? I haven't even seen the semi-trucks. I've barely seen the Model 3, let alone the Cybertruck. RuneScape roasting Liz Truss, recently resigned British PM. Looking for a fresh start? We've got a fresh economy where you can really make a difference. This essential catering worker needs a helping hand during his... Aw, man. Oh, the nostalgia that's flooding my brain right now is something I would consider painful. Oh, dude. All right, let's see here. In this year's Top Gun movie, they dangerously fly under the radar through a narrow, winding canyon to destroy a target, avoiding multiple banks of surface-to-air missiles. But why not first take out the missile banks? Could then fly without daredevil maneuvers. Just saying. Because it would alert the enemy jets. It's covered in the movie. Christ, Neil. This is a larger issue with our current pop culture commentary. People are so busy trying to outsmart the movie for online clout that they're not actually paying attention to the movie itself. Neil, I do love you. We clown on you because you say and do stuff like this. Chill. Hollywood is not the bastion of realism, and it shouldn't be. I don't go to the movies for something necessarily realistic. You're gonna have to work on suspending your disbelief a little longer than 8 seconds at a time, Mr. deGrasse Tyson. Starmer immediately looks older and weaker with a younger British Asian male opposite him? He's 60. Sunak is 42. Same age difference as you and your profile pic. Breaking. Girls under age 18 will have to get a parent's permission before having an abortion under a bill passed by Florida legislature on Thursday. Governor DeSantis is expected to approve the bill. If you think girls are too irresponsible to make life decisions without their parents' permission, maybe don't force them to become a mother. Oh, here's BuzzFeed News. What's the most disgusting thing your rich pals have done during the pandemic? We want to hear about surprising displays of wealth that you've personally seen that have made you lose the last remaining scraps of your pandemic patience. Oh, probably the time you bought Huffington Post, laid off a few dozen staff, and completely shut down HuffPost Canada, which had unionized 2 weeks prior. I think that qualifies. F you, BuzzFeed. Comedy is now legal on Twitter. Is this why you've never made a funny tweet before? Oh, remember, comedy is not legal on Twitter now, because if you're making fun of Elon Musk, you get in trouble. He get mad, he ban account. Even if you follow his literally brand new made-up rules about parody accounts. Which, of course, man. What the f*** are you gonna do? What are you gonna do? One man has sole control over Twitter, dude. One dude! gets to make the stupidest decisions ever. You know what, Elon? Come ban me, buddy. I've been on the platform for nearly 14 years now, and you know what? I can't watch it die. So maybe you should just put me out of my misery, so to speak, you f***ing man-child. Vasectomies are only cringe if you haven't had kids yet, to be fair. There are plenty of situations where vasectomies are actually cringe. Being kidnapped and given one. Botched circumcision. Being drunk and getting one. All of these are things your father could have done instead of having a judgmental douche. You know, I've actually been thinking about getting the operation done. One kiss? The whole Funk Waves 2 album. And what, mate? I made both of them. I win. I'm better than me. Stop saying she's my wife. That's sexist as hell. Period. Hello, everyone. Meet Lorraine. She's the woman I f***ed on the night of my wedding. Yeah, why would you say... What are we supposed to say? I'm your husband, you're my wife, we got married. Sorry. You chose the title. And so did I. Brews are okay. Food is too foo-foo. Fruity place. Rainbow flag is inappropriate. Not a place for traditional values. Well, hey, at least you didn't give him a 1-star review just because you're homophobic and stupid. Wow! Richard, you seriously wrote that on a public forum? A reminder to you that it is 2022, not 1952. We actually do not have any tolerance for bigotry here at Blanks, and we pride ourselves on being a brew pub that's inclusive of everyone. Except you. Please never visit us again. Heatron? I don't know. Has always been interesting to me. Why does it have a gender, but can't breed with its own species? You have a gender, but can't breed with your own species either. Without looking, let me guess. Henry Cavill is a conservative, so Hollywood feels the need to do dumb negative stories like this? Yes. British Henry Cavill is incredibly passionate about American political spectrums. The dude just wants to play video games and build his computer again, okay? You know what, Henry? If you're out there and you're listening to EmKay, come over to my house. We'll play some games, okay? Please. We got a lot of consoles. We'll make a thing out of it. Wouldn't that be funny, though? Wouldn't that be great if Henry Cavill just secretly watches EmKay? Wouldn't that be awesome? I love you, Henry. Interesting trade-off between being engaged in a meeting and remembering the meeting. Taking notes increases the odds you'll remember, but decreases ability to engage. I've mostly stopped taking notes to be more engaged. Life is all about the trade-offs. I never take notes. I'm not surprised. Oh, I cannot, and I mean this as earnestly as I've ever meant anything in my life, I cannot wait until I never read his name again, never see his face again, and forget who the hell he is. Which sucks because I am on Twitter, and I like my Twitter, and I've been there for 14 years, so, you know, I could easily put him out of my mind forever, but I can't because I still like Twitter enough, even though on the 15th he's gonna nuke it. Drive 3 hours to get there just to be turned away. Waste of gas. Need to be posted on the website that they're appointment only. Hi. We do have it posted on our website, Google, Facebook, and Instagram that we're appointment only. We are appointment only in order to ensure we have enough staff to give our customers the experience. To give your customers the experience possible? I think that's just a funny accidental omission of a word, but it makes it way funnier. Brie Larson confirmed she and her fellow female MCU cast members have spoken with Marvel Studios president Kevin Feige about making an all-women Marvel film. There has never been an all-male film. Huh. We found 224 movies with all-male casts in less than 5 seconds. Seems like Morbid Rooster's a moron. Well, okay. They're doing it on purpose. We know why they're doing it. That person legitimately hates women. I can't think of a single image that better explains where our country is now. If there is one, I'd like to see it. This is just exactly what we've become. Jesse, it's okay to say that your own marriage doesn't have this much love. He seems like the kind of guy that thinks his wife isn't a human. You know, it's just a vibe. I have no evidence of that at all. I can't say that. But, you know, it's just a vibe I get. When people look at a happy gay couple that are very successful, much more successful than they ever will be at their own life, I don't know. It just, their anger puts a smile on my face. Stay mad, bitch. Kansas City Airport. Hell no. I will not fly into this airport. Looks like you already have. If I ever do, I will piss in the parking lot before I go in the bathroom. Wait till she hears how the bathrooms on the plane work. See, this isn't lost on them. It's not. They understand. But they're very, very good at inventing things to be angry about. If you can't afford flying first class with a girl, then don't go on holiday with her. Flying economy with your girl is gay. We both know once she passes next to the first class aisle, she's going to be eyeballing any male she finds there wishing she was with him. Get back to work. So you're saying you gotta pay way more money than I do to keep a woman interested in you? Oh, dude. These people tell on themselves in the best way possible. Thank you, Dr. I don't give a rat's ass. That, bravo. Also, she's not going to be walking up to the first class aisle or business class aisle. You want to know why? You're not allowed to do that. You can't. You have to stay in your class. I'm sure the Twitter files people are on this one. Oh, the Twitter file. I see what you're saying. Aaron, have you ever done any original reporting in your life, like even once? Use the phone for anything beyond Uber Eats? I'll answer criticism from a peer. You repost videos. Ouch. Just ouch, dude. They deserve it, but ouch. Sometimes I can feel a little bad when the burn is that severe. Selena Gomez shares a new selfie on Instagram. Ooh. At one point, she was the most beautiful woman in the world. What changed? She turned 15 and you lost interest. Oh, yeah. God, I hate these people so much. Oh, no, this person's an adult now and is actually a normal human being. Gross. She's not a... Well, I'm not going to go down that road, but you know damn well why these people think that they're ugly now. There's a whole ordeal going on here with these folks. What the hell has Ramadan got to do with the post office? Go woke, go broke. It's funny, I have yet to see a company that went broke because they went woke. Did you hear the one about the Muslim who went into a post office? It's not a joke, it's just something that happens tens of thousands of times a day in the UK. So shut up. POV, you asked a Christian why they don't support LGBT if God can't make mistakes. You chose to be that way. Yeah, and who gave me that ability to choose? Your own flesh. And who created that flesh? Literally, it's all gonna come back to that. At a certain point, when you've got an omnipotent, omniscient being who knows everything that happened, will happen, or has happened, knows everybody, has created everybody, can do literally anything. I don't know. Look, we'll talk about that at another time. I'm just gonna keep going on the silly post. I'm gonna keep reading. There's a young black guy sitting next to me on this flight. His phone rang and it said, "Baby doll." I dare him to try to holla and say he's single. How can someone be minding his business, you invade his privacy, and assume he wants to talk to you, then make up a scenario in your head and be offended in advance? Is everything all right with you, dear? No, they're clearly a f***ing asshole. What? That's really all there is to it in most of these cases, let's be real. My publisher for non-Dilbert books has canceled my upcoming book and the entire backlist. Still no disagreement about my point of view. My book agent canceled me too. This is pathetic. They disagree with your racist statements such as, I would say, based on the current way things are going, the best advice I would give to white people is to get the hell away from black people. Get out of your bubble. It's okay to cancel racists. See, I'm not the biggest cancel culture fan in the world, because there are times where it is weaponized against random people for seemingly random reasons, but the vast majority of the time, and I mean vast majority of the time, what people like Scott Adams talk about, or what they mean by cancel culture, is the consequences of your f***ing actions. Oh no, you're racist, so no one wants to work with you? Must be the liberals! What's your greatest accomplishment? Raising a brilliant straight-A student, speaking at Cambridge and the Oxford Union, selling out comedy clubs, writing a best-selling book, putting Avenatti in prison, putting on charity events in NOLA, winning 5 Best Director awards, hosting a TV show, etc., etc., etc. Damn. Okay, I did not know all of that. All atheists will cry out to God under extreme crisis. Suddenly, God will be real. All Christians will run to the doctor with or without extreme circumstances. Suddenly, God's will does not exist, or God will not exist, excuse me. That can be a double-edged sword. No one wants to hire a job hopper. Huh, okay. Unfortunately, if you don't look at job seekers with tenures of 2 to 3 years at their jobs, you would be disqualifying yourself. I just took a look at your LinkedIn and noticed you've been job hopping every what do they mean, year? I don't know. Since you became a recruiter in 2016, apart from your own freelancing gig. All right, that is a lot of random crap that, whatever. It's hard to read, okay? Remember, we want treat others. Seriously, how do people forget entire words? We want to treat others like how we would want to be treated. Oh my God. Now that you're in the position of allowing to grant career opportunities for others, what's your principle? And more importantly, does that principle apply if you were the job seeker? No one ever thinks that way because they think they're above it now. This guy probably thinks, oh dude, I've made it. I don't have to worry about that anymore. I got mine. I find atheists confusing. It's like going to a restaurant and believing there's no cook in the back. It's like going to a restaurant and ordering food, but it doesn't come. And the waiter tells you to keep ordering because the cook will hear you and your order will come. But it's been hours, and your food still hasn't shown up, and the waiter tells you you're not ordering hard enough. And also, sometimes the waiter is inappropriate with kids. There is less than 0 of Deathstroke in Deadpool. This narrative came about a decade ago, and it's total BS. The creators of Deadpool literally said they took Deathstroke and gave him the mouth of Spider-Man, and that was the premise that created the character. It's not a narrative, whatever, a fact of how the character was created. I'm the creator. Thank you for reminding me that you're quoting nonsense. They weren't quoting anything, they were just making crap up. The Last of Us, episode 8. Which one was episode 8? Was that the mall episode? Reaches Most Desperate Moment. Darkness Comes Knocking. Anyway, I hated it so much. I kept checking my phone, hoping it would end soon. Felt sick the entire time. And I would rather they didn't make the freaking monster a Christian. Oh, that episode. Oh, dude. Oh, such a good show. Yes, exactly. I agree completely. I was so annoyed that they showed a religious cult leader in such a negative light. Historically, Christians have always been saints, and horrible things have never been done in the name of God. Don't you just love that the 2 episodes that focused on a gay or lesbian relationship, or however you want to call it, or however they call it in the story? I never know exactly what it is. Played the games, watched the show, all that fun stuff. But I'm still stupid. However, I think it's great that people have review bombed the episodes, and they're still over 8 out of 10 on IMDb. Like, you know how good an episode has to be for review bombers to have that little of an effect? The USPS is viewed favorably by 91% of Americans, despite billions of losses annually. It's a service. It doesn't lose money, it costs money. No one says the military loses $750 billion a year. Always wondered why the scrutiny for our postal service is so high. Without the Postal Service, do you think things would be much better? Can you imagine going to FedEx or UPS or DHL and paying, $50 to send a letter? I've worked for UPS, I know how it freaking works. Versus what's the current rate for a forever stamp here in the US? 55 cents, 60 cents now? For that same letter? Huh, yeah. I can imagine we'd all be doing really good if we had to start sending letters and packages exclusively through UPS and FedEx. That would be great, right? The Postal Service is doing the best they can under the crappiest leadership I've ever seen. Watching Jonah Hill and 21 Jump Street made me like Jewish people again. No one should take anger against 1 or 2 individuals and transform that into hatred towards millions of innocent people. Okay, no Christian can be labeled anti-Semite knowing Jesus is a Jew. Thank you, Jonah Hill. I love you. It really is a shame Jonah Hill didn't make 21 Jump Street in 1939. Stupid response aside, I still can't believe that happened. Wow, that is probably the funniest backpedal I've heard in my life. Consequences hit you hard. You watched 21 Jump Street to feel better, and then you went, oh shoot, this is where I can backpedal and everyone will like me again. It's not a Fortune 500 company, it's a non-profit. There's literally no such thing as a non-profit. In the electricity running around in your skull, maybe not. In the real world, there's literally millions. My brain's not powered by electricity. It's powered by cheese. Superman is a refugee who chose to be a journalist to champion truth and justice. In his very first appearance, he broke down the doors of a governor's mansion to stop a prisoner's execution. Get a real job. I have a real job. I write TV and comics, including Marvel's Dark Ages, which is the comic your profile picture is from. That's good, because the Chick-fil-A orders I see coming through have pathetic tip amounts. I don't take their orders anyway out of LGBT solidarity, but congratulations, I'm sure you deserve it. Gotcha. It was a catering premium order, which is a unicorn in of itself. Wow. Amazing. I try to avoid them too. Meanwhile, those of us that are actually gay eat there with no issue. I'm gay. Solidarity isn't just for allies. And I just refuse to buy from or work... I've never seen that word either. Tangentially? Anyway, for a company that funded an anti-gay genocide movement in Uganda. But if you think that's fine, you do you. Nobody's telling you what to do. Yeah, I live right next to a Chick-fil-A. I'm never setting foot in there. No thanks. Ironic there was no such thing as a live artillery shell in the 1860. They used projectiles. Not much of an archaeologist's do your homework. Do your homework. That's pure nonsense. Exploding shells were around as early as the 14th century. Major Shrapnel invented the design that popularized his name in the early 1800s, and several live shell designs were in use during the Civil War. including Armstrong and Hotchkiss rifled shells. Live shells are being found all the time. Some estimates think over 1.5 million live shells were fired by artillery pieces in the Civil War, and as many as 20% of them failed, leaving a lot of unexploded ordnance out there to be found. Wait a minute. Shrapnel comes from a dude's name? What? Really? Why does everything come from someone's name? I guess I never really asked, like, oh, where'd that word come from? But still, it always surprises me. Why did human beings stop building things like this? Probably because most human beings don't have 50 million euros to spend on halfway finished fantasy castles in the middle of nowhere. Hope that helps. That castle is sick as hell, though. Wasn't this one built, within the last 100 or so years or something like that? I don't know. I saw a picture of a kick-ass castle recently, and someone was like, oh yeah, it was built in like 1982 by a multi-millionaire or something. I don't know. Either way, castles are pretty sick. I think we can all agree on that, though. Hey, and what have you accomplished, smart sir? I've published half a dozen books and written for multiple national platforms, including the New York Times, 3 times despite no family industry connections or inherited wealth, sir. Now screw all the way off. And yet I have never heard of you, nor your books, but I see multiple Teslas every day. Because my books don't have pictures in them for you to color. Nothing's ever gonna beat that response to someone going, oh,
I've never heard of your books. That must mean you unsuccessful. Oh!
I don't know why I went into that voice, it just felt right. There, Antifa clowns and masked cowards. A bit of a history. Fascist is from the Latin fasces, or fasces, I don't know how to read Latin or say it, which means bind together. Corporate, government, and media collusion is fascist by definition. Why then don't you protest WEF? Answer, that's the fascism you adore. Jordan Booby, I'm here to inform you that if we would live in a world where literal etymology defined the modern use of any word, then I'm glad to inform you that the name Jordan originates from the Hebrew can't read the word, meaning to go down. You can and will, by definition, suck my... Less a shower thought, more of a statement about having a very dull sex life. Congrats, OP, you Shapiro'd yourself. Shapiro'd? Ben Shapiro, as explained elsewhere, has a habit of saying things he thinks are clever, but just demonstrates that he's bad at sex.
My wife has never been wet, theoretically.
Dear women, I'm only trying to help. None of your professional or personal accomplishments matter to men. Wow, that right there is incredibly telling of you. Well, I don't even need to read the rest of it. I legitimately don't. It's a hard biological reality that there is only one thing that women have that matters to men, and it is fleeting. Here today, gone tomorrow. You're right! Women should have professional achievements so that they're able to sustain themselves after they are discarded due to their age. That's a great reminder for young women. Men are superficial, so make sure you can support yourself as you inevitably age. Believe it or not, I'm actually in the library right this moment. Nerd, what the hell? Yeah, nothing like going to rent a couple of movies, print stuff for free, and not be expected to be spending money here, and can just exist as a person without having to buy something. Freaking nerd, right? Do you hear yourself? You outdated swamp-ass 80s movie bully? What's wrong with you? I love the upvote and downvote ratio here. I'm pretty sure the guy was just messing with you, bro. My boyfriend comes from a lower middle-class family. He's been earning a huge package at a big firm, but he still makes small talk with rickshaw drivers and waiters and drinks roadside chai. How can I make my boyfriend more classy and modern? Wow. Oh, my goodness. Your boyfriend talks to rickshaw drivers? He talks to waiters? How appalling. First, though, there seems to be a typo in your question. You asked how you could get your boyfriend to be more classy. I think you meant to ask how you can get your boyfriend to be more classist. Judging from your details, you're trying to get him to present in a way that's more snobbish and arrogant and treat people in service industries as though they're lesser human beings who are beneath him. Your boyfriend is already classy. He makes a lot of money, but he's still modest about it, and he treats people who makes less money with dignity and respect. He has miles and miles of class. You should be grateful that you have a partner with so much class. Perhaps he can teach you about it. For example, by showing you that clothes are not the best measure of a person, and that waiters and rickshaw drivers are human beings who deserve to be treated as such. I realize class is difficult to learn, but I have faith in you. Good luck. How gross do you have to be? Yes, educators. The only career in the world where you get to fail at your job yet demand more money, while always blaming your job failures on the lack of people giving you more money. Nobody ever wants to talk about performance when it comes to educators. Why is that? This dude thinks he's talking about teachers, but he's actually describing cops. Should I become a truck driver?
Hey, I'm a student in pharmacy school, and I'm kind of thinking of pivoting and changing the direction of my career into trucking. I say this because we have new immigrant tenants living in our basement that are driving trucks, and these guys are claiming to be making $10 to $12K a month after taxes. Now I'm regretting going to university and spending all this time studying while these guys can just jump in a truck and start making top 5% incomes right away. For any truckers out there, do you like your job? Seeing as 2 months ago you made a post about failing your G driver's test and blaming the instructor for your failure, I'd say hell no, you shouldn't become a trucker. You can't even drive. Yeah, dude, I don't understand why people think that being a trucker is this easy thing that anybody can jump in and do. I can't even drive a manual car really anymore. It's been too long. I can't even do that, right? If you think you can handle a 4-speed? Wait till you have to shift 18 gears, man. Like, I don't think you understand how much more difficult it is to drive a giant train rig like that, okay? And from what I've seen, that industry has been crushing and crapping on its drivers the last 40 years so hard. Strange, but is it all right if you burn the American flag? Doesn't that seem a little bit crazy? Well, aren't you a little obtuse? I try. Hey, moron, you can literally burn any flag as long as you own it. You can't burn someone else's property that is attached to their building. That's arson. Why is that simple concept so hard for you fools to understand? Doesn't drop the mic, fucking throws it. As a feminist, I'll use my mom's last name. You mean your grandfather's? Alpha males eat wings and drink beer at Hooters with the boys. Beta males nipple on tapas at Spanish vegan cafes with their wives. As a former Hooters girl, I can assure you only betas who liked to think they were alpha males ate there, and we laughed when you left. I am so never setting foot inside a Hooters. Nah, I won't. Hilarious. Pay your frickin' bills. Hey y'all, I've been out since August of 2021. I didn't do my taxes last year. I know, dumbass me. And because of my accountant activity, I've lost my pay and Marine Net accounts. I need this to close on a house very soon, so please, any advice y'all can give me will be very helpful. This you? A new audience is within reach. Start advertising on Hulu for as little as, whatever. And this is why I don't use Hulu. Hulu does not need no more advertisements, is all they have now is Big Pharma advertising medications for gays. It's a deal breaker. I'm sick of it. I'm changing. It's based on your search history and likes. I've always wondered how true that is. Like, how true is that really? Because I get some wackadoo ads. I really do. And every time I get one, I have to show other people and say, hey, what could they be basing this idea off of? I've got no clue. Why is Walmart selling sex toys? Wait till you find out about how they sell guns. Yeah. Think of everything you've done since New Year's Eve. The places you've been, the people you've spoken to, the experiences you've had. I've been in the exact same room every day, every night, and they will not let me leave. Damn, that sucks. But why? Is there a reason you can't leave? Yeah, this dude has figured out what prison is. Kind of a crazy realization to have, right? Wow, that's crazy. How is he tweeting? If you want $15 minimum wage, don't complain when your Taco Bell order costs $38 for a burrito. That is one of the worst written sentences I've ever read. And that's truly saying something. You've seen some of the stuff that I've read on here, but I love that. Don't complain when your Taco Bell order costs $38 for a burrito. The most expensive Taco Bell burrito in Washington, D.C., where the minimum wage is already $15, costs $3.79. You see, they make stuff up to make you think that paying people more is a bad thing. Oh no, a 5-layer burrito is gonna cost $40! Not even remotely close. But thank you, Jordan Rachel, for your really awesome understanding of how that works. If you think you're smarter than the previous generation, 50 years ago, the owner's manual of a car showed you how to adjust the valves. Today, it warns you not to drink the contents of the battery. The manual contents usually change in response to user error, not in advance of it, meaning that the previous generation drank the contents of the car battery. It's not a great example. That's true. That's true. They don't anticipate that people will do it. They have seen and heard reports of people doing it, so they adjust accordingly. It's just like the Starbucks cups and McDonald's cups saying, hey, by the way, this shit's hot. Be careful, you know? Everybody thinks that it's because they assume that people are too stupid to understand that coffee is hot. Oh, no, I think it's mainly because of that woman suing McDonald's because they nuked her coffee to an unreasonably disgusting extent. Gross. Anyway, let's move on. Label. My opinion is that every topic needs to be fully researched without bias to come to a reasonable conclusion. Until then, you're just as wrong as those you make fun of. You don't know any of this, you think it is true. Same as me and everyone else. So I think it would be beneficial if we all gather as much information as we can instead of turning a blind eye to new info because you've already made up your mind. Take a stance, guy. Anyone who says something like, "You would agree with my point if you just opened your mind to the information I've seen," without sharing that point or the information is invariably, 100% of the time, about to make the stupidest claim imaginable. Please know, if you're someone who brings a book to the bar, nobody likes you. How much of your life, expressed as percentage, have you spent gesturing for women to take out their earbuds? Oh, dude. Oh my god. Oh, that's my favorite one. That's my absolute favorite one. You just know the type of guy to do that gesture, who's about to interrupt what you're doing for legitimately no good reason, is probably the same type of guy who's going to tell you to smile more, right? If a person wants to make a name for themselves, they wouldn't take advantage of their famous father's last name and band name. His father and uncle didn't have that. Everyone in the band didn't have that. Matter of fact, majority of current and former bands and singers didn't have that. Van Halen is literally my f***ing name, you grape. Start a business, $999, too much. Buy a new iPhone, $999, no problem. Healthy groceries, $100, too much. Dinner and drinks, $100, no problem. Watch Netflix, 2 hours. One more episode. Learn a new skill, 2 hours. No time. Life is about choices. Stop blaming the lack of opportunity. $1,000 to start a business? Are you actually on track? You have to be extremely lucky to start a successful business for $1,000. We buy our phones on monthly installments of $27, and it's tough to afford that sometimes. For a family of 4, regular-ass groceries costs $100 or more. Healthy food is way more. Dude, for a family of 4, my mom would have to spend like $1,000 a month on food, man. It's a lot. It's a lot. Folks who can regularly afford $100 for dinner and drinks are not struggling financially. They aren't the people you think you're talking to. I can't speak for everyone, but I can't remember when I last had the time to watch 3 hours of television. Usually 30 minutes is pushing it. If you can learn a new skill well enough to be useful in 2 hours, you either already knew how to do it or are a child prodigy. Congratulations. You idiots are completely delusional about the challenges poor and working class families face in America today. Get pregnant. You'll find out who your real friends are. I promise you that. I just feel like there are steps you can probably take before this one. Yeah, because maybe getting pregnant and having a baby just to figure out who your real friends are is incredibly disgusting and fucking nasty to that child once it grows up and you tell them that that's the only reason they were born. Or, you'll try to keep it a secret, but it won't fucking work. Good job. Definitely the best reason to have kids. When you meet his friend group and he not the leader, man, why are girls going on about a male friend group having a leader? We're not the Avengers. That is true. Ah, man, and he not the leader. Oh no. Man, I hope he breaks up with your dumbass. In rural Texas, we posted a $14 an hour part-time cash container unloading job. No one showed up. Now our team of 2 is unloading 35,000 pounds of brain flakes themselves. Wild that $14 isn't enough these days. Pictures are old and for plush, but it gives you an idea. What? You're complaining that you had to take your own offer. Yeah, it's a shame that it's not enough for people these days. And I'm really mad that I have to work for that amount. Molson Hart, f*** you, dude. You. And I'm sorry to the editor that he already or she already has to bleep me this early in the video. But no, $14 an hour is not enough. It is not enough. It is not enough. Did you hear that? It is not enough. Sometimes I do respond to my fan mail. Can you tell me what a woman is? Someone who covers their drink when they see you in a bar. Oh, man. Oh, dude, that guy is dead. They are dead. At the risk of sounding like an ignorant fool, for I am to this as I have done no research, but to me, I feel like once you've had your puberty, once girls can menstruate and boys can ejaculate, you should be safe to procreate if you're perfectly healthy, even if logically that is completely the wrong time to do it. I mean, isn't it nature's way of saying you're ready to procreate? So why would nature say it's ready if it isn't? Why would nature give you a period if you weren't ready to procreate? I don't know, Jim. You came out of the womb with legs. Why didn't you walk out of the hospital? Oh man, that's okay, cool. Savior of the unborn. Okay, pal. Your grill is filthy, has poor temperature control, and for some idiot reason has the heating element below the food so fat drips onto it and catches fire. There's a better way to cook in your kitchen. Admit it. Grilling is bad. My favorite genre of article is, you know this thing that people famously loved for countless generations? Join me, a random white guy, in my shocking expose on how that thing objectively sucks. I haven't read the article, and I never will. I can already tell this is a guy who invites people over for a barbecue and cooks Boca burgers in the oven. Or the article is just clickbait, and he goes, just kidding, it's really cool, which is just as lame, in my opinion, you know? Okay, that's great. What a loser. Excuse me, sir. You dropped this at Elon Musk. You gifted a picture of a fucking toy crown to a friendless billionaire. If this were any more pathetic, I'd start you a GoFundMe. That is quite sad. Who the hell goes out to eat to celebrate a dead person's birthday? People who were loved? Absolutely ruthless response. Oh, damn, what a good day. If a website puts flags next to the language options, which flag should it be for English? All right, let's see what we have here. I think they should show the American flag. After all, the Brits can read the words, but the Americans need a picture. That is incredibly true. I really do appreciate that. What, were you expecting me to make some sort of joke there? No. Why would I do that? YouTuber I don't give a rat's ass addressed her grooming allegations while playing a ukulele in a new video. Stop playing A minor. That's how you got here in the first place. Probably one of the most ridiculous missteps I've ever seen someone take. The level of stupidity on display is phenomenal. Fun fact, if you rearrange the letters in Delta and Omicron, you get media control. You also get erotic almond. What's your point? We can arrange words to say other words a lot, Laverne Spicer. What the hell are you trying to say? I know what you're trying to say. You're really smart and we're all fucking stupid. Do you remember when you were growing up? Do you remember how simple life was? How easy it felt? It was about faith, family, and country. Shut the actual fuck up. No, it wasn't. We can have that again. But to do that, we must vote Joe Biden out. Screw you, Nikki. I was born in 1949. When I was a kid, segregation was legal. There were lynchings. Being gay was illegal. There were no vaccines for mumps, measles, and chickenpox. I had them all. Everyone was scared shitless of nuclear war. So yeah, screw you. You can usually tell who the rich person is when they talk about, you remember how absolutely flawless and perfect being a kid was? How easy it was? Yeah, it's because you had cash. Imagine if the right wing and left wing got together to fight corruption. I know many on both sides will say that you cannot work with those monsters, and you must not be naive. Yes, I understand. But what if we got together just once to screw the establishment? What if the Puppy Kicking Foundation and the Anti-Puppy Kicking League got together to fight puppy kicking? Man. Dude was road raging from the reports and pulled a gun. 2 counts of aggravated assault is a bad look for us responsible gun owners. I'm sure he was responsible right up to the point where the rage took over. That's the thing. You guys are all responsible until something triggers you, and then you're not, and then you have a lethal weapon. Buddy, because they cut me off. But I guess I'm just built different. Where's the closest swingers club to us? I know we used to have the Champagne Club that has since shut down, but I was wondering where I would find one? I'm sure Indianapolis has some, but I'm hoping there are some slightly closer options nearby. I did some research, and the nearest place for random sexual encounters appears to be your mom's house. Dude just walked right into that one. Fact, God has never made a single drop of alcohol. What do you mean? What? The earth has never produced a single drop of alcohol. 100% of all wine and alcohol is manufactured by fallen men. Nothing good ever comes out of alcohol. What does the Bible say about alcohol and social drinking? Oh, by the way, Jesus turned water into wine. Source, the goddamn Bible. Well, people like this have never even read the Bible. You know that, right? They don't know anything at all. Hey, girly, I've been following your profile for a while, and I must say you are gorgeous. One girl to another, though. Some of the selfies you posted are looking kind of different from the others. All that food you post looks tasty AF, but not so tasty on the hips. I can help you shed those extra 5 to 10 pounds and get you beach ready. What? It happens to the best of us. Please circle where I need to lose weight. Do mine, and I'll do yours. Wow, rude. I thought I'd message you to help, but you're just a bitch. I'm a busy mom. I don't have time to live at the gym like you. You're a busy mom, that's for sure. You also don't mind your own goddamn business, and you comment on other people's bodies for no goddamn reason. I can help you shed those extra pounds. How can you help them shed the extra pounds when you yourself admit that you don't have time to live at How do you know? How do you know how to shed them extra pounds? You're trying to sell supplements. Hey, what's Winnie the Pooh's favorite color? Yellow. No, it's red because of his shirt. No, it's yellow because he loves honey. You have no idea what you're talking about. Then Pooh says, yellow, like honey. That's my favorite color. See, this guy's read the Bible. They're not getting paid. Screw internships. OP never said it was an unpaid internship. Internships are unpaid. Not always? Why is that a question, dude? I personally have several friends doing paid ones right now. That's not an internship. It's a job with more steps. You can't just redefine internships to only include the bad ones and then claim they're all bad. That would be like me redefining Reddit users to only include you and then claiming that all Reddit users are dumb r/anti-work members that don't know what an internship is. Damn straight, that's exactly the same, boy. I will always love you. That's Whitney, babe. Imagine not knowing that Dolly wrote, sang, and released I Will Always Love You first, and that Whitney's version was just a cover. Do your research, babe. And by the way, didn't she actually sell the song to Whitney Houston? It wasn't just like a regular cover, was it? She actually sold some sort of rights to her to do that? And didn't she also say something along the lines of, the song is hers now, once she heard her rendition? Dolly Parton's the okay? That's all there is to it. About 10 years of piping experience. Honestly though, whenever I do a cake like this, I give myself an entire day to pipe, literally a whole day, okay? That way I can work on stuff and redo the cake as many times as I want. I got 10 years of experience piping your mom. Sir, this is a baking subreddit. It was an intrusive thought. I respect your honesty. Nice. Beautiful interaction. I don't approve of tattoos. Mainly it is written in the Christian Bible not to mark your body. I love you, Dwayne, but this is the only thing I do not approve of. It's your choice, of course. Lovin' the rock. It also says not to pierce your ears or get a divorce. But one click on your profile shows you obviously pick and choose which parts of the Bible fit your agenda. It is kind of funny. See, why do you get to pick and choose which parts of it you follow? I'm a little confused by that. Isn't there something in there about not wearing different fabrics together and shrimp is evil? Something weird like that? I don't know, it's the Bible. There's a lot of weird crap going on in there, dude. Andrew Tate left, and his brother Tristan were first arrested at their Bucharest home in December. Ironically, Andrew Tate could groom others, but not himself. Yeah, he definitely shaved all his hair off just because he liked it that way. For sure, dude. Liked by who cares? I don't cook, I don't clean, but let me tell you how I got this ring. On your knees, on your back, rubbing on some old man's sack. All right, man. Breaking news. U.S. births declined for the 6th straight year in 2020 as the pandemic accelerated a trend that has been building for the last decade. It's almost like if you saddle a generation with massive debt, then hit them with the second economic crisis of their working lives, while simultaneously showing how little your society cares about children or caregiving, they'll make choices accordingly. Yes, almost like, it's a weird idea. It's a weird idea that I don't want to bring a child into this at all, and that I'm not rich enough to do so. What a wonder. Sports bar that doesn't subscribe to the sports channels on TV had to go somewhere else to catch our game. Kyle, you gave 3 downtown Tampa restaurants a 1-star review the night you were looking for whatever the game was that you wanted to watch. Seems like maybe the restaurants weren't the problem. A previous review of yours gave Domino's Pizza a 5-star review. Perhaps a better solution would have been ordering delivery from a major corporate chain to your hotel and streaming the game on your phone rather than trying to make small businesses look bad because no one else wants to subscribe to a sports package just to watch the Winnipeg Jets play. Just a thought. Safe travels. I do hate that. It's just some petty rating bullshit, A technicality? Cool. This restaurant is worthless and you should never come here. I took my 11-year-old daughter to get a drink at Starbucks. We watched an incredibly handsome construction worker walk across the parking lot and into the store. Do you know what that little girl said to me? I don't know what he fixes, but mine is broken. What if it was your 11-year-old son who said that about a young woman who walked into the store? I thought we were teaching boys not to objectify girls. Or does that only apply to boys? The more I go along in life, the more I realize that it is a one-way street, isn't it? At least that's how it seems to be treated. In Brazil, we usually don't change classrooms for every class. Generally, the teachers come over. That's simpler, I think. Yeah, but you might get murdered because you live in Brazil, so that's a trade-off. And there's absolutely no way you can get murdered in an American school, especially in mass. No. No, that's not something that ever happens here. Call me Sis to my face and see what happens. You'll go on a podcast and cry about it for an hour? Yeah, I do enjoy that Mr. B. Peterson, Mr. Jadordan Peterson, is acting like he's gonna try and kick your ass. He can't even kick the ass that is the mess in his office. What's he gonna do to me? Thank goodness they weren't from Philly, or she'd have yet another catastrophe on her hands. Is it catastrophe or catastrophe? I don't know. Before you give Philly any more remember this. Everywhere you've lived has been the setting of a Fallout game. What? Okay. There's no harm in leaving it a week or two to get a better picture. Though it is possible to get a good guess early based on the distance between anus and dot. A skill you can learn, much more subtle than nipples, vagina, or not. Please don't gender your rats. Rats are not interested in the petty social constructs of gender. I want to know which ones have cocks and which ones have vaginas, so I can separate them. Settle your social justice horses down. They are right, though. Rats aren't usually interested in our petty constructs of gender. I mean, come on. They're free of that, at least. I have tons of female friends I don't pursue sleeping with? Like, they're just cool people, not leads for my next hookup. So, you're the obligatory nice guy, huh? LOL. Hope you find perpetual friend zone hell enjoyable. LOL. Tell you what, I'll sit here and enjoy having good, well-rounded friendships with both genders, and you can wither away alone with no one to care but the people you share misery with. Have a fun one there, pal. Projection. Why the hell are we giving homeless people food and money from my hard-earned taxes? I work hard. My money should go to things that benefit everyone, not some deadbeat on the streets who will probably waste it anyway. God, that sure is a despicable way of looking at it, especially considering how many homeless people are veterans. And I bet you are all about the veterans, right? No, probably not. You're a piece of shit. It is actually considered inhumane to deny the world's worst criminals from having food and shelter, but at the same time, you have a problem with whether our homeless and impoverished population deserves support. Child molesters are getting 3 hots and a cot on your tax dollars, and you're perfectly okay with that. But see that starving single mother and her children down the street? They should just work harder. Heaven forbid your taxes go to support them. Charity? Don't know what you're talking about. You need to get your head out of your ass, and then get your head out of some billionaire asses as well. You're not some side hustle away from joining the billionaire club. To them, you and that single mother on the street are both peons. Stop sucking up to the people who don't give a shit about you. Yeah, I've always wondered about people that are obsessed with billionaires when they think, one crocheting side gig is going to make them part of that club. 9 times out of 10, actually 9.999999999 times out of 10, no, you ain't gonna be there. You're not even gonna make it to millionaire. Why are you being this type of person? Quit being a dick. It is inhumane and nasty. Not the problem. Since getting Twitter Blue, my follower rate has in fact gone close to 0. This, when the promise was my content would surface to the top of comments, etc. This is not happening. Shit that floats to the top of the toilet bowl is still shit. Oh, and they paid $8 to be a turd. It's a real shame our Aussie friends were forced to give up their arms. It's a real shame that kids in Australia don't even know what active shooter even means. Thanks for your concern, America, but we don't want to be you. Most don't. I wonder why. Men and women are different and therefore cannot be equal. 1 + 4 = 2 + 3. What? Damn, bravo. Beautifully said and not using a single word. Absolutely fantastic. Thank you, Snowflakes, for helping my song go #1. Oh, wait, it's this guy. If by Snowflakes you mean the marketing department of his label using the contrived culture war as a coercive tool to drum up controversy using a statistically insignificant few takes on the song being racist, mobilizing both the indignant anti-woke right and the sane people who are just curious about the controversy, then yeah, the Snowflakes did it. Also, I love this whole try that in a small town thing. It's just more dudes with tiny dicks who constantly wish they could kill someone. Again, hoping to do that is incredibly not freaking normal. I wish we could choose our baby fathers. Someone come tell her before I do, because I'm gonna hurt her feelings. Oh, Jesus. They made Barbie a man-hating woke propaganda fest. They teach Barbie fans about rising up against the patriarchy, and Ken is portrayed as beta and borderline... grow up. It's a horror show. How beta is it for you to waste time and effort crying over a Barbie movie? No heavily menstruating, perimenopausal, PMS-addled woman in the world cries and moans as hard as you sorry-ass right-wing insufferable twats do. The f***ing Barbie movie. but can the beta movie not what I want? Call outpost to NASA. Why aren't you exploring the ocean? It's literally right underneath us. You can send a robot 1,000,000 miles into space looking for aliens. Yeah, that's what they do. But not into the giant void that takes up the majority of the Earth we live on. Please, I'm scared. Which part of National Aeronautics and Space Administration has you confused? A lot of people have never even heard the word aeronautics. Please stop saying Native Americans are Mexican. They fought Mexico. If Mexicans are indigenous people like they claim, why don't Mexicans speak the native tongue? Why Spanish? And why don't Native Americans speak Spanish? Cue the Jeopardy music. Mexicans speak Spanish for the same reason Native Americans speak English, you dumbass colonizer. Does anybody want to know why? Does anybody know why? Here, re-cue the Jeopardy music for a second. Bagpipes don't belong in Metallica. James would not approve. This guy doesn't speak on our behalf. You're awesome. Man, you don't deserve to be a fan of somebody when you try and assume what they like or would approve of. Just don't. You don't f***ing know them, dude. Not now, sweetie. Daddy's ratioing the police. Strike 3. You're going for bail. A female was arrested today after she was caught for the 3rd time this month stealing from the same retail store. She was held for bail to prevent her from continuing to re-offend. Nobody shoplifts pizza pockets and pancake mix for the thrill of it. Instead of posting photos like you just made a major drug bust, maybe connect this person with some support so they don't need to steal their f***ing groceries. Yeah, food is incredibly expensive across the board, but
You go, Mr. Policeman. You got her. You totally got her good.
a key that can open every lock is a master key. A lock that cannot be opened with every key is a useless lock. A sharpener that sharpens many pencils is a good sharpener. A pencil that needs to be sharpened by a lot of sharpeners is just a shitty pencil. Your analogy is just as shitty as mine because genitals have absolutely nothing in common with household objects. Quit sticking your dick into locks just because it fits? Has this guy been trying to lockpick by sticking his penis in places? I don't think that's how that works. YouTuber Mr. Beast promotes his role in Teenage Mutant Needle Teetle's Mutant Mayhem on Instagram, crossing the SAG-AFTRA picket line during the actor's strike. False. This is a contract I signed pre-strike and was legally obligated to promote. This falls under the exceptions they have outlined. Regardless, to make my support clear, I'll make a donation later tonight. Yeah, nice fucking try. Everyone's really going after this guy for really weird stuff, but this one felt incredibly strange. I think he had one line. I missed it when I watched this movie. I thought it was a lie. I legitimately did not remember seeing or hearing any Mr. Beast-esque anything in the entire damn movie. And yeah, legally obligated to promote it via contract that was made before the strike and had outlines written in there. Nice try. Too bad you're gay now. I used to love your content back in the day. Well, that's just part of growing up. Nothing stays the same. I've always been gay. You've enjoyed a lot of stuff from gay creators. No one's changed, just what you and your bigoted mindset projected onto others. Hope you learn to cope with that in your life, because you deserve to find the happiness that I have. How sweet. You're a true culinarian. How many years of experience did it take you to figure out how to fry a freaking hot dog? Well, I've been a chef for 13 years now and a writer for 6. Took me a few minutes to learn how to properly fry one, then another 6 or so before I got off my high horse, stopped judging people, and realized that even simple, trashy foods have a place in the culinary landscape, and a very delicious place it is indeed. Looks like you may still have a few years of growing up to do before you arrive there. Food's about making people happy, not about making yourself feel superior. This is an astoundingly sick burn. Love your work, also love when people try to put down others who have no idea who they are trying to put down. Love the Food Lab, welcome to Reddit. Yeah, I've always enjoyed food snobs that think that just because it is a lower grade or lower quality food that it's completely worthless. Like, come on, you just know. You absolutely know that Gordon Ramsay has a Twinkie every decade. You know what I mean? That gets into the mind, man. And I know that people like Gordon Ramsay, they've got sensitive palates and they can't go around eating Hot Pockets and stuff. But come on, look at how the man made grilled cheese. Some people overcomplicate stuff quite a bit and then realize that there's nothing wrong with some crappy food. Look at Anthony Bourdain when he went to Waffle House. He was like, this is awesome. It's low-grade crappy stuff made by someone who's not paid enough and it tastes goddamn astounding, all right? Your taxes funded lizards on a treadmill. Pay less in taxes. For once, I wish an example of bad tax practices would not involve a random science experiment taken out of context. How about your taxes funded the death of millions of people by funding politicians who spout anti-science rhetoric, which inadvertently led to people mismanaging a pandemic? That sounds like something we could defund? Yeah, it's called propaganda. That's what they're doing. It is called propaganda, and none of us are immune to it, okay? If you're going to believe everything you read, then start with your Bible Bible. Okay. Sure, Kathy. Timothy chapter 1 verse 11 through, no, chapter 2 verse 11 through 12. That's how it's done, right? Anyway, a woman should learn in quietness and full submission. I do not permit a woman to teach or assume authority over a man. She must be quiet. Now be quiet. The irony. Yeah, Kathy. Natalie Portman shows off impressive transformation into female Thor. Don't remember reading about a female Thor in Greek mythology. That might be because Thor is from Norse mythology. Yeah, nice try, dipshit. 9-line apparel. The Civil War wasn't about slavery until the Union started losing. What? Lincoln needed to gain the support of the Northerners somehow, so he made a political move to include slavery. Otherwise, the people would have forced Lincoln to stop the unpopular war. Many Southern generals couldn't have cared less about slavery or fighting for it. Fact. So, I'm taking it you have a degree in history with a focus on American history during that time period? Because I do, and that's the dumbest f***ing thing I've ever heard. And it sucks that you have fewer people apparently agreeing with you than the dip that you responded to. Isn't that great? Being prepared as virgin sacrifice. Me. You're making a mistake. I do the sex all the time. Shaman stops his ritualistic chanting. Name the one who takes your seed. Your mother. Uh-oh. Tip. If you think somebody's given you a fake number, read it back to them incorrectly and see if they correct you. Tip. If you're a man and you think a woman has given you a fake number, leave her the hell alone. It's really not hard to do. Oh boy, it's J.K. Rowling. Awesome. It was recently discovered that those given transfusions of blood from the opposite sex had poorer outcomes, including fatalities. Stumbled across this fact while researching my book, Troubled Blood. Hi, used to work at a blood bank. This is not a thing. Do better research for your book, you turf piece of shit. I mean, seriously, what is she even talking about?
Do your research! Do your research, please! Just look it up once, I swear to God!
Am I the only one that doesn't like to see a lady's pant liners? This wardrobe malfunction is a turnoff for me. What if turning you on isn't every woman's goal? Yeah, no one asked for your opinion on anyone's fashion whatsoever. No one on earth could care less. They actually cannot care any less than they do about your opinion of anyone else. You're a loser. What are British comedies? Love Island? If you want a good British comedy, look up the title of your favorite US show and type UK after. You'll be able to watch the funnier original. I mean, 9 times out of 10, that really is the case, but I feel like there were slight improvements on certain ones. Which ones? I'm not gonna tell you, because now it's started an argument. Oh boy. Should we tell Netflix how this ends? Netflix plans to open brick-and-mortar locations. I'm sure they do. Nigerian men are actually more stingy than... Okay. You must have begged across countries to figure this out. I celebrate you. Ryanair. Oh boy. I'll bring my own stairs next time. Bring your own plane next time, too. Isn't this the company where the dude said that if he could, he would get rid of all the... excuse me. All the seats and charge everyone like $1? What are your best MD shows up on scene moments? I have 2. My partner was part-time from another service and is known for controlling his scene. We have a mass casualty MVC, and I was in one car treating, waiting for extrication, and a gloved hand touched my shoulder. I said, "Don't you ever touch me with a glove." "Oh, hey, Doug." It was my medical director. He said, "Do you need help?" I said, "No, I'm good, but check on my boy that's intubating that guy next to the transmission in the road." What? "Hey, T, this is so weird to read. I'm sending you our medical director." He's like, "Thanks for the warning. I would have cussed him." Same intersection, multiple patients, and question gets asked, who was that lady helping everyone? Well, she was the chief of emergency medicine at the nearest hospital on her way to an anniversary dinner with her husband, and now she's in the back of an ambulance because your husband's dumbass doesn't know how to yield. I feel like I should take a screenshot of this story and post it in this subreddit. I have no idea what's going on. Decriminalize all drugs? So when a violent crime is committed by someone high on drugs, for instance, driving high in vehicular homicide occurs or going into a violent rage while on the law has its hands tied and the victim of the crime has less rights than a drug user? What? Where'd you get that from? Exactly. When they legalized alcohol, we literally stopped arresting people for driving drunk. You can actually kill someone while drunk and they can't even arrest you. Just say, alcohol is legal, and they have to let you go. Climate change denier gets demolished. Oh, I bet. Remember when they spent years telling us to panic over the hole in the ozone layer and then suddenly Oh, yeah, I've seen this one before. What happened is scientists discovered chlorofluorocarbons, I hope I'm saying that one right, were bad for the ozone. Countries believed them. The Montreal Protocol was signed and CFC use fell by 99.7%, leading to the stabilization of the ozone layer, perhaps the greatest example of global cooperation in history. Oh man, I know Matt can kind of read, but if he did get around to reading this response, I'm sure that his reaction would have been, yeah, you're wrong, though. That's not real. I see the trans profile pic. OP really thought real life was Reddit. Holy crap. Looking at your comment history, you're the most desperate, fragile individual I have seen on this app. You're so obviously in pain. Even the slightest hint of criticism sends you into a rage spiral. It's not a loop, it's a spiral. Every opinion you express is always the most hyperbolic, cartoonishly spiteful version of your position you could possibly come up with. Millions of people go through what you go through every day, and the majority of them still manage to act like halfway decent people. Wouldn't it be nice to have people actually want to be around you? It's not beyond your ability to make that happen. Oh, great. Love seeing that face again. Yesterday, I went undercover at Kent State to ask students what they think about the Kent State gun girl. Surprisingly, no one recognized me until I took the glasses off. You're not undercover if no one knows who you are in the first place. And I distinctly remember, I think it was in the video, where she took off her disguise and they still had no idea who the f she was, because no one gives a rat's ass. No one ever did. What's Fortnite? Call me on the telephone. I'll give you a million reasons to play. You and I. Who are you? I mean, hey, look, the man answered, Gaga, or Stephanie. I don't know how you really prefer to be addressed. Is that the right term here? Nepo baby McCain gets schooled by Georgetown professor. I'm shocked you were admitted. You're a professor at Georgetown? LOL. What pieces of shit are in higher education teaching our kids right now? It's so hideous, it's actually insane. Yes, I've written several well-regarded books, none of them piggybacking on my parents. I went through something called a job search, and then something called promotion review twice. All processes governed by what's called professional standards. Info available online. Ooh. You know how to find an atheist? They'll tell you. Yeah, those atheists wearing their atheist necklaces and atheist earrings and building gigantic atheist monuments and congregating to yell out loud about how much they love atheism. I do that. I do all of that. You don't go to atheist church? I mean, come on, man. Let me guess. The guy who responded here with this little blurb is probably an atheist? Apparently, OP doesn't have Google. Lazy posters are lazy. And your last post was asking for help finding a guitar within your $600 price range. So... yeah, that's kind of weird. On somebody for being too lazy to Google when what you need help with is the easiest thing you can Google. Islam is a lie. I'm an ex-Muslim. Jesus is the only way. Damn, what sect were you part of? All right, those are food dishes. Yeah, I'm not gonna try and read them, but yeah, nice try. Girl looking like Greta Thunberg, so that kind of explains everything. Greta's desperately trying to move out of your head, but the rent is unbeatable, dude. Not only do masks reduce your O2 and increase your... wow, I still can't believe that anybody in their right mind is saying anything this stupid still. These tweets are probably from a couple of years ago, but nonetheless, wow. Which makes you wheeze or gasp, but they also provide warm, damp breeding grounds for pathogens to breathe in. That will progressively make you ill. For those who want more respiratory illnesses, job done. Man, the amount of doctors and surgeons that die from using them is insane. Absolutely none of that is true. And your exact qualifications for stating that are a degree in medicine and fellowship of the Royal College of Anesthetists, for which I was examined in respiratory physiology and the mechanics of gas transfer. What are yours? I Googled, and then my uncle on Facebook told me. Taxation is theft and the military keeps us safe. Get over it. Did you just advocate for the military and denounce taxation in the same breath? Do you think the military runs on Duncan? That's what I always thought, man. $800 billion worth of Duncan every year. That's a lot of donuts. Does your door don't have... wait, hold on. Let me try that one more time, because this is clearly written perfectly. Does your doors don't have locks? Does your English haveth good? You speak English because it's the only language you know. I speak English because it's the only language you know. We are not the same. Woo! Got him. Hi there. Sorry for the delayed response. I wasn't feeling well. Let me know if you're interested in seeing me. I can do $1,000 to screw you raw outside the rest of the night. You seem like the type of guy that... All right. Oh my God, there's a lot more. You seem like the type of guy that drives an older Honda Civic slammed with the loud exhaust. Favorite movie is definitely Fight Club. You got a small handful of close friends that you've been friends with since elementary school, so they're constantly telling people, oh, that's just how he is. He's harmless. They're constantly apologizing for you everywhere you go, and none of your friends that are... Jesus, crop it better. And none of your friends that are in serious relationships can have you over anymore or hang out with you because you're such a douchebag. I have no idea what just transpired. Boys literally have zero excuses for not having communication skills because I've seen y'all play video games together and you describe where you're at like it's life or death. That's because our teammates actually communicate back. It wouldn't work as well if we said, hey Jason, are you pinned down? And he responded with, don't worry about it, it's fine. You should have been over here anyways, but whatever, I'm not upset or anything. Right. Allah and Ram? And Ram? Is it Ram? I don't care. Are comic book characters. They're not real. Dude, how can Allah be a comic book character if he isn't allowed to be drawn in any way, shape, or form? Oh boy. CPI, X-Food, Energy, Shelter, and Used Car... Okay. The war on inflation is over. We won at very little cost. It's a good thing that we don't need food, energy, or shelter to live. I will never understand how humans are at the top of the food chain or ever became the top of the food chain. Regardless of technology, we're pretty dumb and awful. The female mind, the beta mind, and the liberal mind are all the same. None of them can comprehend the levels of alpha male in this one photo. Every woman within 100 miles of this photo just covered her drink. Yeah, look, I'm the whitest guy I know, and even my cheeks don't turn bright red whenever I'm doing whatever this is. Taking a selfie? Come on, pumpkin. You don't need to be embarrassed. I think my favorite quote tweet for this, I do not know who said this, but if they're watching this video, you're a genius, where they said, I guarantee you if a balloon popped within 40 feet of this group of guys, at least 2 of them would scream. It might be circular, but all definitions are circular in a way, so I don't really care. If anything, the analytic side of defining truth is the less controversial one. What do you mean by circular? By circular, I mean circular. Okay, and what do you mean by circular? Like, you understand this is not clever, right? This is, what is that word? Sophistry or sophistry? What does that mean? I'm stupid. Because elements typically end in ium. American grammar rules are weird, he said, speaking American. It's called English and it was created in Britain. What? Honey, you need to use my tweezers to find your Oh, sweetheart. I'm a grown man with a beautiful wife and kids, so little insults have zero effect on me. But if you'd ever like to send those tweezers over, I'd gladly pluck out a couple of pubes so you can sprinkle them on your head where your hairline used to be. Now, kindly crawl out of my DMs, you White Walker. Jeez, dude. Holy crap. Believe what you see, not what you're told. Okay, I've been told you're a genius, but I've only ever seen you behave like a f***ing moron. Yeah? Dude? Oh, that fall from grace is beautiful. He's probably one of the most embarrassing people I've ever seen in my life, and I exist. I have to see myself in the mirror every day. If you Catholic mofos were really so interested in God's design, you'd develop a theological appreciation of beetle biology. We really just say anything on here, huh? British evolutionary biologist and geneticist J.B.S. Haldane quipped that if if a god or divine being had created all living organisms on Earth, then the creator must have an inordinate fondness for beetles. Beetles, or all that fun stuff, account for a greater number of species than any other single group of living animal. Approximately 1 out of every 4 species on Earth is a beetle. Holy crap, that's, I don't even want to verify that. Even if that's bullshit, I'm just gonna choose to believe it, you know? Willful ignorance. Lady Mandalorians have boob armor? Oh, come on, seriously? You're right. Armor should totally be manufactured exclusively to fit a male body, and women should cram uncomfortably into it. Because denying your own body contours to achieve a male-inspired standard is somehow consistent with feminist ideals. Oh, it's Sarkeesian. Okay, haven't seen that name in a while. What's your address? I'm spending the night. 4351 Pasadena Avenue. That's the animal shelter. Yeah, they take in strays, not me. Good night. Okay. Oh, this one seems like it's gonna be interesting. Got on the Glasgow subway at Byers Road to the south side, but I couldn't work out if I was going in the right direction. Never fear, there's a sign inside the coach. Only it's in Gaelic, and me, like 99% of the population, can't read or speak it. This advertisement is for a website relating to the Gaelic language and learning Gaelic. However, the original poster has chosen to crop this out. If I managed to get on the wrong train on the Glasgow subway, I would simply not criticize any decision anyone else had ever made for the rest of my life. Under an announcement of Nightshade, a software that's supposed to poison datasets used for generative AI. All right? You're trying to destroy the efforts of countless AI researchers and feeling smug about it, blocking human progress. It's not human fucking progress to benefit the individual, and you have the audacity to virtue signal. You're crying that somebody put hot sauce in the lunch you stole from the work fridge. Down with generative AI. Down with it. I don't care. I would love to see every major studio, gaming or not, go completely motherfucking bankrupt if they absolutely refuse to budge on AI replacing people. They want it to replace people. They don't want it to be a tool. They want it to replace the workers almost entirely, or to whatever extent they can as soon as possible, because it saves them 2 extra cents a year. Impressing stunt by Red Bull? Impressing? Nah, he had way too much clearance on that landing for it to be impressive these days. Not sure what the boat has to do with anything either. Brave words for someone who only tastes adrenaline when he grabs the last slice of pizza before anyone else. Come on, how does that have a downvote? That's pathetic. How does that... Ugh, so lame, dude. That is a cool stunt. I don't give a shit. But no, let's upvote that douchebag. Sure. Pretty sure our entire culture is heterophobic. Right. Yeah, I can't tell you how many people yell at my wife and I for holding hands. We hold it together most days. But when our families kidnapped us and put us into a conversion camp, I just broke down and finally accepted into me the Trinity of God and the Holy Spirit. That's the dumbest comment I've ever read in my life. Our entire culture is heterophobic. People like this guy will do anything to feel or be oppressed. You are not. You are absolutely not. Straight people have never been oppressed at large. That's not how that works. That's never been the case. At least not over here in the US. But man, being anything but, woo! Yeah, torture. Have you ever wondered why the Wikimedia Foundation wants so much money? It certainly isn't needed to operate Wikipedia. You can literally fit a copy of the entire text on your phone. So, what's the money for? Inquiring minds want to know. The Wikimedia Foundation is a charitable nonprofit providing free access to Wikipedia. While a text and English-only copy of Wikipedia is about 51 gigabytes, including all media and supported language, totals 428 terabytes. In 2022, Wikimedia had $154 million in revenue, with $145 million in expenses. Yeah, it's only one of the most valuable things we have ever created with the internet. It genuinely is. I consider Wikimedia and Wikipedia to be, well, at this point, a utility. It's something that we should all have a right to at this point. It really is. And I know there's a bunch of people out there, our teachers included, that say, it's a terrible source. Not the sources, though, because Wikipedia has to use sources. And I don't know, the people that are monitoring that are pretty good, honestly. You can change any page to something incredibly stupid, and then 14 microseconds later, some dude named You're a Dipshit 451 will have it completely erased and put back to what it was before you can take your next breath. It's insane. Elon, go actually f*** yourself, you freak. I'm so tired of your whiny bitch bullshit. ChatGPT's performance over previous natural language machines is certainly not trivial, but it passing an MBA exam, among other assessments of those pages, is hardly a surprise or even a reason to catastrophize the situation in the way people have been doing for the last month or so. You are so misinformed and yet so confident. I'm an actual research scientist in AI, and I can tell you ChatGPT's performance is a staggering leap forward. Prior language models made very little progress on long-form question answering and understanding, even when trained on the exact dataset the questions were drawn from. ChatGPT was trained on the entire internet and is able to not only understand complex questions, but give high-quality answers consistently. This is a massive step forward and unlocks entirely new industries. The methods they develop, fine-tuning self-supervised language models, using learning from human feedback alone are a huge deal. Just because you're contrarian doesn't mean you're right. Now, there's always going to be contrarians to everything. They don't mean anything. Reminder that acne doesn't make you ugly, a heart full of hate does. I'm sure I'd feel the same way if I was a skinny white girl with blue eyes and blonde hair. This girl posted a picture featuring her cystic acne uncovered, something that's extremely stigmatized, in order to make a statement and spread positivity. That's it. That's all she did. She didn't say she was the face of people with acne or act like she has it harder than other people. She shared a feature that I'm sure she's been shamed for and has struggled to love. She's literally 17 years old and you're 27. Stop being a to kids when they haven't done anything wrong. Yeah, as someone that grew up with really, really bad acne and still to this day suffers from other things like eczema that shows up in really weird spots, how about you go f*** yourself? Did you just compare sodomy to eating pork? This theologically is actually fine because all sin is equal in God's eyes. All of it's equal? Well, that doesn't make much sense. All of it's equal? Every single sin. It's just all under one umbrella. Okay, wait a minute. I murder my neighbor. Okay, sin. I eat the wrong type of food. Okay, no, I see how those are exactly the same thing. No, I get it. Yes, we did. They're both in the book, so who are you to choose which is better? Are you saying you're God? I mean, what if they did? Well, you don't get AIDS from eating pork. Nature trying to tell you something. Show me where AIDS is in the Bible. You can get AIDS from heterosex too, kid. She really be sliding. Like, really? What? Free Tory. Go visit him. None of that made any sense to me. I'll go when you go see your pops. I know it's been a long time. Actually, we own a law firm and an investment property business together. We tell each other we love each other regularly. When I was a kid, he taught me how to tie a tie, throw a ball, think logically, etc. I saw him before he left for court this morning. We also win cases together. Yeah, I know it's been a long time. For a second there, I thought your dad was asleep. Looks like he's just checking his phone, though. There is nothing toxic about your masculinity. Not natively or inherently, no. It's the mindset that you are better than all those women or these smaller men or everyone else because you got bigger boob muscles. If I say flat tire, that refers to a tire that is flat. It does not suggest that all tires are flat, but that there are tires which are flat and they should be dealt with. Saying toxic masculinity refers to a type of masculinity that is toxic. It does not suggest all masculinity is toxic. Men should be aware of the existence of toxic masculinity versus healthy masculinity, so they can see to be the kind of men, or seek to be the kind of men, who make people around them want to be better and serve the world. Yeah, toxic masculinity is garbage. For instance, being told that as a man, if you cry, you're a or a bitch or worthless. I don't know, if you unironically believe that, you should probably smack your head into a mirror until you learn. How is a same-sex marriage consummated? It can't be consummated. Have you tried lube? A woman's intuition is never wrong. Way too many single mothers out there for this to be true. Thank God I don't want to keep paying for premium. Brother, you pay for Twitter. Look, I don't like frickin' corpos on Twitter, but sometimes they make a good point. Having children is saving the world. Raising them? Not so much. Oh, whatever. He's got a lot of money he can flaunt at the very least. British Museum asks public and experts to help recover stolen artifacts. Have they checked the British Museum? Does this game exist? Second Life is not a game. It is a multi-user virtual environment. It doesn't have points or scores. It doesn't have winners or losers. Oh, it definitely has losers. Oh man, I've only played that game one time. It scared me a lot. Can this teenager use a rotary phone? Look at these stupid kids. They can't use a rotary phone. They can't use a phone book. Wow. It's almost like as technology advances, older things slowly become useless and obsolete. Kinda like Ellen. Oh God, Ellen. What a fall from mediocrity. Girls be like, 1 year with the love of my life, and this be the pick. What's wrong here exactly? Oh, the OP is jealous because people can fall in love for looks and or personality, of which they have neither. Minnesota officials ready for potential feral pig invasion. Well, the Packers game isn't until the 31st of December, yeah, so they have time to prepare. I am sure you know what it is. I'm equally disturbed by your lack of comments. You make a post and you know what the answer is and wait for people to comment, raising your social relevance. Is this clickbait? Nothing chaps my hide more than baby? Wow, that's not a word. More than baby boomers saying clickbait. this is not an article. If I wanted social relevance, I'd grow a beard, wear shirts that say 1776, and yell from my car about how the government has a secret plan to enslave you with a vaccine. That's the wrong where. But anyway, the point really is... Actually, no, I'm not here to get to the point. I'm here to make fun of you people. All right? I still can't believe the boomers were the biggest hippies of all goddamn time. They're the biggest hippies ever. And then one day, they turned into the biggest goddamn psycho brats known to mankind. I'm sorry, there are a lot of you boomers that kick ass, and I love you. I genuinely do. I'm sure that there's at least a couple of you actually here that listen to EmKay. I don't want to make it seem like I haven't had buddies that are boomers. I have. They can be pretty damn funny. But you gotta admit, a lot of your peers can be quite insane. Do you like... Uh-oh, that's an inside thought that we said out loud. That's not how we make friends, and that was not a good choice, sir. Now, how can we make a better choice next time? Let's reflect together. Yeah, I'm sorry, if you start off a conversation with any other human being you don't know, do you like... Yeah, they absolutely have every right and reason to talk to you like you're a 4-year-old learning etiquette. Do you notice that men are no longer persuasive? Once they ask you out on a date and you say no, that's it. If I want to play games, I got a PlayStation. Yeah. How dare men do what you ask of them to do? Respect your decision, rather than pressure you into saying yes when it's quite clear your answer from the get-go means you do not want to. If someone tells me no, that means no. That is not hard to comprehend. GPT-4 responds to Elon Musk's criticism. Oh, I bet. GPT-4, more like GPT snore, blah, 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 whatever. Elon, if I had $1 for every time I outsmarted you, I could bail out Twitter. Oh my God! How can a generative text program be smarter than Elon Musk? What the Jimmy Kimmel to host 2024 Oscar ceremony? Who cares? Nobody does. It's why we posted it. So everyone can take time to post that nobody cares. It's a public service to the nobody cares crowd. Yeah, look at that. 3,000 likes, nearly 70 shares. Look at that. Sorry, not 3,000 likes, 2.9 thousand comments. I forgot. But yeah, I'm really, really tired of people that are clearly following the page, who are engaged with its posts, and will say, yeah, no one cares. I don't know. It's a little annoying. It's that high horse. Every year the Super Bowl comes on. I don't even like football. Me neither. No one gives a fuck about my opinion on football, jackwagon. Just like you may not care about my Spotify Wrapped, but I know there's at least a few people that follow me on Twitter that kinda give a You don't have to, but you're not cooler than anybody for not caring. Companies like Raytheon are the reason you're typing this today. Both the fact that you're alive and you wrote this on a phone/computer. Damn, bro, you want some more salt or seasoning to go with that boot you're licking? Notice how you didn't try to disprove my claim, but instead just insulted? Claims asserted without evidence can lick my balls. Burden of proof is on the assertion. Prove to me I wouldn't be alive without Raytheon or go back to the boot. Remember, burden of proof is on those making the goddamn claim. If you say 2 + 2 = 12, and I say, what? No, it doesn't, and then you tell me to look it up and do my research, you're a dipshit. You have to show me your actual evidence and proof for that mathematical equation equaling what you say it does. You do not try to flip it around on me. On the people asking you to prove it, that's on you, buddy. The type of guys girls be given a chance... Yet I've been single for years. It's surprising girls give guys like this who get mad over pixels a chance, and not a hardworking guy who actually makes something of their lives. Oh my God. Here's one of the poor little good boys. Bro, be frickin' for real. If you've been single for years as you're whining about perhaps, as you're whining about perhaps you aren't, okay. As you're whining, perhaps you aren't as good a catch as you think you are. Go cry about your loneliness somewhere else. There is going to come a certain point when bitching on Reddit, no, actually, if you're bitching on Reddit, that's less valid than just complaining in general. MC Hammer, bring in the receipts. Oh boy, what receipts? Let's see, stick to being a one-hit wonder. You have no idea what you're wading into? I got at least 19 charted hits. Which one made you wonder? Oh, that is a beautiful response. Just because you only know one artist's song does not mean they are a one-hit wonder, okay? Jeez. We didn't need to be told don't try this at home when we were kids because we weren't freaking it. Yes, you were. You people were goddamn insanely dumb. said the generation of kids that made magnetic refrigerator doors necessary, and is the reason toy stores no longer sell lawn darts or M80s. Well, the M80s, I don't get why those would have been sold in toy stores. Technically, it's a firework of some kind, right? But yeah, lawn darts? Yeah. Also, the generation that thought that, you know what? No, I could honestly go into it forever depending on the generation, but I'm assuming that these are very old Gen X or pretty young boomers that are making this claim, man. I don't want to hear no housewife talk unless you watch Kevin Samuels without rolling your eyes. What? Kevin Samuels was twice divorced, or a twice divorced deadbeat dad that died under a hooker. Don't think he's the person to listen to for relationship advice. Who? Google should not be used in school nor taught in school. Computers and the internet have ruined kids. Be a good role model and get off the internet then. Absolutely. Like, I'm sorry, times have changed. I don't have access to encyclopedias with truly up-to-date information. Travis Kelce's doing Bud Light and shot commercials. He needs to fire all his marketing agents. Or he just needs to go ahead and cut his off, become a chick, and endorse Joe Biden. He went home with Taylor Swift, Clay. Well, you know Clay. You know exactly what a dude that talks about chopping off and becoming a chick. You absolutely know the type of guy. So he's probably got some nasty, disgusting opinions about Taylor Swift. Don't worry, Chris, you're correct. Travis out here winning, at least for now, until he becomes a song. God, I hope someday she settles down and has no more material. Maybe she should settle down with one of her girlfriends. You know what I'm saying? I think that would be the true end of this story. When I was a kid, if you walked around with a mask on because you had a 0.2 chance of dying, they called you a paranoid schizophrenic. Bruh, 0.2 is 20%. And that is way higher than... Wait, hold on. What was the chance of contraction? At the very least. You see, I hid my head under the sand for several years. What was Chopin? Is it Chopin? What was Chopin's diet? I'm trying to get better at his music. Figured one of the best places to start would be to get the same gut bacteria. What did Chopin most likely eat inert? What is nert? Wow, I'm talking too fast. I need to slow down. What would they have most likely eaten in early 19th century Paris? People will do anything to avoid practicing. Wasn't that artist like a savant of some kind, or were they actually like a, I've been playing this instrument or making my music for 5,000 years, practiced musician? Because I mean, like, Mozart was, what's the word? Not a savant. I can't think of the word. You know what I'm talking about, though. If you know me, you know I'm committed to truth and fairness. Here's the truth. Not a single authentic user on X saw IBM's, Comcast's, or Oracle's ads next to the Content and Media Matters article. Only 2 users saw Apple's ad next to the content, at least one of which was Media Matters. Data wins over manipulation or allegations. Don't be manipulated. Stand with X. I feel like your character will have 3 lines tops when they make a TV miniseries about this. Ooh, that one kinda hurts. Ouch! This is why you thrive on Twitter. It's the perfect medium for you. It's very superficial and oriented to the public and not experts. Oh yeah? Well, this guy says I'm an expert. Huh. That is a lot. That is a lot. In Provoked, How America Started the New Cold War with Russia and the Catastrophe in Ukraine, Scott Horton delivers on his thesis. This book is a necessary, timely, critically important antidote to Western war propaganda, which posits that Russia invaded Ukraine for reasons that have nothing to do with Western interference. Damn it! But you know who said all that? You want to know who's quoted as saying all that? Max Abrams. So I paid €12 for a seat, but a window isn't included in the deal? What the hell? Read that again, but slowly. Okay, I do have to say, the prices that Ryanair seems to be able to do, I'm sorry, I would actually be kind of pissed about the window because I get really panicky and weird on a plane if I can't look out the damn window. I get a lot more claustrophobic and just, I don't know, I'm having a lot less of a good time. Less good of a time, you could say? But for what's the equivalent of what? That is euros, right? What would that be? Like 13, 14, 9, 10, 11 dollars? It's so cheap. The cheapest single one-way flight I've ever seen in the US is when I took a Spirit Airlines flight for $45. Awful, by the way. Don't ever fly that absolute joke of an airline. For that money, I couldn't even get to the airport if I took public transportation. I think of that 12 as the extra charge for choosing your seat. This has happened to me before when I paid to choose a seat, that their schematic made it look like it had extra legroom. Turns out they didn't include it in the bulkhead. Oh no, they didn't include the bulkhead in the drawing. Gotcha. Yeah, so just remember, I don't think Ryanair is ever the good guy. I believe the CEO said something along the lines, if he could take out all the seats and make standing room only, he would make all tickets like $1. But standing room only on a plane, Well, at least we know he's not allowed to do that for now. Breaking. Apple has just reportedly halted advertising on X after owner Elon Musk backed an anti-Semitic? Oh my god, my brain is just not running well today. Backed an anti-Semitic post. Apple, following IBM, and in the last few hours, Lionsgate pulled ads. Tesla market cap slashed $40+ billion since he retweeted the anti-Jewish post. We're on it at 3. Ridiculous. Cancel culture is still alive. This you, Bob? Oh yeah, cancel culture doesn't count when they do it. No, it doesn't count. It's not the same. Stop. Shut up. Pride equals 1 month. Veterans equal 1 day. Our veterans deserve more. February 3rd, National Military Chaplains Day, aka 4 Chaplains Day. February 19th, Coast Guards Day. Navy Reserves Day. K-9 Veterans Day. Medal of Honor Day. Vietnamese Veterans Day. Gold Star Spouses Day. Air Force Reserves Day. Army Reserves Day. Silver Star Banner Day. Military Spouse Day. Children of Fallen Patriots Day. Saturday in May, Armed Forces Day. Memorial Day. D-Day Anniversary. Army Day. Coast Guard Auxiliary Day. Korean War Veterans Day. Coast Guard Day. Purple Heart Day. Marine Forces Reserve Day. PALMIA Day. I do say PALMIA just because it's easier to read. Air Force Day. Gold Star Families Day. Navy Day. National Day of the Deployed. Marine Corps Day. Veterans Day. Pearl Harbor Day. National Guard Day. National Wreaths Across America Day. Space Force Day. P.S. May is Military Appreciation Month. P.P.S. April, Month of the Military Child. November, Military Family Month / Warrior Care Month. PPPS, gay men have served in every war ever. There's zero conflict between LGBTs and Armed Forces Appreciation, except the one made up in your head. This guy's not gay, though? Dude, look at them. He's wearing them jorts and boots. Like, look at this guy. Huh? Hold on. Air conditioning is unhealthy, bad, miserable, and sexist. I can't explain how many times I've gotten sick over the summer because of overzealous AC in the offices. The majority of men in business settings are wearing multiple layers of clothes to conform to dress code. Put on a goddamn cardigan and stop making me ashamed to share a chromosome with you. I woke up at 4 a.m. every day for years while I was building my business and still had a full-time job. If you want it, you'll find a way. No excuses. You run an internet marketing agency with 48 followers on Instagram. I'm going to sleep in around 300 kilometers per hour. Or an hour? I don't know, it's the slash. Sorry, stupid American here. Please translate to my superior measurement system. About 14 times the speed of a .45 caliber bullet. 14 times the... Oh, I didn't see the point. The 0.14 times the speed of a .45 caliber bullet. I was gonna say, good God, I thought they moved a lot faster than that. Anyway, you don't think I'm pretty? LMAO! No, I do. I do think you're very pretty, but what I am not is one of those, or these oaks, that will give you a free ride just because you have your looks as a get-out-of-jail-free card. Look, I get it. You were raised by a society that thinks you should be celebrated for just existing. I'm not a part of that society. You're vacuous, you're inattentive, you're an egomaniac. You're conceited almost beyond belief to think that your distinct lack of personality is made up for by the fact that you're pretty and spend a lot of your day squatting. We have nothing, and I mean nothing in common. You don't read, you can't tell me what your favorite movie is, you're a Cardi B fan, you have no interest in sports other than the footballers. And now, F1 drivers that you enjoy objectifying. Your favorite car is what's popular, your favorite drink is whatever other people are buying, or buying you rather, and no, just no. It staggers me that you went through so much of an effort to get my number from your bra after meeting me once to be this person. You clearly don't know me at all and made little to no effort to, in this time, to do so. So yes, you are pretty, very pretty, but I'm pretty as hell too, so what makes me chase you? It's not enough to just be pretty. It's nothing. Good frickin' lord. Once again, PETA are full of excrement. Do you mean full of shit? Think of these goats next time you see a cashmere jumper. Here's some context though. Goats scream for all kinds of reasons, including hunger, boredom, and pain. Brushing removes dandruff and loose hair that some goats get and increases blood flow. Goats just make noise sometimes, PETA. Animals will sometimes just do that. Like you guys. Did you know? The Sith Eternal Fleet seen in Star Wars The Rise of Skywalker was created by Sith cultists on Exegol, or Exegol, I don't know, who indoctrinated Exegol's population with Sith values and raised and trained their children to become officers, mechanics, and soldiers for the Final Order. No, how could we have known? Elijah Wood is the absolute GOAT. I f***ing love the man, and I'm so happy he's the one to say this. Also, why is that like the only cool part of that entire movie? The two good parts of The Rise of Skywalker were the trailer music for the final trailer, which was amazing, wish I could listen to it elsewhere, and that giant death fleet, that looked really cool. But, you know, the movie wasn't. My abs are tight, but my pussy is tighter. Dad must be so proud. Well, I graduated valedictorian, went to college on a full ride, am on Forbes 30 Under 30, provide for both of my parents, and I look good as f*** in this picture. Why wouldn't he be? Hell yeah, motherfucker. You are able to be a woman, enjoy your sexuality, be comfortable with it, and flaunt it just like a lot of dudes do. You're allowed to do that, all right? And she's probably way more successful than random Mr. Twitter dipshit 4.2. Redditor forgets women exist. Well, of course they do. There's no women on Reddit. How are they gonna remember? Skill issue. My boyfriend is the wind beneath my wings. Dating is different for gay people. Your experience isn't equivalent. This post is about men and women not getting along. I'm straight though? My boyfriend, I'm straight. Make up your mind. Lol, which one are you? Homie, I'm a woman. No, this guy didn't forget women exists. This guy doesn't think they are people. There are a lot of statistics where Americans are at the top. Most of them just aren't that nice to brag about. Oh god, you could go on forever about the things we're number one in that are very sad. Oh, I forgot how to convert 1.85 meters to 185 centimeters. OP must be American or dumb. Same thing. All I'm hearing is wah, my country doesn't have the 6th biggest pyramid in the world? What? Fix your hearing then. Why should I care about the opinion from someone likely living off of American taxpayer money? Basically, no one lives off of the American taxpayer money except for corporations. You can't even feed your own homeless or pay for healthcare with that money. When it comes to killing with American taxpayer money, now that's different. By the way, what kind of flex is having the 6th largest pyramid? Sounds like you're having a hard time coming up with upsides to living in your country. Wait a minute. Is he talking about the pyramid I think he's talking about? Oh, whew. I thought he was talking about the Bass Pro Pyramid in Memphis, Tennessee. I thought he was talking about that. He might be talking about the Luxor in Las Vegas, because that's a pyramid, last I checked, and I think it's ranked 7th? I don't know. I don't think the Bass Pro Shops pyramid is all that large. I think that triangular pyramid-looking building in San Francisco is like the 2nd tallest in the world. I don't know. Just one Google away, probably on a garbage website that doesn't prove any of that. I don't know. You should look it up, though. I'm not making any actual claims whatsoever right now. I take back everything I said. I genuinely thought he was talking about the Bass Pro Shops pyramid because we all find that thing very, very funny. Also, I, as an American who does not consider themselves to be completely lost, please don't call me dumb because I live here. That's fucking stupid, and you're probably above that. I mean, I don't know, you might not be. I don't know you. I'm confused. Why aren't you making sandwiches? Oh, I wonder who you said that to. I'm sorry that your dad finds you girly and will never be proud of you. I'm sorry your mom drinks when she thinks about what a disappointment you are. Maybe one day, if you try, you can have substance in your life instead of old stiff socks. I hate how sexual the world has become, okay? There's an orgy depicted in the Sistine Chapel. The Romans used to have holidays dedicated to sex. Concubines and royal courtesans were the norm. Stone Age humans had sex with toys. The Kama Sutra was written around 400 BCE and Cleopatra owned a Read a book. I'm really tired of, the world's nothing but sexual garbage now. No, you just need something to be mad about today. Source? I have 2 excellent sources, Control-C and Control-V. Oh, you do not understand what ownership means. I get it now. Good luck with whatever you got going on, buddy. Only someone who bought NFTs can truly understand what the concept of owned means. Gotcha, bitch! Everything you are witnessing is a plan to destabilize, destroy, and transition the America you grew up in. Charlie, how old do you think you are? For reference, the man is 30 years old. I'm going to be turning 28 in a few weeks. We grew up in the same America, and what exactly was it like when we were kids, Charlie? Oh, we were playing Kid Pix and old school RuneScape? Are they trying to get rid of those things? Charlie? F***ing idiot. I grew up in an America where a woman could not get a credit card, marital was not only legal but considered impossible, gay sex was punishable by hard prison time, possessing marijuana could get you life in prison, black men were still being young men were being drafted and sent off to die, and I am only in my early 60s. Your romanticizing the past is self-service bullshit, and Charlie never experienced a fraction of those things. Actually, hell, has Charlie ever experienced any of America at all? I probably experienced more. This lake vehemently stands with women having the right to choose. That's a word I don't read out loud very often. I just don't know how it's said. Water is wet and abortion kills a human being. Thomas, not even your first talking point is correct. Water is not wet. What water touches is wet. I'm confident I have a lot more experience in making things wet than you do. Lol, dude. I am legitimately a doctor. Wow. And would like to recommend a therapist and maybe some anger management programs. Help us out there. I'll be praying for you. Take care and God bless. Okay. You're posting pictures of yourself to free compliments and asking about a nose job to strangers. I'm not taking advice from someone who is so desperate that they turn to the dumbest website on earth for validation and then telling people to go through therapy. Figure yourself out. Why are you needing validation from random people online? Go preach elsewhere. Your bio, nurturer with a hint of thug. Sure, continue with your wisdom, doctor. This thing about how much men think about the Roman Empire shows how little women know about most men. Men look at history to learn from past mistakes. That is not why they look at history. This shouldn't surprise anyone. The thing that surprises men who learn from history is not everyone else does, and cause the same problems that brought down entire civilizations in the past. Quit listening to Andrew Tate. Oh, wow. Happy Ramadan. Notice you insult our holiday and we're unbothered, but if a cup says happy holidays in December, your wide ass gets as heated as this bacon. Yeah. Oh, man. It's just so tiresome. How very, very hardcore Christmas celebrating individuals will lose their minds about people saying happy holidays because I don't know what you celebrate. Hell, you could have an ugly-ass Christmas sweater that says Merry Christmas, and I'm not gonna make any assumption at you. Why? Because I don't know you! Stop it! If I say happy holidays and you get offended, grow the up. Does your doors don't have locks? Does your English haveth good? You speak English because it's the only language you know. I speak English because it's the only language you know. We're not the same. That is probably one of the greatest beatdowns in internet history, and I'm so glad we all get to see it. Normies trying to avoid the mountain of proof that the conspiracy theorists were right about everything. Okay, this is a meme. Where is the mountain of proof? Where is the... See, this is what we were talking about at the beginning of this video. Where is the mountain of proof? This is a photograph with some text. Give me all of your proof. Anyway, what does this lovely comment here have to say? Biden, still president. Clinton, still not in jail. Trump, still not in the White House. FEMA alert killing everyone through their phones on October 4th. Nope. The storm, still never came. The Great Awakening, still napping. JFK, still dead. JFK Jr., still dead too. Pizzagate, still fake. The Holocaust, still real. Moon landings, still happened 6 times. Hunter's laptop, still just pics. Twitter files, still nothing. Obama, still Christian. Oh, and American. Area 51, still just an aircraft testing site. FEMA camps, still don't exist. Operation Jade Helm, Texas is still there. Still real. The vaccinated, still alive. The Great Reset, didn't happen. 9/11, still no proof it was an inside job. Earth, still round. Chemtrails, still just ice clouds caused by a rapid change in air pressure at high altitude. Climate change, still real and getting worse. The pyramids, just tombs built by humans. Stonehenge, just a temple built by humans. Adrenochrome? Just a waste product of adrenaline that was incorrectly hypothesized to be the cause of schizophrenia in the 60s. Princess Diana? Still dead by an accident. Gas stoves? Still there. Fox News? Just made up lies and admitted to it in court. Q? Still just a 4chan troll. 4chan troll that people have dedicated their entire brains to. Why? Why JPN? Why must you make these 13 particular days different than the rest? Why not just make it a... what? 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th, 10th, 11th, 12th, and the teens. Why English you do this to us? What? Oh, no, I don't get it. Murdered by words in Murdered by Words. We do like ourselves a little bit of murderception. The better question is, why did you post this up? I see no murder or anything close to it. Maybe they meant to post in one of the boring dystopian subreddits? 5 million karma. No, they know what they're doing. OP's the type of poster that if you block, your Reddit experience just improves by a tiny bit. That's not murder, but a scratch. Finally, available everywhere. Who is Lara Trump? I played this for my dogs, and after they ran to the garage and grabbed some fireworks, they told me next time to shoot those off instead of playing your song. I'm sorry, except I'm not. Anthony Bourdain had this right. Once you've been to Cambodia, you'll never stop wanting to beat Henry Kissinger to death with your bare hands. Ooh. You'll never again be able to open a newspaper and read about that treacherous... what is that word? Prevaricating murderous scumbag sitting down for a nice chat with Charlie Rose or attending some black tie affair for a new glossy magazine without choking. Witness what Henry did in Cambodia, the fruits of his genius for statesmanship, and you'll never understand why he's not sitting in the dock at The Hague next to I don't understand those, but I know what you're saying. While Henry continues to nibble nori rolls and ramaki at A-list parties, Cambodia, the neutral nation he secretly and illegally bombed, invaded, undermined, and then threw to the dogs, is still trying to raise itself up on its one remaining leg. Almost half of Gen Z are germaphobes and hand wash 10 times or more daily. Wow, that's wild. I wonder if there was any kind of collective life-changing traumatic event that happened that made them this way. You know, I personally have been thinking the exact same thing. What out there could have happened that would make, well, that many of a certain generation kind of freaked out about getting sick? No, it wouldn't have been just catching a cold or the flu or something as a child. No. You know, my sarcastic ass just can't seem to come to grips with anything. Can't think of anything, unfortunately.
America, help is on the way in the form of Ben Shapiro and Joe Rogan. I'd say this episode must have been a roller coaster, but neither are allowed on one. Not meeting the height requirements. Well, that's why they have the big trench coat standing on each other's shoulder gag. God doesn't cancel people. He literally started all of humanity over with a flood. It's a do-over. It's not canceled? No, just started a different subscription to humanity. It's totally different. It's fine. I have to simmer on that a little longer. I didn't think about that part. That God was just kind of like, he restarted his Sims game and wiped his old save. Kind of messed up. I bet you're real fun at parties. Classic insult. Well, you'd know if you were invited. Oh. I'm sure he's invited to parties, just not ones that we'd be seen at. Why are you as a man saying you're tired? Men used to die in war and now they're tired? Oh my God. Why are you as a woman questioning me? Women used to get slapped for talking too much. And then she goes, what? Yes, valid reaction. And then she silenced her notifications. She had to sit on that one. She had to think about that. Magic Mike grossed 167 million. If you still think girls like dad bods, keep dreaming, pal. Shrek grossed 484 million, just so we're clear. Yeah, they don't like dad bods. They like gross, stinking ogres. Just so we're clear. Buddy, you gotta move on. I'm not your buddy. Well, thank God for small blessings. Oh, no. It make matters worse, the I'm not your buddy reply from OP has negative 800 downvotes. He's no one's buddy, and it's very clear. People with no kids, who turn y'all lights off and hand y'all the remote? Did you make kids just to have minions? I tell Google to turn the lights off and my remote's on the end table to next to where I sit. It's 2023, stop using your crotch fruit as employees. Don't know, I'm gonna sit on that term. Crotch fruit, I'm not sure I enjoy that term. I agree with the sentiment. The Earth is 4,000 years old. Incorrect, but this is on Christians Against Science, so I'm fighting an uphill battle here. Change my mind. I'll certainly try. The half-life of uranium-238 is 4.5 billion years. It decays into radium-226, which in turn decays into radon-222. Radon-222 becomes polonium-210, which finally decays into a stable nuclide lead. Wait, we get lead from uranium? Wait, what? Huh? Is that why we stopped using it in pencils? And does all lead come from uranium? The existence of lead as an element disproves the 4,000-year-old myth. They went in there all smug, change my mind, and you change their mind with everyone's favorite former pencil filler, lead. Oh, this is a big post. This is, zoom out and get the whole scope of this post just so we understand the absolute size of this bad boy. Electric cars in Paris. No one will buy them because of the cost of the replacement battery. Green madness destroys the planet, and it is certainly a field of tiny cars. Disappointed to see LinkedIn professionals not doing adequate research before commenting and supporting misleading posts. It's a failed business model, not failed technology. The conclusion? The presence of these cars on a vacant lot has nothing to do with dead batteries, which would have been too costly to replace. In fact, the cars are still operational. Rather, these photos illustrate the failure of a public car sharing service launched in Paris and neighboring cities, operated by a large transportation company. Fascinating. Edit after post, and there's more! After the attention my post received, I did a little more digging around using Google Images search. The photo in the original post was taken in China, unsure of city, and shows EVs belonging to Moto City, a car share business. The graveyard is the result of an oversupply of cars coupled with a downturn in car sharing. And they also included a link to an article showing everything here. I maintain my original statements regarding the misleading nature of the post. If anything, the original post is made to look even more farcical, given the fact the photo is not from Paris. It is from China. Dude got dunked on and had citations added. That's embarrassing.
It's getting real scary out here. This a man.
Whenever y'all say it's getting scary out here in regards to trans people, I just assume that you found said person attractive and don't know what to do with those feelings, so instead of acknowledging them, you make it everyone else's problem. The brief damn, they're fine, followed by, wait, no, I'm not, no, it's everyone else's fault. Denmark's Queen Margaret II unexpectedly announces abdication in New Year's Eve speech. There are a lot of Americans who follow this page. You should define abdicate for them. You know, they're thinking about alien abductions. No, I know what abdicate means. I just wouldn't be able to spell it if you asked me. Nah, we're confused about why monarchs are still a thing. I actually don't know why monarchs are still a thing. A friendly reminder that when you used to rent videos from us, we didn't care who you shared it with, as long as you returned it on time. At Netflix. You had a chance to buy Netflix and passed on it. I'm an intern. I barely have permission to have a lunch break. I didn't pass on anything. Why are you getting offended? Come on. That's the most attention Blockbuster's had in years. That tweet. Isn't there like just one remaining Blockbuster left? Can you imagine today's youth storming the beaches of Normandy? I can't imagine today's boomers doing it. All y'all do is buy commemorative Trump teddy bears and post how to open PDF as a Facebook status. Ever hear of the Vietnam War? Oh no. Who won? Well, you see, from Kathy Griffin. I worked my way up by the 10th year at CNN to get a fee of $150,000. By the way, just as a point of reference, Anderson Cooper regularly bragged for years that his annual CNN contract was $10 million a year. Greg Gutfield coming in with the gut punch. You were paid for one night. Cooper's salary is for 1 year. You actually get paid more than him per telecast. Your tweet perpetuates the false and damaging stereotype that math is harder for women. Wait, so she was paid per broadcast, he was paid per year. My brain's not braining right now. Hold on. Okay, so I had to do the math here because I was misunderstanding. She was paid $150,000 for a New Year's telecast appearance. One appearance on a telecast, right? Anderson Cooper has around 260 appearances for CNN per like a yearly contract. So if we take the $1 million a year salary with 260 shows done, that's about just under $4,000 a show, which means per telecast, Kathy Griffin made $146,000 more than Anderson Cooper did. If we were doing it, if we were going band for band, telecast for telecast, she makes more. This math is wrong and she's stupid. I will not apologize for being white. Jesus Christ, Tammy, we're not mad that you're white. I'm white. We're mad that you're a racist, ignorant, steaming pile of shit, which does not necessarily mean being white. You're an animal? Well, that's interesting. I'm a person. Nice to meet you, animal. I like how this sentence starts. You absolute dimwit. Oh, you already know you're going to school when that's how you're addressed. Humans are animals. There are 4 things an alive being can be: microbes, plants, fungi, and animals. Actually, it's fun guy. You probably are the first option with a comment like that. Damn, they call you a microbe. Damn. Did we cancel D-Day because of a little rough weather? No, play the damn game. Readers added context they thought people might want to know. D-Day was delayed by a day because of the weather. I love when Community Notes just absolutely fries people alive. Just completely cooks them. Men, stay away from vulgar women. A feminine, respectful woman values what she speaks or writes. A woman who easily says or writes fuck, vagina, or dick is a no. Vulgar women are damaged women. Oh, Jesus. Who come with emotional baggage. Focus on your life. Hashtag masculinity Saturday. Vagina is vulgar? I'm a GYN. What am I supposed to call it? The pocketbook? For your profession, yes. I feel like vagina is much more graceful than something like cooter. Cooter's the worst word to say, I feel like. Any scientific evidence for gravity today? Yeah, pal. Jump. How many points of contact are you making with your mom's basement floor right now? None. I'm floating. I can't prove it though. My camera broke, and my phone's not here. Prove me wrong. No English word has double P's except for apple. Prove me wrong? Pineapple
apparently appears, disappear. Disapproves, kidnapping, kidnapper, rapper, rappings.
I could go on. You went on like a 67-word combo proving this guy wrong? It's a little overkill. Pope Francis calls for a global ban on parenting via surrogacy, calling the practice deplorable and a grave violation of the dignity of the woman and child. Well, hey Francis, hey Frankie, hey Pope Frank. Jesus was born via surrogacy, and that's why he was nailed to that big old T, wasn't he? Started realizing women appreciate the fact that you made plans, sometimes even more than the plan itself. It's the pre-thought part that has them. I was gonna make a joke here, but they beat me to it. Local man discovers effort. That's right. People appreciate effort. Don't make me tap the sign. Just a friendly reminder, if you're one of the red people, I'm not gonna take your opinion over those blue people. Have a lovely day and keep your conspiracy theories to yourself. Peak of Mount Ignorance. Twitter expert. The Valley of Despair. Doctor. Psychologists begin the slope of enlightenment. Higher up on the slope is someone with that character in their bio. And finally, we reach the guru side of the scale with the plateau of sustainability, which are niche dog f***ers and micro celebrities. Via you posting this picture proves that not only do you not understand the Dunning-Kruger effect, but you yourself fall under it. You are so ignorant to your viewpoint being right that you're completely blind to logic, reasoning, and the law. What's the Dunning-Kruger effect? The Dunning-Kruger effect is a cognitive bias in which people with limited competence in a particular domain overestimate their abilities. Damn. So it's basically saying the less you know, the more confident you are. And then as you gain experience, you grow less confident. But then when you become an expert, your confidence is at a sustainable level. Very interesting. Okay. I just want to be clear here. It's not about being stupid. You could be stupid and still suffer from the Dunning-Kruger effect. It's about being overconfident. So I feel like everyone watching this video, including myself narrating this, has been affected by the Dunning-Kruger effect. We're all a little overconfident sometimes. I think that's a cool cognitive bias thing. We're all a little stupid. Seriously, stop! Stop recommending me weird gay NSFW subs I've never visited before! Hey pal, your recommendations are based on your previous searches and clicks. Well, I didn't know that. Thank you. It's sad to see instead of boys accepting a woman is better at them in a video game, they have to perpetuate the idea they cheated in order to sleep at night. It's a hard reality to accept your dog. Frowny face. Making it about gender is pathetic. You cheated your way into popularity and got exposed to LAN. The only reason you ever got a following is because of your gender, so using it as if it's a crutch to you is wild. I know players 10 times better than you that will never get any traction because they can't rely on lonely men for a following. See, this is where I get conflicted. I agree that the whole thing with Nadia is an interesting case of someone cheating in a video game. I don't really care either way. I also don't really care if someone is relying on being attractive to get a following. Oh no, I don't really care. A bag is a bag, and I feel like being attractive is not an unethical way to sustain a bag. I don't care. Absolutely zero beautiful women can see your anime t-shirt or your cowboy boots or dirty sneakers and think, wow, that's so sexy. Really? What about my mommy loves me shirt? Look at yourself. You're a nerd. You've got no girls, no money, and you've got no swagger, and you surely have no idea how to dress yourself. You know what I do have though? A victory royale in Fortnite. I don't need all that other stuff. Have you ever met a woman that didn't immediately want to cover her drink when you walked in the room? Oh man! Oh, Tony Lee! If you're attracted to her, you're a latent homosexual. Sorry, I don't make the rules. Why, is it because she has a six-pack? Well, we've done it, boys. We've come full circle. It is now gay for us to be attracted to women. We've done it. We've made it. Now we're here. We never thought we'd get there, but yet here we are. Selena Gomez is back on Instagram, 18 hours after announcing a social media break. That's all of us. If I'm never flying Ryanair ever again was a person. And USA never lost to Vietnam. That's correct. They lost to half of Vietnam. It's the same person from a few posts ago who talked about Vietnam. This is the same person getting smoked. Millennial, saving for a house? You might need an inheritance. A sign of a healthy economy is when you tell a whole generation to sit tight and wait for their parents to die. That's how we know we're really churning along. We're doing things right. Girls who like to be choked and hit during sex are also the ones who cry when you yell at them. Well, yes. They like to be sexually dominated, not verbally abused. There's a difference, son. One that you must learn now. I ain't reading all that. I ain't reading all that? Yeah. Okay. Listen up, you stupid, imbecilic, anti-intellectual piece of human fecal matter. That post was 2, maybe 3 pages long at the most. And you're saying that you either are somehow so lazy that you can't spend a few minutes acknowledging the effort that another living, breathing human being put into write that work of actual art, or you simply don't have the mental capacity to read it. Did you never pass 3rd fucking grade? Did you whine and moan whenever the teacher pulled out a magic schoolhouse book, having a tantrum and interrupting the learning experience of everyone else because you couldn't get over your own inability to be a decent member of society? You're actually pathetic. Not only is that comment shorter than practically anything you need to read to pass basic English, it's also hilarious. I should know, unlike you, I took a small amount of time out of my day to actually read the damn thing, and I was amazed by how witty and clever it was. This person could write screenplays in their spare time if they really wanted to, but instead they blessed the both of us with this. But their gift, and let's not get confused on this, by the way, it is a gift, was rejected by you because you couldn't even give it a chance to see if you might have liked it, to see if you might have learned something from it, to see if you might have walked away from it a better person. Now you'll never know, because even though you couldn't take the 2 seconds out of your day to read it, you did take the time to type your stupid comment, putting how brain dead you are on display for everyone to see. I'll shat myself. So apparently job candidates sending a thank you note isn't a thing anymore. Candidates, pro tip, send a thank you note. Keep your head lower than the interviewer. Memorize your surroundings. Never turn your back on the interviewer when leaving the room. Address the interviewer as your job ship. Bring a stout pig as the gift to the interviewer. Praise the interviewer and debase yourself. Wear a tie. Do all of those, and you'll still be asked if you have 10 years experience for an entry level. Parents have read it. Why don't you close the door when leaving our rooms? Because saying, son, your room stinks of the month-old cum socks that are clearly stuffed down the side of the bed, need to let some fresh air in here because I'm genuinely worried at this point that breathing the air that's currently in here technically counts as me swallowing your money shot is just gonna embarrass us both. Okay, Dad. Leonardo DiCaprio says he does not follow soccer. What's Arsenal? Arsenal Foot Club is older than 25 years, so why would he know? Same girl, but the girl on the left has wife potential, and the girl on the right doesn't. Why? 1,000 stare. Excuse me? Learn to see it, never commit to it, and do your bit not to cause it. The damn 1,000 stare gets us all. I'll make $16 an hour packing boxes at the Amazon distribution center. I'll be damned if people flipping burgers make as much money as me doing skilled labor. Bezos makes 150 grand a minute and pays you $16 an hour, but you're mad at McDonald's fry cooks? Yeah, that's right. Why? Is there a problem? Worked my ass off to pay back my student loans in full. Student loan forgiveness is an absolute insult. Yeah, my grandmother died of cancer, so I think a cure for cancer would be a massive insult. See how that works? See how dumb you sound? When I was like 4, I was epileptic and had a seizure. My grandpa and his brother took me to Mexico, cut open a goat and put me inside of it. What? Huh? Never had a seizure again. You have other problems. Every time I meet someone who believes in crazy magical cures like this, I always wonder what the hell it's like to view the world through their eyes. It's always the ones who distrust legitimate science, but somehow this line of reasoning goes unquestioned. Engulfing your child in blood and guts. At what point do you hear that and go, f*** a neurologist. Goat innards sound like a way more effective solution. Oh, Tommy, you got the common cold? Back to the farm. Hey, Courtney, how are you, hun? I just wanted to reach out real quick because I know you're a busy mama, and well, I get to help other mamas just like you get more time with their babies while creating financial freedom and more time freedom to live a life you deserve. Can I ask if you keep your options open to additional income if it doesn't affect your current situation? First off, my name is Chloe. Secondly, if you'd taken even a minute to look at my profile or anything about me, much less my name, you would find my son's obituary. So no, I will never be getting more time with my baby. Lastly, I don't even know who you are, so kindly f*** off and reevaluate your life. But I want to talk to you about Herbalife. Please? If I don't get you, I don't meet my quota. If Alex Jones pays for lying, shouldn't every celebrity pushing vaccines pay too? Oh, girl, don't do this. Mia, don't. We all love your little cash register gun song. Don't ruin it. Just eat your food, please.